This is Audible.
Alien Mine, the Pruxnae series, Book 3. Written by Lucy Varna. Narrated by Angel Clark and Paul Bryan.
Chapter 1. Terci, 27 standard days ago. Juvad Abmij sat up and popped his helmet off. His nerves tingled in the aftermath of a blaster shot delivered squarely to his armored chest. Thank Fru he'd worn it on the raid instead of his street clothes. Otherwise, the blast would have knocked him out long enough for local law enforcement agents to discover his presence and arrest him for trespassing and vandalism, and probably kidnapping too. He slapped an armored hand onto the hardwood floor beneath him. He'd been this close to securing the red-headed beauty he'd spied on the days leading up to the raid. His old friend Rin Abet Alna had gotten to her first, then shot Juvad, forestalling an on-the-spot challenge for rights to steal the woman. Rin always had been a sneaky, underhanded Winyu runner. Normally, Juvad admired his friend's creative solutions to sticky situations. Not today. His father had made it clear that if Juvad didn't return with a suitable candidate for the choosing, even Vode wouldn't be able to deter his wrath. Which is what Juvad got for enjoying life a little too well. "A man your age should be settled by now," he said, mimicking his father's gruff voice. "Not out carousing into the wee hours of the morning. Don't disappoint your mother again. Bring home a wife." Juvad pushed himself upright into a wobbly stand. His mother, the formidable Mijak, would never express her disapproval outright. She didn't have to. One glance from the former Kamel's cold eyes had always been enough to ensure her son's obedience, especially after their father shared one of her more daring adventures as the leader of an elite squadron of mercenary soldiers. Juvad snorted as he rebooted his armor's internal systems. His mother loved him. He'd never doubted that. Had he been a disappointment to her? Maybe, but it wasn't exactly fair to compare him to his older brothers. Sjadun, the eldest of the three, was a serious, studious man, and the heir to their father's position as Kopf of Chansk province. Juvad's next eldest brother, Beinar, had opted to follow in his mother's footsteps at the tender age of 7, and had, for the next 20-odd galactic standards, trained and lived as a mercenary soldier on Q, their mother's homeworld. What could Juvad ever do to measure up to either one of his brother's accomplishments, let alone both? His armor's computer beeped from the helmet's inset earpieces. Juvad retrieved his helmet from the floor and jammed it on his head. He ran a quick systems check, then pulled up the blinking net connection in the lower right-hand corner of the digital display projected onto the interior of his helmet, overlapping his view of the red-headed woman's home. Immediately, the disembodied, androgenized head of a net telepath flashed into view, startling Juvad. Personal contact with a path was rare. They were an extremely insular bunch, very protective of their privacy, and only appeared in the most dire situations. For one to reach out now was bad, really bad. His gut tightened. Chornen's hammer. Had something happened to his family? "You have been chosen for an urgent assignment," the path said, its voice flat. "Enter the net for further details within 1 standard hour, or risk permanent disconnection from the net." The dread zinging through Juvad faded into relief. Not his parents, then. But what? He shrugged and activated the preset coordinates input into his armor, then exhaled and lit the jump. Reality distorted around him, and his head whirled. An instant later, he popped into his ship's passenger bay and staggered sideways. Crawdon jumps. They always left him a little shaky, no matter how hard he worked to overcome the side effects. He shook his head hard, clearing it, and jogged toward the bridge. 1 standard hour wasn't a lot of time, but it didn't need to be. Accessing the net didn't take intelligence, just a good connection. Still, he yanked off his helmet and instructed his ship's AI to access the net. No need to take chances. The net was too valuable for communications and as an information source to risk disconnection. As soon as he hit the bridge, he said, "Bring up recent messages." The view screen shimmered to life, and a handful of windows opened, each one holding a message he'd received while he'd been planetside. Juvad plopped into one of the 2 chairs stationed in front of the ship's main controls and pulled up a message marked Urgent. The net path's head appeared on the view screen. Identify yourself. Juvad Abmij, Fevel, Chansk Province, Abu Fluma System. Identification accepted. The path icon faded and was replaced by the image of a small girl no more than 2 standard years in age. The likeness diminished and zoomed to the left of the view screen. Adjacent rows of information scrolled down the screen's right-hand side. Travel beyond the frontier to origin space and find this child, the path said. She must be protected. Why? Travel beyond the frontier, the uninflected voice repeated. Juvad glanced at the bridge's ceiling. Why had he bothered asking? He would have had better luck getting answers out of an inert wall. Fine, I'll travel beyond the frontier. Where exactly am I going? The girl's image shrank. A planet appeared below it, a blue world shrouded in wispy clouds. Water covered large sections of the surface, interrupted by massive continents clustered in 2 groups of major landmasses and numerous minor ones. Juvad studied the data scrolling along the view screen and frowned. There are billions of people living on that planet. It'll take years to find one little girl, and that's assuming I can make it there at all. The frontier's not exactly a friendly place. Origin space is a virtual wilderness. No sane man goes there expecting to make it out in one piece. The path reappeared. Travel beyond the frontier, Juvad Abmij. Protect the girl. The message light blinked. The path faded off the view screen, and dozens of messages popped open one after another so rapidly Juvad couldn't process them all. Wait, slow down! The streaming messages flickered to a halt. He tapped into one containing sparse details of the girl's life and pinned it into the upper left-hand corner of the view screen. Another message was from his bank on Abu, alerting him to an unexpected deposit. He checked it and whistled his astonishment into the ship's recycled air. Apparently, protecting the little girl was worth a couple of 100,000 credits, judging by the jump in his net worth. It was enough to bribe his way into another raid and then some. Maybe that would appease his parents. He continued reading messages, pinned the important ones below the girl's data, and finally hit on one from Bainar flagged Security Clearance Q. After scanning it, Juvad sat back in his chair. He was to meet his brother in 3 standard days, where he'd pick up new identification documents, enough currency to allow him to live independently on the girl's planet, and clothing and other items he'd need while there. Bainar's 6-man doll would escort Juvad and his ship to the outer reaches of the frontier. From there, he'd travel on his own into origin space to the girl's planet, where he would jump planetside and go about protecting her from dangers unspecified. He brought the planet's image up again and studied it, eyes narrowed. Earth, also known as Terra. He arched an eyebrow. At least one among the Pruxnae had visited the remote planet in the unknown past and returned to Abu with enough bovie to start a breeding herd. Other than that, Juvad knew nothing. Not surprising considering how far the planet was from civilized space. If he was lucky, the inhabitants would be relatively peaceful and would have some kind of rudimentary technology. If he wasn't, chaos, anarchy, primitive conditions. After losing the red-headed beauty to Rin, Juvad wasn't feeling particularly lucky. The last message was from an unknown sender and held a single line repeated over and over again. She is important to us. Juvad grunted. Well, that wasn't obvious at all, was it? He input coordinates for the initial meeting spot into his ship's nav systems and readied himself for an unplanned mission into one of the galaxy's most uncivilized regions.
Earth, the present. It was the crash that woke Rachel Hunter, not her children's excited screams or their frantic scramble out of their respective beds, or her brother's dogs barking up a storm next door. A goat bleated outside, way too close to her bedroom window, and she sighed. If those dadgum dogs had gotten out and pulled the fence down again, fate was going to pay for it. Favorite little brother or not. And he'd do the work repairing the fence too, by golly. Maybe it was just the metal goat falling off the roof of her van. Jas had sworn it was permanent when he'd welded it up there. Then again, he was first and foremost an artist. Not exactly the most stable or reliable calling in the world. And he did like his shrooms an awful lot. Rachel flipped the covers off her legs and groped for her flip-flops. The digital clock on her nightstand read 4:58 in obnoxious, bright red numerals. She flicked off the alarm. No more sleep for her. At least the sun was close to rising, unlike the last time Faith's dogs had gotten out. She shrugged on a ratty robe over the equally ratty Great Smoky Mountains t-shirt she'd worn to bed. Tiny, shrieking laughter rang through the early morning air into the house. 10 to 1, the girls were already out there, tangled up in whatever ruckus had caused the crash. They'd need another bath before breakfast could be cooked and eaten. God forbid either one of them avoid the chance to get dirty. Kelly's excited chatter filtered to Rachel. She yawned and forced her tired body to move. Raising 2 daughters without their father's help, on top of managing a thriving business, plumb wore her out sometimes. But it was worth it. Every day, she thanked God for the blessings he'd given her. 2 healthy little girls, a knack for working with plants and animals, and a sound head for business. Sometimes she and the girls struggled to make ends meet, but it was better than the way they'd lived while her ex-husband Juan had flitted in and out of their lives. Rachel shuffled down the narrow hallway of her home, bought and paid for through the sweat of her own brow, thank you very much, and bounced against the doorframe leading into the kitchen. Sleep. Just 1 more hour of sleep would have been fine and dandy. Kelly burst through the back door, her shiny, black-brown hair a rumpled tangle around her sun-kissed face. "Mama, you have got to come see this! There's a man on the fence, and the goats are everywhere! Billy's eating the guy's backpack, and Nanny's chewing on his clothes, and—" Rachel held her hand up, forestalling her 9-year-old's detailed explanation of what each and every one of their goats was up to. "Is the man hurt?" Some of the excitement bled out of Kelly's expression. She shifted from one dirty, bare foot to the other, and focused her chocolate eyes on the floor. "Well, I don't think so. He's not really moving or nothing, but he groaned and stuff. That means he's okay, right?" "Not necessarily. Go grab his backpack before Billy eats all of it." Kelly spun and smacked the back door open on her way outside. Rachel raised her voice and added, "Get your sister inside, too." Heaven forbid the goats got tired of chewing on strangers and snacked on Tiny instead. "Yes'm," Kelly hollered over the slap of her feet against the porch. Rachel backtracked to her bedroom and tugged on shorts, a bra, and her work boots, then trudged back through the house into the pre-dawn morning. The air was cool and humid and delicious. Honeysuckle bloomed along the wild edges of her yard. Its sweet fragrance competed with the subtle scent of tea roses and jasmine planted around the house. Speaking of, she clomped around the side of her house, and sure enough, there was Georgette, gnawing on the tough brambles of Rachel's great-grandmother's beloved first-love tea rose. If Granny could see that, she'd have a fit. And as it was, she'd probably turn over in her grave, and wouldn't that be a sight? Rachel snagged Georgette's collar and heaved, dragging the reluctant goat away from an activity that'd raise hairs on a haint. In spite of the shadows surrounding her home, it wasn't hard to spot the other goats as they hopped the downed fence, or the gap in the fence itself, or the man lying crosswise over slack barbed wire. He was a big un, he was. An easy enough judgment to make from where she was standing, even with only the light of the half-moon illuminating him. Looked like he'd staggered into one of the posts and broken it under his weight. taking down the 2 posts on either side. Thank goodness the wire had slackened instead of breaking. Otherwise, he could have been seriously injured, and she'd be spending the day at the hospital instead of replacing posts. Kelly was standing next to him, shooing the goats away with one hand. A backpack was slung over one thin shoulder, and her hip was cocked, the perfect perch for her 2-year-old sister. "I don't know, Mama," she said. "He looks kind of funny to me, like he might really be hurt." "I'm sure he'll be fine, honey. Here, round up the loose goats and pen them in the corral." Rachel handed her hold on Georgette's collar over to Kelly as she knelt beside the man. "Go on now. We'll have to patch this section before we can eat. If we get it done in time, I'll make waffles." Tiny clapped her chubby hands together. "Melex!" "Waffles, Tiny," Kelly said. "Not Melex. Come on, I know you can say it." "Melex," Tiny insisted. Kelly clucked her tongue. "She ain't never gonna learn to talk right." "And you have?" "I'm better'n she is," Kelly retorted, then huffed. "Oh, fine. I know that. Look, Mama, I'll get the goats penned up so we can have Melex for breakfast." Rachel pressed her lips into a hard line, containing her laughter, and turned back to the man. She'd been right. He was a big man, easily over 6 feet tall, and heavily muscled underneath a brand spanking new black t-shirt and stiff jeans. She ignored the attraction fluttering low in her gut and pressed her fingers against his throat, searching for a pulse. It beat hard and steady under her fingertips, so she gently probed his scalp through the short strands of his soft silky hair. No knots or cuts, thank goodness. But why else would he be unconscious? She eased away from him and rubbed her hands over her bare thighs, scrubbing off the tingling warmth left behind after touching him. Last thing she needed was another man around. Hadn't she learned her lesson the first time? And the hard way to boot. But still, he was so big and firm, and his features looked like they'd been carefully sculpted under the loving hand of a skilled artist. He had high cheekbones and hollow cheeks, a sturdy jaw, but not a domineering one, and a little dimple in his square chin. His skin gleamed under the moon's silvery light, and had been like velvet under her fingers. It was so smooth and rich. If he had an imperfection, it was his nose. It was a little too flat and wide for his features, but not so much it detracted from his striking looks. She cocked her head and considered him. He wasn't local, that was for sure. A man who looked like that was gossiped and tittered over, and not one word had reached her ear about him. So he was a stranger, and he might be dangerous. Though, his size aside, he didn't really look like he'd harm a fly. His clothes were too crisp, his skin too soft, like he hadn't had much of a chance to wear either them or himself in good. Rachel eyed the fancy watch strapped to his right wrist. It was a good 3 inches wide, and had some kind of blacked-out flexible screen on the top. The rest of it was made out of flat black metal. Everything about it sat up and hollered expensive. Kelly bounced to a stop beside her, Tiny in tow. "Is he dead?" "Alive and kicking," Rachel said. "You get the goats rounded up?" "Yes'm." "Get your sister inside then and get cleaned up, the both of you. I'll be in as soon as our fence crasher wakes up." Kelly's delicate mouth pursed in a bow, but she went inside. Tiny hopped along behind her, one finger in her mouth, her head twisted around as far as it would go toward the man lying in their pasture. When Rachel turned around, the man's eyes were open. They were darkly beautiful, framed by thickly curled lashes, and fixed on her. She rested a hand over her fluttering heart. Lordy, was he fine. "Are you okay, sir?" He blinked, glanced at the sky, then rested that intense gaze on her again. "Rachel Athena Hunter Olvera." His baritone voice was like his skin, rich and smooth under a guttural accent. Her stomach clenched tight on another wave of attraction, and she dutifully swallowed it down. It wouldn't do to let a stranger get the better of her, especially when that stranger might be hurt. "I'm Rachel Hunter." "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Rachel." He sat up with no effort at all and gripped her wrist in one strong hand. "I am Juvad Abmid. I have come to inquire about your room for rent." "My room?" "Yes, Lady Rachel. You will show it to me now." She nodded slowly. Oh, Lordy. This man, with his silky hair and fabulously toned body, and a watch that cost more than her house, wanted to rent the shabby mother-in-law room attached to her kitchen? "I need references, and the first and last month's rent, and—" Oh, who was she kidding? She'd had that thing up for rent for a good year, and the only folks that had inquired were a couple of jobless kids fresh out of high school. Rachel stood, brushed the wet grass off her knees, and inched away from him. If this guy could explain how he'd landed on her fence, and was willing to hand over cash, the room was his. And if he couldn't, so be it. She and the girls had plodded along well enough before Juvad landed on their fence, and they'd plod along just as well when he was gone.
Chapter 2. Juvad gingerly prodded his ribs through his new clothing, courtesy of his mysterious benefactor among the paths. In the days following the path's initial contact, Juvad had followed its instructions precisely, from meeting Bainar and picking up the resources allocated to his protection duty, to navigating his ship along the exact route given him from Tersi through the frontier into origin space. He'd planted his ship on the cusp of the dark side of the planet's moon, while his ship's AI studied news vids bounced off Earth's surface by orbiting satellites. The auto-learner programs created from those information feeds had integrated knowledge of the planet's major languages and cultures into his mind, so deeply they could never be retrieved except through memory. As soon as he'd recovered from the auto-learner's integration process, Juvad had readied his supplies and initiated a jump. Everything had gone as planned except his Crawdon landing on the girl's planet. His ribs throbbed and ached, but they weren't broken. He pushed himself to his feet and stared down at Rachel, the mother of the child he was to protect. She was more than a head shorter than him, and spare with her weight over a medium frame. Her hair swung in loose, burnished gold waves to her shoulders. Pain stabbed unexpectedly through his temples. Honey. Her hair was the color of a native liquid sweetener called honey, the byproduct of insects feeding. It wasn't the most bizarre food substance he'd ever heard of, but it wasn't what he'd expected a post-industrial civilization on the verge of space travel to eat. Rachel's wide mouth opened, then closed, and her golden skin flushed pink. Juvad set his curiosity aside for another time. Staring was rude in most human cultures. Maybe it was here too, or maybe his attention upset her. "My apologies, Lady Rachel. I meant no offense." Thick eyelashes swept down, hiding expressive green eyes. "You wanted to see the room?" "Yes. I would like to retrieve my bag first, please." She swung toward the white, one-story dwelling her daughters had disappeared into. "Okay. You might as well meet the girls now." She clomped toward the house, more determined than graceful, and led him up a well-worn dirt path from the animal enclosure he'd landed on toward her home. Rusted metal slats capped the roof, their undulating gleam interrupted by 2 brick chimney stacks. A covered porch wrapped around the exterior, its paint faded and chipped. Flowers of every color were planted in well-tended beds abutting the porch, their fragrance wafted through the moist air, mingling with the mineral scent of freshly turned dirt and the faint odor of rotting manure. Juvad inhaled deeply. Earth's flora and fauna were largely different than Abu's, but the smells were similar. A sudden longing washed over him. to be at home on his parents' farm tending Malnog, felling trees for lumber, nurturing the land as his father's family had for generations. He still hadn't figured out what he was supposed to protect Rachel's daughter from, but maybe now he knew why he, or someone like him, had been selected. In spite of their culture's level of urbanization and technology, Rachel and her daughters appeared to live a rural lifestyle, much as he had for the better part of his youth. Earth itself might be unfamiliar, but the work required to manage a farm such as this one was not. He could easily blend in here, and if he was careful, no one would ever guess his true origins. His shoulders relaxed as he walked up the steps behind Rachel into her home. Her daughters sat at a small square table set off to one side of... His temple pinged, and the appropriate word popped into his head. Kitchen, which he could have guessed without the pain. Crodden Autolearner. As soon as he and Rachel entered, the little girls scrambled away from his bag planted dead center on the table. The eldest blinked wide brown eyes at him. The youngest, his assignment, stuck a chubby finger in her mouth and cocked her head to the side. Rachel drew to a stop behind the youngest girl's chair and placed both of her square-palmed hands on its back. "Girls, this is Mr. Abmij. He's thinking about renting our spare room." "Juvad, please," he said. "There is no need for formality among us." Rachel glanced away, and her skin flushed again. His muscles tightened, aggravating the muted throb against his left flank where he'd tumbled into the wooden post. "I meant no offense." "None was taken. These are my girls." She nodded at the eldest. "Kelly, honey, go get dressed. We've got work to do. Take Tiny with you." "Yes'm." Kelly slid off her seat and held a narrow hand out to him. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Juvad." He took her hand, bowed, and pressed it back briefly to his forehead. "The pleasure is mine, Lady Kelly." She peeked at her mother over her shoulder and lowered her voice to a quavering whisper. "Mama?" "He's being polite, that's all," Rachel said. "Go on now. You too, Tiny." Kelly slid her hand out of his and left. Tiny clambered off the chair and toddled out of the room behind her sister. Rachel snagged his bag and handed it to him. "Sorry about the girls. They're not used to being around men outside of family." "I am not accustomed to being around young girls," he admitted. "They won't bother you unless you let them. Come on." He slung his pack over one shoulder and followed her back outside. She led him around her abode along the covered porch and opened a door on its adjacent side. "It's not much, but you'll have your privacy and can come and go as you please." He ducked into the room behind her and studied its sparse furnishings. A wrought iron bed wide enough for two was tucked into the far corner, covered by a patchwork quilt in blues and golds. A freestanding lamp sat on a short wooden table next to the bed. A battered chest of drawers stood at the foot of the bed, separated by enough space to pull out any of the 4 drawers. A small couch was against the wall to his left, facing the bed over another wooden table, this one much lower to the ground. A waist-high metal cabinet was in the remaining corner. Juvad opened its door. Cool air drifted out, and he grunted. A refrigeration unit. Handy. Rachel pointed to the 2 doors set in the wall opposite the entrance. "There's a full bathroom behind the door on the left. The other one is a small closet. There's some good restaurants in town when you get hungry, or you can eat with us for a little more money each month and some help with the chores." "I would prefer to eat with your family." "We love the company," she said with a small smile. "And to be honest, I could use some help with the fence." The fence he would have fixed anyway. Crodden jumps. At least he hadn't landed on one of the creatures inhabiting Rachel's farm. They looked uncomfortable and had the bleat of a crazed screechhound pursuing its prey. "Show me the tools and I shall fix it." Her eyebrows shot up, arching high on her smooth forehead. "You're a fancy talker, Mr. Abmij." "English is not my first language," he said stiffly. "No kiddin'. Well, stick with Kelly. She'll shake that formality right out of you quicker than spit. Speaking of, I'd better get back in there and round them up. I promised the girls waffles for breakfast, and you're more than welcome to your share." She rattled off a figure for the room's monthly rent, then placed her hand on the doorknob. "I didn't hear a vehicle drive up." "I arrived by another method." "So you don't have a car?" He prodded his memory, and finally an image of a primitive motorized vehicle popped into his head. "Not here, no." "Then you can ride into town with us if you need to. It's too far to walk, and the road's dangerous between here and there besides." He bowed. "Thank you, Lady Rachel. Your generosity is boundless." Pink flashed into her cheeks. "Fence won't fix itself," she muttered, and whirled away from him and out the door. He stared after her, bemused. Tiny's mother was a strange woman, though she seemed like a good one. He riffled through the contents of his pack and carefully counted out enough local currency to purchase 6 Earth months of rent and meals. Being on the far-flung planet might be an inconvenience, but it had its benefits, too. Rachel was attractive, her daughters lively and bright. It had been a long time since he'd been around children, even longer since he'd been around a whole family of females. The next few months should prove interesting, provided he could figure out what danger young Tiny was in before it affected her and her family.
Rachel kept her back to the handsome stranger sitting between her girls at the kitchen table. True to his word, Juvad had helped her fix the fence, and done most of the work, truth be told. Of course, he'd stripped off his t-shirt to do it, and hadn't that been a sight? She opened her waffle maker and carefully pried a crisp cake away from the metal cooler, ignoring the blush staining her cheeks. Lordy, that man had the nicest chest this side of the Mississippi. Broad and heavily muscled and very, very yummy. An intricate tattoo of a stylized deer of some kind circled his upper left arm. Not like anything she'd ever seen before. Maybe a tribal tattoo or something. Against all reason, when she'd eyed his inked skin, butterflies had erupted in her stomach and her privates had tingled something fierce. Tattoos, for goodness sake. Those weren't supposed to be a turn-on for a respectable church-going woman. Too bad he'd put his shirt back on after he'd washed up. She slid the waffle onto a plate and loaded the waffle maker with more batter. That her new renter had pitched right in and helped out was a pure blessing. She hadn't expected to find somebody who had money and was willing to lend a hand both. Yet there the man was, sitting at her table dividing his attention between Kelly's polite chatter and Tiny's unintelligible rambles. And there the money was, burning a hole in the front pocket of her shorts. More than enough to pay the land taxes when they came due at the first of the year. Right about the time he'd be leaving. The screen door screeched open. Rachel glanced over her shoulder and stifled a sigh. Her brother stood in the doorway framed by the early morning light, his strawberry blonde hair a curly halo around his head. Wasn't it just like fate to show up after all the hard work was done? Right on time for a hot meal. Fate's eyebrows shot up in his thin face. "Didn't know you had company, sis." "Fate, this is Juvad. He's renting my spare room through the fall." She turned back to the stove and prodded the sizzling bacon. "Juvad, this is my brother Fate. He lives next door, in that big house around the curve coming from town." A chair scraped back along the linoleum, and Juvad said, "A pleasure to meet you, Fate." "Likewise," Fate said. "Come here, tiny girl. You can sit on my lap and share a waffle with me." Tiny clapped her hands. "Melex!" Rachel bit her lip around a smile. Chances were good Fate wouldn't be sharing a waffle. He'd eat a whole dang one on his own, bless him. "You calm your dogs down, Fate?" "Yeah. Sorry about the barking. Don't know what got into 'em." "My apologies," Juvad said in that low voice of his. "I crash-landed on Lady Rachel's fence, creating havoc among her animals." "Lady Rachel, huh?" "Leave it be, Fate," Rachel said mildly. Lord knew she'd about given up on getting Juvad to call her plain old Rachel. No matter how many times she asked, he reverted to the title, like she'd done something to deserve it. She checked the waffle, judged it done, and gave it its own plate. Here now, boys, get your breakfast while it's warm. A soft footfall landed on the floor behind her. Then Juvad appeared at her side. Is it customary here for women not to eat with men? It's customary for the people sitting at the table to eat first, while the cook finishes the meal. She handed him a waffle-laden plate and jerked her chin at the bacon cooling on another. Help yourself. Thank you, Lady Rachel. She bit back a sigh. At least he was polite. They all crowded around the table, Kelly on Rachel's right, Fate and Tiny on her left, Juvad across from her. He ate in precise bites, sampling his food carefully. After the third time he ummed over the bacon, her curiosity got the better of her. You act like you've never had bacon before, she said. He set his fork down on his plate and dabbed a paper napkin to his mouth. I have not, Lady Rachel. Fate snickered, and Rachel kicked his shin under the table's protective cover. I can fix you something else if you don't like it. That is unnecessary. The bacon is delicious. The Melex as well. Kelly's fork dropped out of her slack grip onto the sticky syrup-covered waffle on her plate. Not you too. Melex, Juvad said, enunciating the syllables, is a sweet cake, a specialty of my home. Rachel gaped at him. You understand Tiny? I understand Melex. It is very similar to this delicacy you have prepared. Fate fed Tiny a sliver of bacon. You must have lived a hard life if waffles is a delicacy. Not at all. My father is the leader of the province I'm from, and my mother a former soldier. They provided a good life for me and my brothers. Fate leaned toward Rachel, his Carolina blue eyes twinkling, and lowered his tone to a conspiratorial whisper. Israelite, shoulda knowed, what with that foreign coloring of his. Rachel threw her napkin onto the table beside her plate. For goodness sake, Fate, Juvad's origins are his own business, you nosy old coot. Juvad turned a slow smile on her, and heat shot from her warm cheeks straight down to her toes, hitting a couple of mighty interesting points along the way. I am not from Israel, he said, though I am alien to this land. And that's all you need to know about him, Fate, Rachel added firmly. There's plenty more batter if anybody wants another waffle. A chorus of pleases rang out, and Rachel pushed her chair back, away from her sexy renter's relentless gaze. Lordy, she was in a bad way if a stranger could turn her on with a simple smile.
Chapter 3. After the morning meal was finished, Rachel stood and gathered dirty plates together. I need to run to town in a little while. You need anything, Fate? Depends on where you're going. Juvad rose and stacked Tiny and Fate's plates on top of his, then carried them to the counter. If it violated Earth custom, tough. He wasn't a guest to be waited on at his leisure. Is your offer to allow my company still open? Of course. Here. She dumped the plates she held into the sink, then took the plates he held from him. She kept her eyes carefully averted, even when their fingers brushed. Where do you need to go? I am in need of additional clothing. Fate leaned back in his rail-back chair, lifting the front two legs off the floor. You'll want them all, then. Ain't no decent place around here for clothes, less'n you want Walmart or them fancy digs that tourists lap up. Serviceable clothing is preferable. Rachel shook her head in sharp disagreement. You'll need Sunday go-to-church clothes, too. Fate's thin features melted into a sorrowful plea. Aw, Rach, don't corrupt the man with them old biddies at church. It ain't right to do a man that way. It just ain't right. I didn't say he had to go to church, Fate, just that he needed nice clothes. She flipped shiny white levers, and water poured out of a metal faucet into the sink. I promised the girls we'd go to the lake this afternoon if we get all our chores done. Yasmin's supposed to meet us there. The legs of Fate's chair thunked solidly into the linoleum floor. You don't say. She's engaged. Don't I know it, Fate muttered. And I have to run into town to the bank and the grocery store first anyway, so we may not have time for play. Don't forget the library, Mama, Kelly said. It's prize day. Rachel grimaced and rinsed the last dish. The last day of the summer reading program. Can't miss that. Her shoulders sagged a little lower, and Juvad frowned. He hadn't meant to add extra work to her already heavy load. From the sounds of it, she already had enough responsibility, too much for one woman. While he was there solely on Tiny's behalf, he could see no reason not to help Rachel out too. Tomorrow is soon enough for clothes shopping. I will help with the chores, provided someone shows me what needs doing. Fate stood and propped Tiny on one narrow hip. I can pitch in too, especially if it means lake time. Many hands make light work. More like many hands leave less for you to do, Rachel muttered. All right, y'all get out of my kitchen so I can clean up, and then we'll head into town. If we hurry, we can still meet Yasmin at the lake after lunch. Kelly pumped her fist into the air. Yes, come on, y'all, we got work to do. She raced out of the kitchen, followed by a shambling Fate carrying Tiny. Juvad leaned a hip against the counter. Who is Yasmin? My sister-in-law. It took him a moment to work out the meaning, and when he did, a thread of displeasure rippled through him. Your husband's sister or Fate's wife? She snorted out a laugh. Yasmin is my ex-husband's sister. Fate ain't never been married. No woman'll have him. More's the pity. The displeasure dissipated, replaced by a surprising dose of male satisfaction. There is much to clean here. Do you need assistance? She laughed again, this one lighter and accompanied by a grin. I got it. Run outside and help Fate if you want. Hate to put you to work on your first day here, but if you're willing... I am willing, Lady Rachel. He nodded his head in a respectful bow and left her to her work. He had his own to do, in exchange for his board and as part of his commitment to the net telepath who'd sent him to Earth. Fate was outside with Rachel's daughters sorting animals into groups. Juvad studied their actions, carefully memorizing the way they handled the creatures, and pitched in where he could. The tasks themselves were simple enough. He had no doubt he'd be able to complete each one on his own within a few days. Rachel called the girls inside for quick baths. Fate mumbled something about cleaning up and stalked out of the yard along a well-worn trail. Juvad retreated to his new lodgings, sent a quick update to his ship through his wristcom, then sorted through his currency. 1/3 of it could go to the bank account he intended to open locally. Another third could be carried on his person, and the last would stay here. He just found a good hiding place for it when a light knock hit his door. You may enter, he called. Rachel opened the door and stuck her head inside. Sorry to bother you. We're about ready to go. She'd already changed into a simple green shirt the same color as her eyes, and short pants that hit her at mid-thigh, leaving her shapely legs bare. He stripped his shirt off and dropped it onto the couch next to his pack, then sat down beside it. I need a moment, please. Her eyes slid to the side, landing somewhere to his left. You really don't have to be so formal. My grasp of your language is incomplete. He unlaced his boots and toed them off. They were sturdy and thick-heeled. He had no doubt they mimicked local popular fashion. Thankfully, they were also comfortable, though he would have preferred a cooler shoe, given the region's high temperatures and humidity. At what time do you school your daughters? Her gaze snapped to his. They don't have school in the summer. He stood and unfastened his breeches. Jeans, they were called, made from denim. The knowledge popped unbidden into his head, and he stifled a wince. "Where I am from, children never pause their education." She turned her back on him. "Are you from Europe? I hear they have really good year-round schools there." "I am not." He shucked his jeans, taking his socks with him, and tugged a fresh pair of each out of his pack. "Why?" "I'm just trying to figure out where you're from. You look like a Pacific Islander, truth be told. Well, your skin does anyway." She sighed and jiggled her knee back and forth in an unsteady rhythm. "I'd give about anything to have skin that tanned like yours without wrinkling me into a little old lady." "You are far from being old enough to wrinkle." "Fat lot you know," she muttered. "You always drop your drawers around strange women." "Does my nudity bother you?" She choked on her breath, and her shoulders hunched around her ears. "God's truth, if I'd known you were naked back there, I would have left already." "You may look, if you wish." She slapped her hands over her face, and though he couldn't see them, he was sure her cheeks had flamed red. "You're the devil, ain't you?" He grinned and stuffed his legs into the stiff fabric of his jeans. That was one concept he understood readily enough, without the auto-learner's implanted programming prodding his memory. "I could tempt you to sin, if it pleases you." "One of us is going to hell sure as Sunday, and I'm pretty sure it won't be me." He laughed as he shrugged on a fresh t-shirt. "I am fully dressed now, Lady Rachel." "I wish you'd call me Rachel, especially if you're going to wander around naked in my presence." Raw humor threaded through her voice, unwittingly encouraging Juvad to prod her into another reaction. "I sleep in the nude if you—" She whirled around, cutting off his teasing. "If you're going to suggest I come witness it, forget it. I ain't even tempted." Yes, she was. It was there in the way her eyes lingered on him, in the flush still blooming in her cheeks, and in the faint smile curving her full mouth. He had a sudden urge to prod her into a full-blown smile, to hear her laughter ring out again, and immediately shoved it down. Teasing Rachel was one thing. A light flirt hurt no one, and it would be nice if they could find their way to friendship during his stay on her planet. Anything more would be foolhardy until he unraveled Tiny's predicament. After that, though, he was free to do as he pleased. Tempting Rachel into sin held a surprising appeal, one he wouldn't mind exploring before he returned home.
Rachel plopped down on the bench of a rickety wooden picnic table. She'd managed to snag the last one shaded by the towering trees growing along Lake Burton's shores, and thank goodness for it. It was 90 if it was a degree, and lordy was it humid. The air had to be thick enough to cut with a dull butter knife. She swiped the back of her hand across her sweat-dotted forehead. As soon as Fate's truck had rolled to a stop, Kelly had helped Tiny out of her car seat and made a beeline for the shallows. Fate had ambled along after them in his decade-old swimming trunks and a t-shirt, while Juvad had helped Rachel carry towels and snacks to the picnic area. She shooed him off right after. The man was too good-looking for her peace of mind, he was. She'd about had a heart attack when he stripped down at the house, and then again when he was trying on bathing suits at Walmart. He'd opened the dressing room door holding the swimsuit she'd picked out for him, instead of wearing it. She'd gotten an eyeful of him in all his glory and blushed to high heavens, and he just stood there grinning like a buffoon until she'd slammed the door shut on his nudity. If the man had a shy bone in his body, it was well hidden. He didn't have a spare ounce of fat on him either, far as she could tell, and it didn't go unnoticed. As soon as he stepped foot on the beach, the eyes of every woman over the age of 14 had snapped to him and stayed there the whole time he helped Rachel set out their things, and while he stripped off his shirt and toed off his shoes, and when he jogged across the beach and waded into the deep side of the roped-off swimming spot. She clucked her tongue. Half the women there were married with children, and the other half probably had intendeds. She wasn't one to judge, though. Why, it'd be fairly hypocritical of her to, given the way her nerves jangled every time Juvad was within spitting distance. Besides, he had a nice body. Wasn't a thing wrong with admitting the truth, was there? A breathless Yasmin dropped onto the picnic table's other bench seat. Rachel's sister-in-law was tall and willowy, and pretty as a button in a white sleeveless sundress that contrasted nicely with her native tan. They'd been best friends since the first day of kindergarten, two stranger-shy girls thrown together by fate, if Rachel told the story, or by the bus driver's assigned seating arrangements, according to Yasmin. Either way, they'd bonded over a whole lot of mutual that day. Their fear of what school held for them, their love of the written word, and irritation at their brothers. Yasmin's older, Rachel's younger. Not a lot had changed in the past 20-odd years except for their dreams. Yasmin dug a cold canned soda out of the cooler and popped the top. "Sorry I'm late. We had an off-schedule flower delivery come in on top of a last-minute wedding." Rachel checked on Fate and the girls. They were right where they were supposed to be, digging up sand at the edge of the lake. Juvad had swum out to the floating dock outside the safety ropes. Him she wasn't worried about a bit. "Anybody I know?" she asked. "Tourists eloping from the burbs. She's in that way." Yasmin waggled her perfectly arched black eyebrows and grinned. "They were happy enough, though why they decided to hot-foot it all the way from Lawrenceville to Clayton to get hitched is beyond me." "A wedding in the mountains is romantic." "It's a waste of money they'll need for that baby," Yasmin said tartly. "But good money for me, so I can't complain. And seeing as how they have one on the way, I made the bride a diaper bouquet." Rachel hid a startled laugh behind her own Coke. "You did not." "Oh, yes, I did. And she loved it. Honestly, Rach, if half my clients were as easy to please as her, I'd be rolling in it." A faintly bitter note underscored Yasmin's words. Rachel cupped a hand over her friend's and squeezed gently. "Everything okay?" Yasmin shrugged one shoulder, and her eyelids slid down, hiding her deep brown eyes. "Marty's been making noises about Juan again. How shameful it is that his future brother-in-law is in prison for murder. Like I can do anything about it." Rachel bit back her scorn. Marty Benfield was a vice president at her bank and a bigwig in local society. If bigwig was defined as a self-important, arrogant know-it-all who threw his weight around whenever he got the chance. What Yasmin saw in the man was beyond Rachel. But it wasn't her place to pick her friend's decisions apart. "I'm sorry," she said at last. "I thought Marty would have come around to the idea that you and your brother are different people by now." "Like he believes you and Juan are different people?" Yasmin snorted, an indelicate gesture completely at odds with her refined features. "The divorce has been final for, what, almost 2 years now? And I'm part of the second generation of my family to be born here. And still, he nags at me about immigration and green cards. I'm a native-born citizen. My grandparents were legal residents, for crying out loud." "His prejudices run deep, my young Padawan." Yasmin huffed out a short laugh. "What would I do without you?" "Live a dull, humorless life." "Oh, that's the truth." Yasmin's gaze drifted to the water. "Oh, dear Lord. Are those the swimming trunks I got Fate for his 18th birthday?" "One and the same." "He's a dinosaur, Rach. Take the man shopping and spare us the fashion nightmare." "I dragged him to Walmart today, and he went straight to the guns and ammo." "Figures." Yasmin's dark eyes went round. "Holy moly. Who is that, and where can I get one?" Rachel didn't even have to look to know who Yasmin was talking about. Her gaze drifted toward the beach anyway, and landed right on Juvad, wading out of the water like a human Poseidon. His wet swimsuit clung to hard muscular thighs and the bump of his masculinity. He sluiced water out of his short hair and walked toward her, completely ignoring the salacious stares of a dozen women dressed in string bikinis. God's truth, if a couple of other men had been behind him, it would have been like watching the opening credits of Baywatch. Her heart did a half-gainer into her stomach, and her skin heated hot as fire. She hid her blush behind a long swig of lukewarm Coke, then said, "Juvad rented my spare room this morning. That's why we were in Walmart today. He rolled into town with maybe 2 spare change of clothes and a wad of cash thicker than my fist." Yasmin frowned and leaned closer. "Drug dealer?" Rachel shot a glare at her. "Do you really think I'd let a drug dealer anywhere near the girls? Especially after Juan got messed up in that gang." "Sorry, Rach, it's just, the sudden appearance, the lack of clothes, the cash." Yasmin shrugged. "Spells fishy to me." "He's a foreigner, that's all. Though he'd pulled out a shiny new Georgia driver's license as ID when she'd helped him open a bank account. And he's good with chores. He pitched right in this morning and didn't complain a whit. I'm so thankful to get a man like him I could just spit." Yasmin snickered. "I bet you could." "Oh, hush. You know what I mean. He's a real godsend as a renter. Paid cash up front for 6 months' board. And he's got a strong back he's not afraid to use." "So, you like him for his back?" "I like being able to pay my taxes without having to scrape and squeeze. The man part I can take or leave. I sure as tootin' don't need one." "Every woman needs a man like that, chica." Rachel couldn't quite bring herself to disagree, and thankfully, Juvad didn't give her a chance to. He strolled right up and nodded respectfully. "The water is very nice, Lady Rachel. You will join me." It wasn't a question. She treated it as one anyway. "Maybe later, Juvad. This is Yasmin Olvera." "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Yasmin." Yasmin patted her heart with one elegant hand. "I want one, Rach. I swear. I'll give you half my business if you can dig up a carbon copy." Juvad grinned. "I have 2 brothers. One is unmated." "Be still, my little heart." Rachel rolled her eyes. "You already have a man, Yasmin. Not like him." And a good thing, too. The women of Rabun County probably couldn't handle another Juvad running around, let alone 3. "She's not serious." "Says you," Yasmin muttered. "So, Juvad, where are you from?" He dropped onto the beach beside Rachel, exactly far enough away to satisfy propriety. "A long way from here, though my home region shares much in common with this one." "And what do you do there?" "Yasmin," Rachel warned. Juvad casually reached into the cooler and snagged a bottle of water. His gaze turned shrewd as he sipped it, and for a while, Rachel thought he wasn't going to answer. He set the bottle down on the table in front of him and twisted the cap on. "Many things, Lady Yasmin. My father is a farmer and a leader of men. My mother a former soldier. I have trained with both of them, although I am neither a farmer nor a soldier." "So you're a—" Yasmin's gaze drifted away from Juvad, and her high forehead knit into a scowl. "Uh-oh." Rachel swiveled around in her seat and spotted the 6 young men strutting down the path from the highway to the beach. They were all Hispanic, all in their late teens and early 20s, and at least one was a member of Juan's old gang, based out of the Gainesville area. Crap. What were they doing at Lake Burton when Lake Lanier was so much closer to them? She hissed in a breath and turned right back around. "Let's hope they don't recognize us or the girls." Juvad leaned close and lowered his voice. "What is it about these men that bothers you, Lady Rachel?" "It's a long story. A really, really long one. And she wasn't about to spill it in public when so many eyes and ears were on her handsome renter. I'm just gonna go fetch the girls real quick. They need a rest anyway.
I will accompany you.
No, I got it. The young men walked right by at that moment. One nodded at Rachel, then grinned at Yasmin. And though it was friendly enough, Rachel didn't trust him as far as she could throw him. She'd learned a lot of hard lessons during her marriage to Juan. The primary one being that a snake's bite always hurt, no matter how pretty its stripes. As soon as the men were past, she whispered, "We're going home." Juvad stood and rested a firm hand on her shoulder.
I will fetch Fate and the girls. Stay here with Lady Yasmin.
I can... He cut midnight blue eyes at her.
Do as I say, woman.
He was gone before she could sputter out a response. Good thing, too, as her fear at spotting those young men was quickly replaced by a burning anger. How dare he speak to her like that? And him a near stranger? Why, she ought to tear a stripe into him. And she might, just as soon as she got her girls home safe and sound. Yasmin blinked wide eyes at her. Rachel rounded on her, already mad enough to spit. Don't even, Yasmin, just don't say it. I was just going to point out that, for a godlike being, he's a wee bit domineering. Some of the starch left her spine, and Rachel laughed. What would I do without you? Live a lonely, boring life. Can I say it now? Oh, go ahead. That was sexy as sin. The way he went all alpha soldier on you? Maybe just a little. Enough to siphon off the last of Rachel's mad, anyway. She sighed and stood. Easy come, easy go. Her temper had always been like that. Help me pack up. We can bring out the water hose and the kiddie pool. If you bat your eyelashes at Fate, he might be persuaded to grill some burgers for us later. Batting I can do, Yasmin said. The kiddie pool? Meh. As she and Yasmin stuffed snacks and drinks away into their proper containers, Rachel kept one eye on Juvad, rounding up the rest of her family, and the other eye on the young men splashing toward the floating dock. It worried her something fierce that those men had shown up out of the blue. Maybe nothing would come of it. Nobody had bothered her for at least a year now. But it wouldn't hurt to start locking her doors again at night, just to be on the safe side.
Chapter 4. For the rest of the day, Juvad tried to pin Rachel down and ask her about the young men at the lake. She avoided him with the deftness of the wind sliding through the forest, often on the flimsiest of excuses. During the afternoon's leisure activities, she clung to Yasmin's side, chatting companionably with her next sister. After, she slipped into the kitchen and begged off talking to him in favor of preparing side dishes for the evening meal. When that was eaten and appreciated, she waved off his offer of aid and cleaned up the meal's remnants herself, with Yasmin and her daughters for company. That had exhausted the remainder of her time. She gave him a key to her home and invited him to use her entertainment center, then retired into her bedchamber, pleading fatigue. If the situation were different, he might have been willing to wait her out. Rachel on her own wasn't difficult to protect, but she wasn't his assignment. Her daughter was, and with the children involved and the unknown threat still at bay, waiting wasn't an option. On the other hand, no woman appreciated being pushed. It was likely to get her dander up, as fate put it, and that wouldn't net Juvad the answers he needed. That night, he lay in bed listening to insects chirping outside his window, contemplating the best way to break through Rachel's reluctance. Charm wouldn't do it. She seemed immune to his, her sweet blushes aside. His gut said honesty would be the best path, but how could he possibly tell her the truth? He tucked both hands behind his head and grinned at the ceiling, imagining her reaction. Shock, disbelief, possibly the same smack to the arm she gave Fate when her brother made mischief. He shook the thought away. Telling her was out of the question. She might react poorly, or worse, she might not believe him. So he'd have to find another way to wiggle her reason for leaving the beach after spotting those young men out of her. He fell asleep sifting through ideas, and woke the next morning no closer to a solution than he had the night before. He pulled on a pair of jeans, used the toilet, and brushed his teeth, all the while sorting through ways he could ease Rachel into opening up to him. Rachel was already in the kitchen when he unlocked the door and entered. She whirled around, one hand on her heart, the other holding a spatula high. He paused halfway through the entrance. "Good morning, Lady Rachel." She sagged against the counter and lowered the spatula. "Juvad! Sorry, I forgot you were here." "You forgot you rented your room to a stranger and gave him a key to your dwelling?" "I would have remembered as soon as I woke up," she muttered. She turned around and tucked the spatula into a drawer. "I was about to put coffee on." He shut the door gently behind him. "Good. We can talk while you do that." "No, I need to wake the girls and—" "After," he said firmly. "Why did you wish to leave the recreational area yesterday? What have those young men done to deserve your mistrust?" Her hands paused on the plastic canister she was opening. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Answer me, Rachel." "Now you call me Rachel? What is that? Unfair Argument Tactics 101? He crossed his arms over his chest, determined not to allow her wit to sway him from his mission. Mistruths? Delays? Who is being unfair? She scowled at him over one stiffly set shoulder. "What's between me and those men is none of your business, Juvad." "Then I need not worry that they will arrive here with the intent to harass you and your family, and me as your renter." Her scowl faded and her mouth snapped shut. She set the canister down and faced him, her arms crossed over her breasts, her firm ass against the counter. "It's not those men I'm worried about necessarily." "Then who?" "Their boss, the gang's leader, Miguel Ramirez. Or he's one of the higher-ups anyway." "Gang?" "You know, a gang. Bad guys doing bad things to people over drugs and prostitutes and illegally obtained cash. Or bad gals. Same thing." She raked a shaky hand through her hair and sighed. "Where are you from that you've never heard of a gang?" "A place where different terminology is used. Why would this gang be interested in you?" "That's a really long story." "I have time." "Of course you do." She put her back to him and reached for a canister sitting on the counter. "My ex-husband Juan got into trouble a few years back before I divorced him. I don't know the whys or hows, only that during one of the times we were separated, he fell in with a gang down in Gainesville. About broke his mama's heart when she found out. I really need to get dressed if we're going to talk." "No more delays. Finish your story." "Has anybody ever told you you're a bossy son of a biscuit eater?" He grinned at her stiff back. "Never. Continue, please." "Well, at least I got a please," she muttered. "Anyhow, Juan tried to untangle himself once. He came here wanting to reconcile, and I let him stay. Kelly was a little girl then, and girls need their fathers too. Everything was good for a while. He helped out around here, did his best to spend time with Kelly. Then folks started showing up at all hours, demanding this and that. Mean-looking folks with tattoos and guns and bad attitudes." "The men from the lake?" "Not them, no, but men like them, or worse. Juan started disappearing during the day, sometimes at night too. I found out I was pregnant with Tiny and kicked him out. Not long after, he was locked up for murdering a guy in Gainesville during an armed robbery." Rachel's words halted abruptly. She poured water into a freestanding machine and switched it on. It gurgled to life and spit a steam of fragrant brown liquid into a glass carafe, filling it, and she stood there with her head bowed and her hands clenched into fists against the countertop. Finally, she breathed out a bitter laugh. "You must think I'm a pure blind fool for letting him come back." "It is not my place to judge, Rachel." And he wouldn't have regardless. Undoubtedly, she'd been trying to save her family. Who could falter for that? What happened to him? He pled guilty in exchange for a reduced sentence. Me and Yasmin went to the hearing. Fate kept the girls. I couldn't drag them through that. I just couldn't. She shook her head and swallowed hard. That's when Miguel and his cronies approached us. Said Juan owed him some money, but if we played real nice, came into the family, so to speak, he'd let it slide. He did not mean to make you family, Juvad said slowly. Not even close. I reckon he wanted us to hook or something. Hook? Sorry, I keep forgetting about your English. Hook, as in become hookers, as in pass us around among his men or sell us out to Johns. She said the words flatly, as if they held no meaning to her, but the horror underscoring her tone was plainly audible. A slow-burning anger tightened Juvad's gut, and his own hands clenched into fists against the door. You said no. She swiveled around so quickly her hair flew into her face. She shoved it back and glared at him. Of course I said no. I ain't no backwoods hick to be tricked into prostitution. I was stating the obvious, Rachel, not impugning your honor. Miguel did not accept your answer. No, he didn't. No. She slumped against the counter, her anger gone as abruptly as it had risen. Miguel's not exactly the kind of guy you say no to. He came by one night, tried to break in and take us. Luckily, Fate was staying over and sleeping on the couch. He called the police, then scared Miguel and his posse off with his shotgun. They came back? They tried. The sheriff had deputies do drive-bys for a week or two, and Fate slept on the couch for more than a month. Miguel eventually quit trying, but I don't for the life of me believe he ever forgot. The divorce came through while all that was going on, and I started sending Juan's letters back to him unopened. It's been a long time since anybody bothered us, Juvad. A really long time. I don't want that to start up again. Then it will not. You can't stop these people if they really want to get to you. He pushed himself away from the door and stared down at her, strong-willed Rachel with her stiff spine and tart attitude. She'd been rearing her children alone for so long she'd forgotten how to accept a helping hand, even when she needed it. And she needed help now, needed him now. So did her daughters. Somehow, the net path had known about Rachel's predicament. For some reason he still couldn't fathom, it had chosen him out of the billions of humans in the galaxy to help her, and by doing so, keep Tiny safe for whatever purpose the paths needed her. But at least Juvad knew what he was protecting the child from. At least now he had a target. And with a target, he could act. You will tell me everything you know about Miguel and his gang, he said. It won't help. You will tell me, woman. She narrowed her eyes at him. Now listen here, Juvad. You're not my boss. He stalked toward her, closing the distance between them, and enunciated his words carefully so there would be no misunderstandings. I am your family's protector, Rachel Athena Hunter. She held up a hand, warding him off. I'm a woman full-grown and perfectly capable of seeing to my family's protection, thank you. He pinned her against the counter, his hands braced, one on either side of her hips, and leaned down, nose to nose with her. I have no doubt of your fierceness, but fierceness alone will not stop these men. Do not set yourself against me on this. Her gaze dropped to his mouth, and her breaths shallowed. What were we talking about again? He smiled, satisfied to his bones with her response. A woman yielded to her man's judgment on matters of security, as he yielded to hers in other ways. Rachel wasn't his, true, but their temporary living situation was close enough to matings among the Pruxnae to work in the same way. She managed his activities on her farm, and in return, he afforded her the strength of his body in whatever form she needed. It would work perfectly. He eased upright and leaned his hips into hers. You were acquiescing. She blinked, clearing the dreamy expression from her features. No, I was acquiescing, he said firmly, and kissed her before she could disagree. She mmm'd against his mouth and softened, warming to the slow meld of his flesh with hers, and something hot and needy flared to life within him. He reined it in, forcing himself to gentle his touch, to grip the counter and not her hips, to savor and taste, not devour. The temptation was there to tease her into opening for him, to ease his hand under her shirt and touch her bare skin with his, to push her faster and harder than he'd ever pushed a woman before, and possibly push his skittish landlady right out of his arms, and him right out of her life. He broke the kiss and leaned his forehead against hers, and their sharp breaths mingled in the space between their mouths. There was no rush to know her, no hurry. They had time to learn each other later, after everyone was safe and Rachel learned to trust him. "Tell me what you know about Miguel," he whispered. Her laugh was husky and soft, and her fingers a welcome heat against his bare stomach. "I think better when you're not so close." He straightened away from her, giving her the reprieve she needed, for now. "Better?" She placed both hands flat on his stomach and shoved gently. "No, Javad. Honestly, I need more than a foot of space unless you want to go hungry." 2 feet and no more, he teased, though he had only a vague idea how much space a foot was compared to galactic standard measurements. "Talk quickly, woman. Your daughters will awaken soon, and there is much work to be done." "A woman's work," she muttered, and retrieved a rectangular box from a cupboard. "Cold cereal this morning, and that's what you get for crowding me." He grinned. Crowding wasn't the word he would have used, but he let it go. Rachel could have her space as long as he got the information he needed. Later, though, he was going to kiss her again, and she would kiss him back and feed the passion blossoming between them.
Rachel thought about that kiss all day long. Her lips were still tingling when she went out to milk the goats and see to their feed. Georgette about got away from her, too. Would have if Juvad hadn't come whistling along behind her, looking as if he hadn't a care in the world. Maybe she could have forgotten it if he'd been fully dressed. Apparently, that would have been too much to ask. He'd buttoned his jeans and gone shirtless. Hadn't even bothered to tie his boots up or anything before he'd sauntered out. But that wasn't what held her attention. His chest was a mile wide if it was an inch, all smooth skin and delicious tan over hard muscles, and his stomach was lean as a washboard. She'd had her fingers on that stomach, felt it tighten and crease every time Juvad brushed his mouth along hers. And that tattoo. It changed colors during their kiss, from solid black to muted shades of reds and golds. She'd wanted nothing more than to run her hands over it, or maybe her mouth. Still did, truth be told. Rachel sucked in a breath and put her back to that temptation. A body could only take so much. Nigh on 3 years was a long time for a woman to do without. Even a woman who believed sex should be confined to the marital bed. Figuratively speaking. Rachel came to a lot of hard truths that day. For one, those tattoos weren't the only temptation she faced. Juvad had broken off that kiss about 3 shakes before her mind could drift around to the idea of him taking her right there against the counter. She thought about it later, though. Way more than a God-fearing woman oughta. That was for sure. What would it have felt like for him to hoist her onto the counter with those big hands of his and wedge himself between her thighs? She finished her goat chores with her sex tingling and her nipples butted into tight nubs, and moved on to weeding the vegetable garden protected by the highest, most goat-proof fence she and Fate had been able to cobble together. Truth was, she wanted Juvad to do it again, and it didn't shame her at all. Why should it? She was a grown woman, unattached save for her kids and Fate, and Juvad was a grown man. A good one, she suspected, in spite of his high-handedness. And that was all the introspection she could handle for one day. She attacked the weeds with a vengeance, pouring out her newly discovered sexual frustration on a row of unsuspecting corn, beans, and squash she'd interplanted. Juvad and the girls stayed out of her way. Rachel tuned one ear to the low rumble of Juvad's accented English and the girls' bright chatter, and settled herself in for a good morning's work. Along about mid-morning, Tiny's laughter faded. The sun burned brightly in a robin's egg blue sky, and the wind stirred lazily through the shoulder-high corn. Sweat coated Rachel's skin and seeped into her clothes. They clung to her, along with half a garden of dirt. She finished the last row she'd intended to weed, then stretched out her aching back, satisfied with her progress. The beans would be in soon. Corn, too, and the tomatoes. Juvad might like those. He hadn't turned his nose up at anything she'd given him so far, though he acted like he'd never eaten most of what she'd cooked. What kind of man hadn't tasted bacon? Maybe he was Muslim. She tossed the last weed into the compost pile in the corner of the fenced-in area, hefted her hoe across one shoulder, and fastened the garden gate securely behind herself. No, he couldn't be Muslim. They didn't eat pork at all. Jews neither. Hindus were vegetarians. Or was that Buddhists? Maybe he was just from a country that hadn't discovered the gustatory pleasure of pan-fried bacon was all. Except she had this funny feeling tucked deep inside her that Juvad had never even seen a lot of the fruits and vegetables she kept on hand, let alone tasted them. It was almost like he was experiencing food for the first time, testing the first bite, savoring the next, wolfing down the last, like a man who'd only ever eaten nutritional supplements, or something equally tasteless, like one who hadn't eaten regular food at all. She ambled up the path from the garden to the house, around the remnants of the orchard her grandparents had planted and her parents had let go, along the outside of the fence penning the goats out of mischief. When she got to the house, a sight greeted her. Juvad was sitting on the porch steps, holding a library book and wearing his fancy watch. A pair of shorts they'd picked up at Walmart yesterday, and not a stitch besides. Kelly sat on one side of him, Tiny on the other, both dressed in play shorts and t-shirts. Rachel paused at the corner of the house and leaned against the hoe, listening carefully. What were those three up to? "You sure you want me to read it, Mr. Juvad?" Kelly asked. "I ain't never knowed a grown-up what couldn't read."
"I haven't yet learned to read your language,"
Juvad said.
"You gotta say ain't,"
Kelly corrected.
"Else you sound like a teacher or something."
Rachel stifled a laugh. She'd expected Kelly to help Juvad relax his language a little. Not exactly like that, though.
"Today, I am a teacher, Lady Kelly, and you are mine. Here, what does this say?"
Kelly scratched the end of her nut-brown nose and tipped the book toward her.
"It says the Earth is, like, a gazillion miles away from the sun."
Juvad clucked his tongue.
"Don't summarize. Read every word."
"That'll take all day."
"Only if you procrastinate."
"But every word? That's kinda hard, Mr. Juvad."
"We're both learning about the Earth, remember? And if we finish this section, maybe we'll have time to learn another constellation before lunch."
Kelly heaved a long-suffering sigh.
"Okay, all right. Give me the book."
Juvad obligingly handed the book over. Tiny protested and crawled right into his lap, chattering away in her made-up language. Surprisingly, Juvad answered her in kind, dropping into a guttural drawl, then tacked on,
"In English, Lady Bettina."
That startled Rachel good. She hadn't told Juvad Tiny's full name. They rarely used it. Hadn't since she was born. Bettina had been too much of a mouthful for Kelly to handle, so they'd shortened it to Tiny, and the nickname had stuck. But how had Juvad known that name? Rachel shook her head, refusing to let even a whiff of unease build in her mind. There had to be a reasonable explanation, just like there was a reasonable explanation as to why Juvad didn't know what bacon was, and how he understood Tiny when nobody else could. She backtracked to the shed, cleaned the dirt off the hoe, and stored it. Yep, she was certain there was a reasonable explanation for all that, and Juvad was going to spell it out as soon as the girls went down for a nap that afternoon. After lunch, Rachel put Tiny to bed for a nap and Kelly to bed with a book for a nice little siesta. She came back into the kitchen and found Juvad cleaning up their sandwich makings. "I can do that," she said. He zipped a bag of prepackaged deli meat closed and stuffed it into the fridge.
"I've got it. You should sit down and rest while you can."
"I rested enough over lunch."
"Hardly. I've never seen a woman as restless as you. Even my mother could sit still longer."
"There's a lot going on."
"And plenty of help with it."
He capped the mayo and put it away, then twisted the tie on the bread bag.
"Your daughters and I can help."
"You'll help enough."
"Only when you allow it. Now sit."
Rachel bristled a little at that. A man hadn't told her what to do since her daddy died, including Juan. "Now listen here, Juvad." He turned around, leaned against the counter, and crossed his arms over his bare chest.
"I'm listening."
His biceps flexed, twitching his tattoo, and her eyes fell on it. It was an odd blue color, barely lighter than black, about the same color as Juvad's eyes. Her fingers itched to trace the design and the skin around it, and maybe to wander a little farther afield. She curled them into a balled-up fist and dropped into a chair, her anger forgotten.
"You wanted to tell me something?"
Juvad prompted. Yes, she did. She nodded at a chair and waited for him to take it, then said, "What were you and the girls doing this morning?"
"Kelly showed me how to gather eggs from Fate's chickens. We made her and Tiny's beds and mine."
"You made beds?"
"I asked Kelly to show me what chores she normally does. It was a long list."
Rachel ignored his faint smile. "You were reading when I came up from the garden."
"Kelly wishes to be an astronomer."
He slid lower in the chair and his smile widened into a wicked grin.
"I have some knowledge of space."
Why that smile made her think he had more than some knowledge was beyond her. But there it was, and she couldn't quite let go of it and move on. "What kind of knowledge?"
"The kind that can be useful to an inquisitive mind."
"That isn't an answer." His smile faded, though sultry humor glimmered in his eyes.
"What do you really want to know?"
"Why you're here." He shrugged.
"I needed a place to stay."
"But why us?"
"This is where I was sent."
She threw her hands up in the air and thumped her back against the chair. "For heaven's sake, Juvad! Don't you think I'm entitled to a better answer than that?" He leaned forward, all traces of humor gone.
"Would you believe me if I said I'm here to watch over you? That there are those in the wider universe interested in making sure your daughters grow to adulthood and fulfill their destinies?"
"That's—" She blew out a puff of air. "Pure plumb crazy. We're nothing special."
"Yes, you are. Kelly is incredibly intelligent. Tiny is—"
He folded his hands together and tapped them against the table's top.
"A very unique little girl. And you're their mother. A strong, attractive woman."
Oh God, this god of a man with his beautiful everything and mouth-watering tattoos, thought she was attractive?
"Who needs a little help? Why did you let me stay?"
It took her a minute to switch directions and register his question. Unfortunately, the first thing that popped out of her mouth was the unvarnished truth. "Because I needed the money."
"Just so?"
he said.
But you would never have rented the room to someone untrustworthy, regardless of your need, would you?
Well, didn't that just put a wrench in her questions? No.
You're a good judge of another's character.
She always had been, right up until Juan had fallen into trouble. It was the one glaring flaw in her otherwise spotless record of sorting the good apples from the bad. I was.
You are,
he insisted.
Yesterday, I watched the way you reacted to the people around you. A few you trust completely. Some you trust, but only so far. And others you trust not at all, though you don't know them. What does your instinct say about me?
She swallowed hard and touched her heart. The very heart that had been telling her what kind of man Juvad was from the get-go. I can trust you. He nodded once and slumped into the chair again.
As I trust you.
But you don't know me.
I know enough.
His watch buzzed once and blinked. He tapped its surface and stood, rising to his full height in a slow, muscle-flexing stretch.
Fate will be here soon. He and I are going into town today to gather supplies to paint your house.
When did you talk to... She shook the question away. The ways of men were beyond her. Always had been. And every little thing Juvad did wasn't her business anyway, unless it affected the girls. Besides, if he could motivate fate to paint the house, who was she to argue? Let me get money for the paint and all. He ran a fingertip down her nose, then slid it across her lower lip.
Consider this partial payment for the room and board.
He was gone before she could say a word to the contrary, and, like a lump, she sat right where she was, holding one hand over her tingling mouth, as the screen door slapped shut behind him. Lordy, that man could fire a light bulb from 60 feet away, couldn't he? And all that with a single touch and a smoldering look. And her still in the dark as to why he was there and what he was up to. She shook her head and got up to finish cleaning the kitchen. He was right about one thing, though. She did trust him, had since the minute she'd laid eyes on him. And wasn't that odd? Tiny did, too. And that little imp didn't trust nobody outside of the family. Never had. And Kelly, sitting there calm as a laying hen, instructing Juvad on the finer points of mountain slang? Shy as a bug in a rug Kelly, who never opened her mouth to strangers, let alone looked them in the eye, had taken right to Juvad. Rachel tucked the loaf bread into the bread box. Maybe it didn't matter why he was there, though she'd be a cornmeal fried catfish if she'd let it go. No, the girls liked him, and since they did, knowing the whys right this minute wasn't all that important. She'd wiggle it out of him sooner or later. In the meantime, she had a list of errands a mile long for him and Fate to run while they were in town picking up house painting supplies. She grinned and hopped to making a list. Poor Juvad hadn't known what trouble he'd landed in when he'd come here, but he was about to find out.
Chapter 5. Juvad twisted the knob on the portable radio he'd purchased during his and Fate's supply run into the nearest town the previous day. Static hissed, then resolved into a heavy beat. Metal, Fate had called it, though Juvad was more inclined to think of it as a gift from the gods. Whatever its name, it was a welcome accompaniment to his day's labor. He turned it to a low murmur, loud enough to enjoy, soft enough for conversation, and studied the tools he'd chosen for the day's work. Rachel rounded the side of the house carrying a bottle of goat's milk. She wrinkled her nose as she drifted to a halt next to him. "Do you really have to listen to that caterwauling?" He chose a scraper and set its edge against the porch railing. "I like it." "Really?" "On my home, our music is traditional. Stories, mostly. Old legends accompanied by simple instruments. Sometimes myths of the old gods. Folk songs. Something like that." "I like folk songs." "I do too. This metal makes a nice change. Yeah, I guess it would, if traditional stuff is all you've ever heard. We've got a lot of local bands that play bluegrass and country. Other stuff too, but... She shrugged and glanced at the milk in her hands. I better get this in the fridge. Hot as it is outside, it's liable to spoil. She bounced up the steps and into the kitchen. The door had no sooner closed on her than it reopened and Kelly bounced out. 3 days he'd been on Earth, and most of the females he'd met bounced wherever they went. Kelly sat down on the top step of the porch stairs and propped bony elbows on knobby knees. "Morning, Mr. Juvad." He turned the scraper around and scraped away from her, scattering old paint into the overgrown hedge. "Good morning, Lady Kelly. Have you decided what lesson you want to study today?" "I figure we should keep working on the planets, seeing as how we still got a long ways to go in that book." She glanced down, scrubbed the toe of her sandal along a lower step. "You reckon me and Tiny can stay up late tonight and maybe practice spotting them constellations we've been learning?" "If your mother says it's okay." Her foot stopped abruptly, and her dark eyes went round. "Really?" "Of course." "You're supposed to argue and tell me all the reasons why staying up is bad for me." He glanced at her and arched an eyebrow. "Why would I do that?" "Because that's what grown-ups do." She wrinkled her nose exactly the way her mother had. "Are you sure you're a grown-up? 'Cause you don't act like one." He set the scraper down and keyed up a link to his ship's AI on his wristcom. "How old is a grown-up here?" "I don't know. Hold on." She scrambled off the steps and through the kitchen entrance and was back again just as quickly. "Mama says 18 is an adult, unless you want a beer, and then you gotta be 21. "Nice to know." He requested a conversion of his age from Abuian into Earth years and showed the display to Kelly. 25 years, 12 weeks, 3 days. Definitely a grown-up. She plopped onto the top stair and propped her chin in her hands. "Younger than Mama, though, so I guess I really better ask her, huh? Seeing as how she's older and all." "Seeing as how she's your mother and all," Juvad corrected gently. "Have you finished your morning chores?" "Yes, sir. Me and Tiny both." He glanced at the stretch of peeling paint along the porch rail and judged the amount against his patience and the girl's need to learn. "Can you be ready to study in an hour?" "Sure thing, Mr. Juvad. I gotta help Mama with the goat cheese anyhow." She was gone in a flash, leaving Juvad to the heat of the morning sun and the day's growing humidity. He eased around a thorny bush and its fragrant flowers, and scraped another section of porch rail, nodding in time to the music on the radio. Tiny pushed open the screen door and bounced outside, then settled herself on her knees on the porch and peered through 2 slats at him. "Mengen arig, Duda." "Myengen dunarig, Lady Bettina. Can you say that in English?" "Nigh," she said cheerfully, and prattled away in slightly mangled Pruxnae, something about a bad man shooting a gun at the goats, though he couldn't quite be certain given her syntax. Talking in his native tongue was one thing he hadn't anticipated doing while on Earth. How Tiny knew his language was a mystery, though he suspected it had something to do with the reason the net paths were interested in her. Maybe she was a budding telepath. If so, she could be picking Pruxnae up from his mind. She could have been born with it already in her head, though. Who could say? No one knew much about the paths, rumors and speculation aside. Rachel came outside carrying a blue tube and a glass filled with a pale yellow liquid. "Go on inside and get your sister, Tiny. She's about to pull the pool out so y'all can play in it this afternoon." Tiny obediently pushed herself upright and ran across the porch, her small feet a rapid patter against the worn wood. Rachel set the glass down on the porch rail as the screen door slammed shut behind her youngest daughter. "Lemonade. Good to cure thirst on a hot day." "Thank you, Lady Rachel." "Just Rachel." She held up the blue tube. "Fate can't work outside without using sunscreen. He blisters something fierce." She pursed her lips together as a faint blush rose on her cheeks. Juvad paused his scraping, curious about that blush and its cause. "He's working with his bees right now." "Yeah, I know. Thing is, it's not a good idea to be outside for long without sunscreen on. UV rays." He stared blankly at her, trying to piece together her conversation into something that made sense, much as he had with Tiny. Like mother, like daughter, he was beginning to suspect. "Too much sun causes skin cancer," she blurted out in a rush. "Your skin's dark, but it's not that dark, and I thought maybe you'd like some sunscreen to protect it." "Ah." He set the scraper down on the porch and walked slowly up the stairs, like a normal, non-bouncing human. "You are a considerate landlady." "Oh, Her blush deepened, and her eyelids fluttered down. "You're already sweating. Go dry off, and put on some shoes. God a mercy, Juvad, you're going to get a nail through your foot or something." He shook his head, but he went the same way Tiny had, obediently as Rachel's tone demanded in the way of women everywhere. He snorted at his own compliance as he entered his room and snagged a towel out of the bathing chamber, also called a bathroom or restroom, or men's or ladies' room, depending on who was talking. His mind continued supplying descriptors for the tiny room as he padded back outside on bare feet, drying his skin. John, toilet, head. So many words expanded on naming one room when there were a host of more important things to describe. Different kinds of laughter, micro-fluctuations in the weather, the innumerable emotions expressed in a woman's glance. Yet the Earthlings living in this section of the planet wasted words on a room used to eliminate waste from the human body, and people thought the Pruxnae were odd. When he came out, Rachel was scraping paint off the porch side of the railing. He snagged her wrist, halting her. "What are you doing, woman?" "Helping. It's my house." "It's my work." She yanked her wrist and scowled when he tightened his grip. "I'm not sitting idly by while you work yourself into the ground." "I didn't expect you to." He twisted the scraper gently out of her hand and set it on the porch rail. "But where I come from, the woman manages the family's holdings, directing the man's activities around their property. That is not sitting idly by. It's an equal contribution where it does the most good, in the thinking and planning, not the raw labor." "I've never heard of such." "You wouldn't have." She cocked her head and narrowed her eyes. "So the man does what the woman tells him to?" "Within reason." "But she's the boss." "On those matters, usually with his input. It's more of shared responsibility than it sounds." Her suspicious expression eased into a wry smile. "I'd love to have that kind of setup here. Usually it's me doing the managing and the work, even when there's a man around." Resignation echoed the fatigue in her voice, and for a moment, anger darkened Juvad's heart. Her former husband had been a fool to jeopardize his family's welfare the way he had, leaving Rachel alone to rear their children, run a business, and maintain her property. Though he couldn't speak for other cultures, and wouldn't, there was a reason marriages were undertaken among the Pruxnae. One person wasn't meant to handle the responsibility of caring for a family alone, and shouldn't have to. Juvad gripped her chin and tilted her face toward his. "As long as I'm here, I'll perform the labor of your husband." "I'm not married." "If you were, then, consider me a substitute, without the intimate benefits marriage brings." "Intimate?" Her eyes went wide and her cheeks flamed red. "Oh, sweet merciful heaven, Juvad! You're determined to walk with the devil, aren't you?" He laughed and let her chin go. "Tell me about this sunscreen. What do I do with it?" She slapped the tube into his palm. "You slather it on every inch of exposed skin. I should make you do it yourself as payback for your tomfoolery." He flipped the tube's cap open, squirted a thick white goo onto his palm, and sniffed. "You put this on the girls at the lake." "They're only half Hispanic. Don't want their skin to burn." He grunted. "I didn't see you do it." "You don't know everything, Mr. Smarty Pants. Here." She snagged the tube and moved behind him. "You do your front while I do your back." Or he could wait until she'd finished so he could savor her hands on his skin, willingly placed there under her own aegis. "Do you enjoy touching me?" She coughed out a strangled laugh. "What brought up that question?" "Curiosity. Did you like our kiss?" Can we talk about something else? He peered over his shoulder. As he'd suspected, her cheeks were bright red. This must be where Kelly gets her penchant for procrastination. I do not procrastinate. Rachel smacked her palm onto his back and rubbed briskly. I never procrastinate. Why would you even say such a thing? Because she'd been hesitant to touch him. He turned back around and fixed his gaze on the rolling hills surrounding the pasture, gentle hills cloaked in deciduous green, so unlike the jagged, snow-covered mountains on Abu. I enjoyed kissing you. She snorted and muttered something under her breath that sounded a lot like horny toad. An image of a leather-skinned amphibian popped into his head, accompanied by pain stabbing through his temples. He closed his eyes until it dimmed. Crodden Autolearner. The program must have malfunctioned prior to implantation into his mind. It hadn't matched the right image with the correct terminology, unless Rachel was comparing him to a warty frog, which made no sense at all. Then again, English wasn't exactly a logical language, and she often used local idioms. Her hand slid to another section of his back along his right rib cage. Her touch was lighter now, not as firm as it had been when she started, and it tickled a little. She drifted lower and brushed her hands over his hip above the waistband of his shorts, and he hissed in a sharp breath as her touch shot tingling heat through his skin. Her hand retreated immediately. Sorry, didn't mean to hurt you. You didn't. I'm almost done. Take your time. He wanted her to take all the time she needed, especially when her innocent touch was arousing him. He shifted into a wide-legged stance and focused on the work he wanted to get done that day. Studying the solar system with Kelly, coaxing Tiny into speaking English, scraping paint and helping with supper, and maybe sitting under the stars with Fate and Rachel and her girls at the end of the long day. It didn't help. She refilled her hand and shifted her touch to the opposite side of his back. His skin tingled under the ever-gently sweep of her fingers, spreading heat through him, and his manhood stirred behind the fly of his shorts. She'd looked her fill 2 days ago while helping him choose swimming gear, right before she'd caught herself and slammed the door on his nudity. But she'd looked, and she'd kissed him, and now she was touching him of her own free will. If she kept looking and kissing and touching, he'd never be able to hold on to his discipline long enough to protect her and her girls from the threats posed by this world. And still, he couldn't quite bring himself to ask her to stop. Her hands fell away from his back. All done. Oh. What? Your tattoo. It's changing. She stepped around beside him and traced a fingertip along part of the design. It did this yesterday, too, when we were, He grinned down at her. It's called kissing. Her eyebrows snapped into a scowl. I know what it's called, Juvad. Then call it what it is. I'm going to call you something in a minute. She rubbed a thumb across his tattoo, shooting lightning through his nerves, and gasped. It just got brighter. The ink is keyed to my emotions. I've never heard of that. It's a custom of my mother's people, particularly among mated pairs. They tattoo matching designs here and here. He flicked a finger over 2 spots at the top of her neck, along the pulses beating steadily on either side of her throat. The first one when they're courting, the second when they mate. The markings change color according to the strength of the couple's emotions. That's unusual. Aren't most customs? True. So why did you get a tattoo using this special ink? To honor my mother. She was a soldier before she mated my father and came to live with him in his land. It's a way of remembering her contribution to my heritage. Rachel's thumb stilled on his arm. But you could have used regular ink instead of this stuff. Domorian ink. At her blank expression, he added, The people who make the ink reserve it for my mother's people. It seemed fitting to use it. Oh, right. She tapped his arm and frowned. How do these people link emotions to the ink? No idea. Right. She dropped his arm and stepped away. I shouldn't have been so nosy. You asked honest questions. I gave honest replies. I truly don't know how the Demorians do what they do. I know how it works, though. He lifted his arm, exposing the edge of the tattoo on the interior of his biceps, and pointed to a section halfway between his shoulder and his elbow. Blow here. Why? You'll see. She eased hesitantly forward and blew gently on his skin. Sensation rippled through him, amplified by the ink, and he shuddered. The tattoo changed colors from dim greens into a bright, blazing red, and, Vode help him, his half-hard manhood stiffened to rigid attention, as if she'd breathed on it instead of his arm. He shoved down a sudden need to have her there, controlling it ruthlessly. Strong emotions, strong colors. Her gaze was locked on the tattoo. What kind of emotions? He blew out an exasperated sigh. She couldn't be that naive. Your breath touched a sensitive area. What kind do you think? Oh. She blinked once, twice, and the natural color in her cheeks deepened. Sorry, you shouldn't have let me do that. I enjoyed it. And he wanted her to do it again, maybe sooner than was wise. They'd explored enough for one day, though. He dropped his arm and held his hand out for the sunscreen. Has Kelly talked to you about staying up late tonight to study the constellations? She mentioned it in passing. And? We'll see how tired she and Tiny are after supper. Rachel squirted sunscreen in his hand, then leaned her firm ass against the porch railing. We've got about 30 seconds before Kelly comes out looking for me. Just enough time for you to tell me about those Demorians. He coated his skin with sunscreen under her watchful gaze and chose his words carefully, sharing what he could of the alien culture as desire faded along with the bright colors of his tattoo.
The day zipped by in a fit and flurry of activity. Kelly settled down long enough to help Rachel start making goat cheese, then slipped out of the workroom before lunch for study time with Juvad and Tiny. By the time Rachel had finished what she'd set out to accomplish that morning, he'd settled himself and the girls on the porch steps with sandwiches, like it was the most natural thing in the world for him to take care of them. Juan had never taken care of Kelly that way. Rachel bit the thought off and plopped onto the bottom step next to Kelly, in time to catch the tail end of Juvad's story.
Jornan was unhappy with his sister's feet,
Juvad said,
and, like brothers will do, he pulled Tael's hair.
Kelly wrinkled her nose.
I'm so glad I don't got no brother.
Juvad winked and tugged the ends of her messy ponytail.
You should be.
Catch me up, Rachel said. Who's Tiornan? And why was he mad at his sister?
They was having a contest. Tiornan hit his hammer into the ground and made a big crater.
Kelly bunched her hand into a fist and smacked it into her thigh.
Then Tael said she could do one better. She pushed the land into mountains with her bare hands. Just like that. She's better than Wonder Woman and Storm combined, Mama.
Rachel pressed her lips together, hiding a smile. Sounds like it. What happened next?
Vode banished them to an underground cave, where the twins argue to this day,
Juvad said.
And let that be a lesson to you.
Kelly's chocolate eyes widened.
Don't knock holes in the earth?
Rachel laughed and smoothed a hand over her eldest's hair.
Don't fight with your sister. She ain't big enough yet.
Kelly looped a lanky arm around her sister's slender shoulders and hugged her playfully.
Besides, she don't talk right enough to fight with no-how. Why, she was talking some such about flying in a spaceship or something when we woke up this morning. Ain't that right, Tiny?
Juvad's expression blanked out as Tiny babbled out a long string of made-up words. He took her empty plate and stacked it together with his, then stood slowly, stretching out to his full height.
Kelly made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for you, Rachel. It's inside on the kitchen counter.
Rachel stood and brushed the seat of her shorts off, I can get it. Girls, you go on now and get ready for a nap. Yasmin's coming over after work. Fate'll probably be by 2. I thought we could have a cookout and maybe catch lightning bugs and watch the stars. Kelly pumped her fist in the air.
Yes! I know Mr. Juvad could talk you into letting us stay up late.
She scrambled up the stairs into the house, taking Tiny with her. Rachel jogged up the steps and caught the screen door before it could slap shut, then held it open for Juvad. She entered the house behind him and secured it against the heat of the day. Juvad dumped lunch's trash in the garbage.
Thank you for letting Kelly stay up tonight.
Thank you for teaching her about the stars. She's always wanted to visit them.
Maybe someday she can.
Rachel laughed. Are you kidding? The way our space program is going, we'll be lucky if we reach the moon again in her lifetime. Juvad washed his hands, dried them on a paper towel, and threw it away. He leaned against the kitchen counter and settled that speculative look of his on her.
What if I told you there was a way for Kelly to get her wish?
I'd say you were privy to something nobody else knows. That, or a pure plum fool, Rachel retorted. Don't get her hopes up on something you can't deliver. She's had enough of that in her life.
I'm not her father.
The sound of gravel crunching under tires came from the front yard, interrupting Rachel's train of thought. She swallowed down a bitter reply and walked into the living room, Juvad close behind her. One peeped through the sheer curtains covering the plate glass window overlooking the driveway, and her heart leapt into her throat. Miguel Ramirez was getting out of the back of a spiffy new Lincoln Town car, accompanied by 3 other men. Oh no, Rachel breathed. Get the girls. Keep them in their rooms. Juvad leaned around her and flicked the curtains aside.
Who is it?
That gang leader I was telling you about. She shoved his arm down and pushed him toward the back of the house. Go, please, Juvad. His eyes drifted toward the window, and his mouth hardened. Finally, he nodded, pivoted on the ball of one bare foot, and left. Rachel pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and dialed Fate as the 3 men approached the house. The phone rang 3 times, then dumped into voicemail, and Rachel cursed under her breath. Fate was working with his bees. Why hadn't she remembered that and called 911 instead? She shoved her phone back into her shorts pocket, opened the front door, and stared Miguel down through the closed screen door. Y'all can stop right there. I don't want you on my porch. Miguel backed away from the steps leading to the porch and grinned, flashing a dimple. The other 3 men were swarthy-skinned and flat-nosed, in direct contrast to Miguel's creamy complexion and thin nose. His features were even, regular, and his nearly black eyes canny under straight, thick brows. All 4 men wore dress slacks and polos, and looked for all the world like they were on their way to the country club for an afternoon of leisure. Except for the prison and gang tats inked into their forearms and necks. Miguel spread his hands wide. His grin was steady and not quite friendly. Rachel, chica, is that any way to treat an old friend? If you were an old friend, she gritted out, you wouldn't have come here when Juan was thrown in jail and tried to force me into hooking for you. Debts must be paid. When I owe you something, I'll pay you back. Until then, you get off my property. Miguel tucked his elegant hands into his slacks, and his expression hardened. Your husband, ex-husband, thank you very much, and his debts are not mine. He owes you something, you get it from him. One of the men eased toward the side of the house. Rachel snapped her fingers at him. Don't you take another step, mister, unless it's back to the car. Pablo was simply going to look for your daughters, Miguel said, his voice smooth. Beautiful girls. A shame they inherited their father's coloring. Rachel's blood chilled in her veins, and her heart boomed in her chest. She curled her fingers around the edge of the door, steadying herself. "You leave my girls alone, you low-down son of a gun!" Miguel shrugged. "Is it so wrong to be concerned about the children of one of my employees, when they have only their mother to protect them? Stick around a minute longer, and I'm going to demonstrate exactly how well I can protect them. Now, I've already told you as many times as I want to. Get off my property!" When a red beam of energy zinged through the air and popped into the ground at Miguel's feet, burning the summer-dry grass. He yelped and jerked backwards a step, and all eyes swung around to the beam's origin. Juvad stood at the side of the house holding a strange-looking gun, pointed directly at Miguel's chest. His midnight eyes were deadly, and his hands rock steady.
"Lady Rachel told you to leave. You will do so now."
Relief rushed through Rachel. She stiffened her spine, holding herself erect against the urge to sag. "What are you doing, Juvad?"
"What I came here to do."
He ran the pad of his thumb down the side of the grip and adjusted his hold. The point of his gun never wavered.
"That was a warning shot. The next one won't be."
Miguel held Juvad's hard gaze for a long, tense moment, and Rachel waited for one of the men to draw the guns she knew they had hidden away, for Miguel to race up the porch stairs and force his way inside, for Juvad to do heaven only knew what with that contraption he held. At last, Miguel held his hands up, palms out, and grinned his sharky smile. "We'll go. For now."
"You will not return,"
Juvad said flatly.
"We'll see."
Miguel and his men backed away slowly. They got into the car one by one, slamming the car's doors behind themselves. The engine purred to life. The driver executed a K-turn in a driveway. And finally, the car pulled out onto War Woman Road and was gone, taking Juan's past with them. Juvad lowered his gun and jogged across the yard and up the steps.
"The girls are in Kelly's room in the closet. I promise not to leave them there long."
Rachel opened the screen door and stood back while Juvad slipped inside. "You weren't supposed to leave them at all. Honestly, Juvad, what were you thinking? Those men were carrying guns. They could have killed you." He grunted and set his gun down on the scarred coffee table.
"Not before I killed them. Secure the entrance, woman."
He was gone in a heartbeat, down the hallway as silently as he'd crept around the side of the house. Jittery humor flashed through Rachel, and she nearly laughed around the nerves shaking her bones so hard. Her hands trembled on the locks. Juvad had saved her and the girls a world of heartache. The certainty landed in her gut like a rock thrown into a pond, splashing gratitude into the last of her relief. He'd saved them this time. But what about the next? When he was long gone, and Miguel decided no wasn't good enough. She slid her phone out of her pocket, bobbling it in her haste to open it and dial the police. They couldn't do anything, but at least she could file a report. Maybe, just maybe, it would add a nail to the coffin she hoped Miguel filled one day.
Fate arrived an hour later, sweaty and full of choice words about Miguel Ramirez. "That sorry piece of gutter trash. I thought we was shed of him months ago. You set him straight now, Juvad, didn't you?" Juvad tapped into his wristcom and checked the progress his ship's AI was making on setting up long-distance surveillance around Rachel's property. He'd initiated the process as an early warning system moments after Miguel's vehicle pulled out of her driveway. It should have been done by now. Earth's atmosphere might be interfering, or maybe his ship was simply too far away to efficiently set up such a system. Resigned to waiting, Juvad set his scraper a foot higher against the side of the house and shoved it along a wooden board. "He'll be back." "Yeah, likely. Ain't a darn thing we can do to keep him away, neither." Fate frowned and tapped the edge of his scraper against his thigh. Reckon I could move over here again. Maybe keep a closer eye on the place? I'm working on that. Are you now? Huh. You mind if I ask the particulars? High-tech security system. Around-the-clock surveillance. Fate whistled. Rach won't like that, none at all. She'll learn to live with it. Yeah, you keep thinking that, old son. If it keeps her safe, she'll agree to it, Juvad said mildly, and if she didn't, he'd kiss her into acquiescence. I want to open up the sealed doorway between her closet and mine. Fate grunted. The old back entrance to the house? You ask her about that? No, and Juvad didn't intend to. He needed a way to get into the house without having to go through 2 locked doors, his and the kitchen, separated by a stretch of open, unprotected porch. She will agree, he repeated, and grinned when Fate whooped out a laugh loud enough to bring Kelly running around the side of the house, curious to know what the 2 men were up to. Yasmin arrived in early evening carrying a covered dish full of homemade potato salad. Rachel welcomed her warmly, in spite of the jumpiness she'd exhibited each time a vehicle had whizzed by on the nearby road. Her nervousness had driven Juvad into a dark mood by the time he and Fate finished their allotted work for the day and replaced their tools in Rachel's shed. By fruit, a woman should feel safe in her own home. This gang leader needed to be dealt with, and not just for Tiny's sake either. Rachel needed the peace of mind, and Juvad needed, for some reason he refused to examine deeply, to provide it for her. Later, they cooked hamburgers on the grill, a delicious treat of ground bovie meat nestled between 2 slices of specially made bread. He discreetly tapped into his ship through his wristcom and relayed a basic recipe to his father via the net. Ketchup and mustard he had no way of explaining, but grilled meat and bread were easy enough to replicate on most worlds. After the meal was eaten and cleaned up, Fate built a bonfire. The 4 adults gathered round it and talked quietly while Rachel's young dragged out pointed sticks and roasted marshmallows on the open fire. Tiny offered the sweet treat to Juvad, burnt to a crisp, and he had to admit it tasted better than it looked. And at last, the sun dropped below the horizon. Yasmin and Fate said their separate goodbyes and departed for the night, and Juvad was alone with his temporary womenfolk. Tiny had long since climbed onto his lap and drifted into a sound sleep, exhausted by the long day, her cherubic face smeared with melted sugar and dirt in equal portions. Kelly sidled up beside him, her brown eyes coy as only a child's can be, and said softly, "You reckon we got time to study them stars now, Juvad?" Rachel pushed herself out of the rickety folding chair she occupied and held her hands out for Tiny. "Studying stars sounds like a good way to close out the night. I'll get a blanket while I'm inside putting Tiny to bed. That'll make for cozy viewing." Juvad arched an eyebrow, earning a small blush, and turned to watch her go inside carrying a limp Tiny. Stars weren't the only thing he wanted to study that night. She'd learn that as soon as Kelly went to bed, if he had his way. Kelly clambered into his lap and settled her head on his shoulder, eyes trained on the stars filling the night sky. "That cloudy thing is the Milky Way, right?" Juvad dutifully followed the sweep of her finger across the sky, tracing the edge of their galaxy. "Yes. Where is Orion?" Her finger shifted. "There. The stars on the belt are Alnitak, Alnilam, and—" "Mintaka," he prompted gently. "But those aren't the brightest stars from here." She shook her head. "Nope. Them is Betelgeuse and Rigel, shoulder and foot. Tell me the story again. Please, Mr. Juvad." What man could resist such a sweetly worded plea? He tucked her closer and related what he could remember of the tale of Orion the Hunter and how he'd been placed in the night sky, there forever after to guard it. When the tale was finished, they moved on to other constellations, hopping their way across scattered points of light. Rachel joined them during their discussion of Ursa Major and Minor and spread the blanket out beside them in the slowly dwindling bonfire. Kelly scrambled off his lap in favor of her mother's, and Juvad climbed down after her, settling down with Kelly between him and Rachel. And at last, the young girl's enthusiasm waned, and she yawned. Rachel sent her in with a soft, "I'll be there soon, sweetheart." As soon as Kelly had stumbled into the house, Juvad rolled over and on top of Rachel, pinning her to the ground with only the blanket to protect her from the dew-damp grass. She squawked out a laugh and hit him on the shoulder, and he grinned and rubbed his hips against hers, teasing them both. She clucked her tongue at him, the expression in her green eyes hidden in shadow. "What are you up to, Juvad?" "Who, me?" "Yes, you. I ought to hit you again for taking liberties." "But then you wouldn't get another kiss." She sighed out a gentle, "Oh," and softened under him. Her fingers toyed with the lettering on his brand-new T-shirt, hand-selected by her for his use. A woman's duty. A wife's. He touched the tip of his nose to hers, breathed in her scent, children and laughter and starlight, and she smiled and curled her fingers into his shirt, welcoming him in her own reserved way. "We have a tradition," he said. "My people." "Oh?" "One kiss for every star shining in the sky." Her eyes flew to his, round and luminescent, and her breath stuttered out. "That'll take all night." "Where I come from, the stars are few and far between, obscured by heavy clouds." He brushed his lips across hers, tasted her sweetness, and hummed his pleasure against her skin. Men usually settle for one. And he took one then. Before her mind could discern his mild prevarication, the exaggeration of a custom long forgotten and only practiced among young lovers aching for the old ways. Star-cast the Pruxnae had been, long ago after the Great Migration, when humans fled origin space under the ruin and destruction of its greatest civilization. Maybe only the one Pruxnae had made it back between then and now, after the domestication of Terra's bovi and the delicacies it provided. The possibility startled him out of the kiss and into laughter. He eased back, pressed a chaste kiss to Rachel's nose. She wrinkled that nose and stared up at him, and finally asked, "Kissing me is funny, huh?" "No, beauty." "Uh-huh." "Truly, it isn't." He shifted his hips against hers, demonstrating exactly how she affected him, and earned the pleasure of her eyes widening and her hips rolling reflexively up into the proof of his desire. "Would you like another?" "Yeah," she said softly. "I reckon one more would about do it." And so he complied, as a man does when a woman was soft and willing under him, with the stars lighting their passion and a million possibilities spread out before them in the future yet to be.
Chapter 6. The pillow was lumpy. Rachel huffed out a breath and banged the back of her head into it, searching for a comfortable spot. Fatigue ate at her, a dog gnawing a well-chewed bone, and her head ached from lack of sleep. Moonlight filtered through the curtains in thin wisps, illuminating the rumpled sheets scarcely covering her bare legs, the closet door half ajar, the shorts she'd dropped on the floor after that blood-heating kiss. That kiss. She rolled over onto her stomach and thumped her face into the pillow for good measure. One kiss out of Juvad hadn't been enough. More fool her. She'd asked for another, and danged if he hadn't given her exactly what she'd wanted, exploring her mouth with his in a slow symphony of rising passion. Hours later, desire stung her skin still, pulling in her nethers in a delicious slide of wet heat. She was half tempted to crawl out of her bed and into his. And wouldn't that be a sight? He'd likely welcome her, given how hard his manhood had been against her sex when they'd cuddled together under the endless star-filled sky. Like teenagers out on their first romp. And her a divorced woman with 2 young'uns asleep down the hallway. So there she'd stay in her bed, tempted as she was to sneak into his. First thing she could get into town, though, she was getting new pillows, and that was all there was to it. The way she and Juvad were going, they were gonna smooch again. Next time, she wanted a comfortable place to rest her head afterward. even if she didn't get a wink of shut-eye. The front porch creaked and wind sighed around the house, wafting tea rose-scented air into her room through the open window. Dew-damp mornings on a long summer day. She sighed and relaxed into the bed, smiling at memories old and new. Her and Fate whittling fishing poles out of saplings and carting a pail of freshly dug nightcrawlers down to the creek. Catch a mess for supper, Mama would say. And catch them they would, along with every other critter daring to dip a toe into the clear, cold stream. Had Juvad done the same when he was a kid? Sneaking out of chores with a sturdy pole? Maybe him and Fate could go together. Maybe... A low curse drifted to her. 2 voices, both male, and her heart jumped into her throat. Lordy be. Somebody was outside. A stranger, probably. Who else would come a-callin' at that time of day? Family would knock, or, more likely, call first, seeing as how nothing but an emergency would drag them onto her porch at that ungodly hour. But if not them, then who? A lost tourist? Out too early for good sense on the local twisted roads? Kids out making mischief, thinking a single woman with 2 young daughters made a good target? They were about to find out different. Rachel eased her hand out, groping for the end of the aluminum baseball bat she'd stashed between her bed and the nightstand. Dang it all, she should have gotten the shotgun from Fate's. A warning shot did a heck of a lot to scare folks off what weren't supposed to be around. And if that didn't work, a well-aimed blast of rock salt to the hind end usually did. Footsteps scuffled on the porch, and something crashed, breaking against the wood. A thwump rent through the air. Oddly familiar, and Juvad said, "The next shot will be to your heart." "Fuck it, man," an accented voice said, and Rachel's heart sank. Latinos. Maybe members of Juan's old gang, dang him. What the heck were they doing on her front porch? "You have 3 ticks to make it to the road," Juvad said. 1. Muttered curses broke out, followed by scrambling feet and another crash. Juvad calmly counted to 3. 2 thwoops sounded, one right after the other, and a man screamed high and long. Juvad grunted, and before she could let go of the baseball bat, before she could collect herself and get out of bed, before she could do anything other than marvel at the bizarre events she'd just overheard, his hands parted her gauze curtains, and his head popped into the dim light thrown by the crescent moon. "Stay in bed, beauty," he said, his voice gruff. "I'll be back." He was gone in a flash. She let go of the bat, inhaled a shaky breath, realized she was trembling from head to toe, and that wouldn't do it all, would it? A mountain woman wouldn't tremble in front of anybody but God. That's the way it had been, was, and always would be. Besides, the girls needed checking on, and danged if Rachel would sit in bed while her renter handled cleanup. She sucked in another breath and got out of bed, not bothering to pull her shorts on over her undies. A few tiptoes later, she peeked in on Kelly, and melted. Her eldest was lying on her side facing the door. Tiny rested behind her, barely visible beyond her big sister. She must have snuck in during the middle of the night, abandoning her own room for her sister's company. Exactly the way it should be. What was childhood without late-night gossip and early-morning hijinks? Rachel pulled the door almost shut and crept back to her own room. Lordy, what a night. Dinner with her favorite people, kisses touched by starlight, and trespassers. She peered blearily at her clock's red digital numbers. Nearly 3 a.m. Past time for sleep. Juvad appeared in her doorway, startling her. "The property is secure." She placed a hand over her thudding heart and plopped onto the edge of her bed. "I reckon I need to check on the damage." "In the morning." He strolled in, one loose-limbed stride at a time, his eyes on her bare legs and the stretch of pink panties barely visible in the darkened room beneath the hem of her t-shirt.
I'm sleeping in here for the rest of the night. Tomorrow, Fate and I are reopening the passage between your room and mine.
Her head was shaking before he stopped talking, but he just grunted, set his odd-looking gun on the nightstand, and unbuttoned the waistband of his shorts.
Bed now, beauty. There is much to be done when we wake.
And with that, he dropped his shorts and stepped out of them. More than 6 feet of solidly built man, gloriously nude from head to toe. Rachel's breath clogged in her throat, and for the life of her, she couldn't find a single way to tell him no. He crawled into bed behind her and tugged her down beside him, spooning her, and a minute later, his breaths eased against her neck, evening into those of deep sleep. She stared at her closet, blinking gritty eyes against the darkness. Juvad was in her bed. He was in her bed naked, holding her as a lover did. For some reason, it tickled her funny bone good. She covered a giggle with her hand and relaxed, and let humor carry her into sleep.
A solid weight rested on Juvad's upper abdomen. He pried one sleep-deprived eye open. Tiny's smiling face swam into focus. She was straddling him, one chubby leg on either side of his torso, with the bedding bunched up between them. He tucked an arm behind his head and grinned at her. "Miengin dun arig, Lady Bettina." "Miengin arig, duda." She patted his chest as she prattled on in Pruxnae, describing a trip they'd taken on his spaceship with Kelly and Rachel to Abu. Except she'd never been on his ship and wasn't likely to ever be. Another curiosity to add to the growing collection, each a singular piece of the puzzle as to why he might be here protecting her. Why was she so important to the net telepaths? Earth was in the middle of nowhere, a virtual backwater planet. Humans here hadn't even remastered space travel to any real degree. They hadn't journeyed outside their own solar system, hadn't established contact with any other spacefaring civilization, and they were too far from civilized space to reliably hook into the net without help, let alone take advantage of its possibilities. Rachel bounced into the doorway, already dressed for the day ahead, and skidded to a halt. Her smile faded into a blank stare. "Oh, you're not up yet." He patted Tiny's thigh and grinned at Rachel. "We were discussing traveling to my home." "Do you really understand her?" Only when the toddler spoke his language, or another he'd acquired. Rachel undoubtedly would not react well to learning that, and so he held his tongue. He plucked Tiny off his chest and dropped her into the cushiony bed, goosing her ribs for good measure. She giggled and squirmed away from him off the bed, and away she went, half bouncing, half running past her mother into the house at large. Juvad patted the mattress beside his hip. "There's time yet before breakfast. Come to bed and kiss me." Her cheeks flared bright red. "Juvad," she hissed, "the girls are right down the hallway." "Shut the door." "I am not shutting the door," she gritted out. "It was bad enough you slept with me last night." "The first of many." "And Tiny caught you in my bed, and now you want to—" She stopped in mid-tirade, blinking at him. "What was that?" "It was the first night of many, and she wasn't coming back to bed. Stubborn woman." He sat up, flung the sheet aside, and stood. There'd be time for romance later, when he could corner her again as he had early that morning after shooing off their trespassers. In the meantime, he had work to do, starting with undoing the damage those trespassers had inflicted on Rachel's property. "You should have awakened me when you arose." "Oh, well, ha." She cleared her throat and fixed her gaze on the far wall, well away from his nude body. "I figured you could use a minute or two more sleep, seeing as how you were up in the middle of the night." "As were you, beauty." "Yeah, but I wasn't the one doing the chasing and shooting. And I really appreciate that, by the way. Don't know what me and the girls would have done if you hadn't been here." He shoved his legs into his shorts and yanked them on. "It's what I'm here for." One corner of her mouth turned down. "Is it really?" "Have I not said so?" He zipped the shorts and, without bothering to button them, strode across the room and hauled her against him. On Abu, a woman greets her man with a kiss. On where? He nearly cursed the slip. She was too easy to be around, too comfortable. He'd have to watch that, unless he wanted to panic her with the truth. My home, he said simply, and buried his face in her throat, breathing in her warm scent. From now on, you will never leave my bed without kissing me. She sputtered out a laugh and thwacked a hand into his side. There will be no more bed-sharing, Javad. Yes, there would be, as soon as he could manage it again. He nipped her throat, smirked when she sucked in a sharp breath, and melted against him. His beauty was ripe for the pleasure he could give her, but there was time yet for that. When he'd done what he'd come here to do. When he'd wooed Rachel as a man should. He let her go and followed her into the kitchen, smug over her dazed expression, and not quite steady progress through her home. Kelly and Tiny were sitting at the kitchen table, huddled together over one of Kelly's books about space. Kelly's quiet voice filled the room as she read the text out loud to her sister. She stopped abruptly when he and Rachel entered and grinned, her brown eyes dancing. We got too much to do to lay in bed all day, lazy bones. Rachel gasped, but Javad laughed. He tousled the girl's hair, earning another mischievous grin, and dropped into a chair beside her. Hold your tongue, little one, else I won't talk your mother into taking us to the lake this week. Kelly's eyes widened and her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. You reckon she'll really let us go? I can hear you, Rachel said dryly from her station at the stove. Javad waggled his eyebrows at Kelly and lowered his voice likewise. Maybe if we work really hard, she'll take us. What do you think? Still listening, Rachel sang out, and Kelly giggled and rocked back and forth in her chair. Fate arrived 10 minutes later, just as Rachel turned the eye off under the heaping pan of meat and vegetable-laced scrambled eggs she'd made. He sat down next to Javad, his narrow face set in firm, unhappy lines. Rach called me earlier, told me about you-know-what. Me and you need to have a little talk later, old son. Get this mess straightened out, you hear? Javad caught the glance Rachel slid his way and understood exactly. When the girls napped this afternoon. Fate nodded and leaned his chair back, balancing it on two legs with his hands sprawled out across the worn denim covering his lean thighs. I got some ideas. As do I. Rachel smacked a plate onto the counter. This is still my home. But the determined gleam in Fate's eyes matched Javad's will. A man took care of his own, no matter what part of the galaxy he hailed from, even when his own was a stubborn earthling with enough gumption to fill a universe. The chance for a man-to-man talk came sooner than either had anticipated. Rachel kept the girls busy in the back of the house with the goats and the garden, while Fate and Javad attempted to clean sprayed paint off the front of the house. Javad hadn't taken the time to translate the partial words scrawled across the front door after chasing the intruders off, but now that he had, a slow burn roiled in his gut. What kind of men thought it acceptable to vandalize a woman's home with a derogatory term? Thank Fru his alarms had gone off the moment the aggressors had set foot on Rachel's property, else they may have had time to complete their profanity-laden task. Fate clucked his tongue as he backed screws out of hinges. Good thing you were here to scare them bastards off. Javad held the open front door still, out of the way of Fate's work. Rachel could have handled them on her own. Maybe. Glad she didn't have to. Javad grunted in agreement. Heard you wound up inside the house after, Fate continued. Seemed like the best place to watch over everyone, Javad said mildly. You have ideas on how to handle this situation? Fate cut a side-eyed glance at him, his grin a little too knowing. Which situation you talking about? The fact that them hombres is messing with my sister? Or the fact that you are? Javad ground his teeth together, damned if he'd apologize for winding up in Rachel's bed, holding her through the rest of the night. He'd enjoyed it, and so had she. As long as they were both in accord, what business was it of anyone else? I'm not messing with her. Now, can we please discuss a strategy for dealing with these win-you runners? Eh? What's a win-you runner? Juvad stifled a wince. 2 slips in one day. If he'd stayed around much longer, he was likely to give away every secret he'd ever held. A hoodlum. If you say so. Fate twisted the last screw out and dropped it into his pocket. I was thinking if things got much worse, we ought to hit the source at home. Take off the head, so to speak. Eliminate Miguel Ramirez. That'd be the one. I reckon a little mischief ain't worth the trouble, but if things this time get as bad as the last, we will not let it go that far. Damn straight. Together they wiggled the door off the frame and hauled it outside, and in spite of Fate's good-natured needling, he and Juvad fell into the easy banter exchange between 2 men of like mind and purpose, easing away Juvad's anger over what had happened to Rachel. They formulated a loose plan over a long day of repairs and routine maintenance, in between a midday meal and interruptions by the womenfolk, and agreed to keep it to themselves. Rachel'll have a fit if she finds out, Fate cautioned sotto voce. From what Juvad knew of his landlady, he figured her brother had Rachel's reaction pegged. She did seem suspicious. From time to time, she settled a level gaze on first Fate, then Juvad, but she said nothing about the vandalism or Ramirez. That didn't mean she wasn't thinking about it. Juvad might not have spent a lot of time around women, but he'd learned enough observing his female kin to be certain of that. Rachel was biding her time, waiting for the right moment to ferret his and Fate's plans out of one of them. Juvad had revealed as many secrets as he intended to, at least until he gained her trust, or until he completed his path-directed errand on Earth and was free to court Rachel as a man should, tucked safely onto his ship on their way to the choosing. He grinned and threw himself into work, his mind on the many possibilities presented by the tantalizing image of Rachel tied to his shipboard bed.
Chapter 7. Rachel let that long nighttime cuddle, with the sexiest man she'd ever met no less, bother her the whole morning long. She'd forgotten how good it felt to snuggle up to another warm body during the night, a fully grown male body with all his parts in working order. And boy, had she enjoyed being tucked against those working parts. She bit her lower lip, hiding the grin threatening to split her face, plumb in two. A God-fearing woman ought not to have allowed Juvad in her bed at all. Funny thing that. The more she was around him, the more she suspected God might have had a hand in sending Juvad their way. That didn't make sharing a bed with him right. Not in the least. But the possibility that he might really have been sent to her neck of the woods for a reason, the way he claimed, made it a little harder to fight the attraction stretching between them. And she just felt better having him within arm's reach. Safe almost, like with Juvad there. She didn't have to worry so hard over every little thing. Rachel snorted and led Georgette out of the milking shed. Finding him chatting away with Tiny that morning sure hadn't helped. What kind of woman could resist a man who went so far out of his way to accommodate her kids? Not many. That was for darn tootin'. Sometimes their own fathers wouldn't go that far. Juvad did. Sure, he was a new broom and was bound to lose patience with them eventually. With her too, for that matter. But for now, he was working out just fine. She eyed him and Fate as she slipped around the side of the house with Georgette, toward the fenced-in pasture. The 2 men had been thick as thieves since Juvad's arrival, and today was no exception. No doubt they were up to something foolish, like going after that no-account Miguel Ramirez. That she wouldn't stand a minute for. But she could head the men off well before they built up enough steam to go charging off half-cocked. No, what worried her was the way Juvad kept checking that fancy watch of his. Odd how twice now he'd stopped trouble before it got too far along, and been dead serious in the doing. For a man who wandered around half-dressed all the time, he sure had a dangerous look about him, especially when he was holding that laser gun of his. Rachel penned Georgette up, stretched the kinks out of her back, trudged to the separate kitchen Fate had built near the milking shed, bagged the day's haul for freezing. She was putting the last labeled bag into the upright freezer when the shed's door opened and Yasmin slipped inside. Rachel brushed her hands off against the seat of her shorts and frowned. "Are you already off work for the day?" Yasmin shook her head, bouncing the loose, nearly black curls pinned to the top of her head. "Fate texted me about last night. I got here as soon as Esme came in and took over for me." "You didn't have to do that."
"I most certainly did,"
Yasmin said, her words crisp and tart.
"My best friend in the whole world was vandalized. And you expect me to sit in my shop waiting for last-minute weekend weddings?"
"We're fine." Yasmin grinned and waggled a thumb over her shoulder.
"I heard Superman raced to the rescue, in more ways than one. Is he a good cuddler? Did he show you his superpower?"
Heat flooded into Rachel's cheeks. She slapped her hands to her face, covering it, and groaned. "I can't believe you just said that."
"Believe it, sister. And don't think hiding your face is going to get you out of telling me every single detail."
Rachel peeked through her fingers.
"I'm not describing his superpower." "So he did show it to you."
Yasmin clucked her tongue.
"Did you tumble right out of bed onto your knees to ask God's forgiveness for indulging in unwed sex?"
"I did not have sex with Juvad," Rachel said firmly. "And if I had, I certainly would have waited until church tomorrow to pray about it." Yasmin laughed and threw her arms around Rachel, squeezing her tight.
"Don't ever change, Rach. Promise me."
"Not on your life." Rachel wrapped her arms around Yasmin's slender back and hugged hard. Here was the sister she'd dreamed of as a little girl, after fate came along and proved to be every inch a mud-romping boy. He was a good man, and had been a good brother. But there was nothing like having a sister to lean on when the going got tough. And the going looked an awful lot like it was headed for the hard times again. Rachel eased back and met Yasmin's laughing gaze, and braced herself for what had to be said. "You know I love you like my very own sister." Yasmin's bright smile faded a notch.
"Didn't we have this exact conversation before you started dating Juan?"
"Yeah."
"And when he left you that first time?"
Rachel twisted her mouth into a frown. "Yeah, then too."
"And when he came back and you kicked him out? And when he murdered that man down in Gainesville? And—"
Okay, I tell you that a lot. Rachel paused, searching carefully through a landmine of words for exactly the right ones. "I don't want you to think that what happens between me and your brother affects how much you mean to me and Kelly and Tiny. Your family, Yasmin, real and deep. That's not ever going to change."
"Oh, Rach, I know that."
Yasmin pursed her lips together, then dropped her hands from Rachel's waist and stepped back.
"What I'm really wondering is what that lame-brained brother of mine has done this time."
"Nothing, Yasmin. No, really, it's not him. It's Miguel Ramirez. Fate told me he was bothering you again. Just the once so far, but I thought—" Rachel inhaled a deep breath and let it out in a rush of words. "I want to have Juan's parental rights terminated." Yasmin's lashes swept down, a dark smudge against firm, tanned skin. "Oh, hear me out. I've thought about this a lot. I know. And I think now is the right time. Juan's not ever going to get out of jail. Not for a long time, anyway," Yasmin murmured. "Until then, I have to protect my girls." Rachel snagged Yasmin's hands and held them between her own, warming her friend's suddenly icy skin. "This is the last real tie they have to Juan. Just to him. You and your folks, that's different, Yas. You know I'll never keep them from you." "I know, Rach. But Juan, he runs with a dangerous crowd, and that danger keeps spilling over onto the girls. I don't want to have to move to keep them safe. Maybe if I do this, we won't have to." Yasmin nodded slowly. "You've explained all this before. Why now?" "Because it's starting again. The random visits, the threats? Rachel shook her head, ignoring the thin strands of hair swirling around her face and the brush of her ponytail against the bare nape of her neck. Please don't argue me out of it this time. I really need your support here. I love them. I know, Rachel said softly. Like they were mine, Rach. Swear you'll never... Yasmin swallowed hard, and her hands shifted in Rachel's, clamping down until her bones hurt under the steady pressure of Yasmin's grip. Swear it. I swear. You never have to worry about losing them, Yasmin. I'd never do that to you. Okay. Yasmin's breath shuddered out on a long sigh, and her grip eased. All right then. I heard another wild rumor. Something about dipping our toes in the kiddie pool followed by steaks on the grill? Rachel laughed, so relieved by Yasmin's acceptance, she could have danced a jig up and down War Woman Road. If fate's cooking, I reckon so. He is, Yasmin said firmly. Or will be as soon as I tell him to. Rachel held up her pinky finger and wiggled it. That's where you've got him. Only when I need something out of him. Is 4 okay? We'll be here with bells on. A swimsuit will highlight your superpowers better. Rachel choked on a quickly drawn breath. Yasmin! Flaunt it if you've got it. Yasmin pivoted on the ball of one slippered foot and sashayed to the door. I fully intend to flaunt mine. Oh, go on with you. We'll see you after work. Absolutely. Yasmin paused at the door, half turned toward Rachel. Thanks for telling me first. Thanks for hearing me out. What are friends for? What indeed? Rachel leaned a hip against a stainless steel counter and waved a final farewell to the woman who'd been family for nearly as long as she could remember. Her heart was a light thump in her chest, no longer the heavy boulder she'd woken up with. Getting Juan permanently out of the girls' lives felt like the right thing to do, and it was a sight better than going after Miguel Ramirez. First thing Monday morning, Rachel vowed to set the legal wheels in motion. In the meantime, there was work to be done. Then a whole evening spent with the folks she loved best. And one earthly man who really was beginning to feel an awful lot like Superman.
The days passed in a languid slide of laughter and fellowship. Once Juvad and Fate cleaned evidence of the vandals' misdeeds off of Rachel's home, they cut a hole in the wall between Juvad's bedroom and Rachel's, inside the closets that had once marked the end of the interior hallway. They left the entry unframed, a project Juvad could complete on his own between lulls and other work. That other work gradually grew as Juvad quietly absorbed some of Rachel's workload into his own. Kelly and Tiny happily pitched in weeding long rows of herbs and flowers carefully cultured behind a high wooden fence separating it and the vegetable garden from the goats. Property maintenance became his sole purview, from repainting the house to repairing leaky sinks. He worked around Kelly's lessons and her growing fascination with the universe, and slowly incorporated martial arts into her and Tiny's schedules. After all, he wouldn't be on Earth forever. He couldn't leave knowing they were completely defenseless, as they and Rachel had been before his arrival. Mostly so, anyway. Having Fate and his surprisingly well-stocked arsenal next door wasn't good enough. What if those vandals returned and broke into the house before Rachel could summon aid, when Juvad wasn't there to protect her? He shook the worry away and dipped his paintbrush into bright white paint. This would be his 8th day on Earth, and already he knew how Rachel would react to being told she needed better security. The woman was too stubborn for her own good. If she were sensible, she'd retrieve the shotgun Fate was holding for her. But no, not her. A hollow metal stick was her only defense until, as Rachel had stated, Tiny grew up enough to recognize the dangers of firearms and knew better than to mess with them. Maybe he'd have an easier time convincing Rachel if he could explain that Tiny only needed a single thought to grasp her mother's warning. At least, she would if she really was a telepath, as Juvad was beginning to suspect. He slapped the paint-coated brush against prepared wood and slid it back and forth along the wood's grain. Gaining Rachel's trust was a slow process, one he took every opportunity to encourage, for the sake of his mission, yes, but also for the attraction growing between them. Rushing would only break what little trust he'd managed to establish, and so he practiced patience, a trait embedded into every Pruxnae's bones. That night, after the day's work was done, and the girls were tucked safely into their respective beds, Juvad settled shoulder to shoulder next to Rachel on the back steps overlooking the bulk of her farm. The moon was a bare sliver in a night sky filled with billions of twinkling lights. A cool breeze stirred the heavy air, chasing some of the humidity away as it carried the scents of sweet honeysuckle and fragrant roses to them. "I love sitting here at night," Rachel said, her voice a soft hush against a backdrop of katydids and whispering leaves. "It's so peaceful, so still. A good place to rest after a long day." She smiled. "It is. You've been putting in some long days." "There is much to do." "It doesn't all have to be done in one day." The mild reprimand teased him into humor. "I could say the same to you." She shrugged. "A woman's work." He caught her chin and tilted her face to his. "This woman works too hard." "No, it's a saying." She huffed out a quiet laugh. "I keep forgetting you're not from around here. You fit in so well." He did fit in here among the rolling hills' serenity, as he hadn't quite fit in back home. Odd how much pleasure he gained from chores he'd merely endured in his youth, and how comfortable he'd become with his temporary family. He squeezed her chin gently, then let it go and slid his gaze to the stars, away from the tempting lure of her mouth. "What were you working on today?" "Making soap out of goat's milk. I've been experimenting with it a while, tweaking recipes, adding this oil or that herb. If I work it just right, I can sell the soap over the fall holidays, maybe make enough to expand the flock next spring into the pasture behind Fate's house." "Ever the businesswoman?" She flashed a quick grin at him. "Ever the desperate single mom." Desperate wasn't the word he would have used, but it was too Crawdon close for comfort. On Abu, an unmated woman with children was never left to fend for herself as Rachel had been. Either family or suitors stepped in, and if not them, then neighbors. Here, Rachel had only Fate and Yasmin, and though both her brother and her next sister helped as frequently as they could, Rachel still carried too heavy a burden on her sturdy shoulders. Juvad draped a casual arm around those shoulders and tugged her into the shelter of his body. He could do more for her while he was here. Should do more. At the very least, he could leave her property in good repair, one less worry for her when he was gone. "Relax now, beauty, while the girls sleep and the day's work is behind us." She sighed and leaned her head back against his arm. "Why do you call me that?" "Call you what?" "Beauty." "It's an endearment among my people." "Oh." He glanced down, met her solemn gaze half hidden in the deep shadows surrounding the house, where the light cast through the kitchen's door failed to penetrate. "You sound disappointed." "What woman in her right mind would be disappointed by that?" "One who believes she doesn't deserve it." He tucked a loose strand of wispy hair behind her ear, cupped her smooth cheek in his palm. "You are beautiful, Rachel." "Oh," she said, and this time the word was a soft, pleased sigh. "Thank you." He rubbed the pad of his thumb along the soft curve of her lower lip, and was surprised by the desire tightening his loins. Such a simple touch to stir such a great emotion, but today was not the day to give in to it. Patience would win her to him, and if not, he would choose another path, when the time was right. Light streaked across the sky, bisecting the night. Rachel sighed and pushed herself off the steps out of his embrace. "Heat lightning. There may be a storm later." "We could use the rain." "Spoken like a true farmer." She grinned and held out a hand to him. "I was thinking about popping some popcorn, maybe watching a movie on the TV. I could use some company." He clasped her hand in his larger one, enjoying the gentle warmth of her skin. "Dibs on the remote." She laughed and hauled him upright. "Fate has been a bad influence on you." "Fate," Juvad said, "is a true man's man, drinker of the pale ale and wielder of the mighty spatula. If that's all it takes to make a man, humanity is doomed." He narrowed his eyes on her. "I will show you what makes a man." She snickered behind one hand. "No offense, Juvad, but I've already seen that." "I wasn't talking about my manhood, beauty." With that, he scooped her up and slung her over one shoulder and turned for the doorway. She thumped a balled-up fist lightly against his lower back. "Put me down this instant, you golly-whopping cretin!" He wrapped one arm around her firm thighs, holding her in place, and opened the door. A grin threatened to twist his mouth out of its mock-stern lines, but since Rachel couldn't see his face, what harm could a smile do? A man only puts his woman down when he's good and ready to. "Oh, I'm going to have a long talk with that brother of mine," she hissed. "He's turning your manners on their head." "Manners have nothing to do with it. You challenge the manliness of men everywhere, and I am duty-bound to defend it." He smacked a hand against her bottom, eliciting a high-pitched squeak, and grinned. "Now hold still, woman. We have a movie to watch." He carried her inside and dropped her on the couch and spent the evening's remnants practicing the patience he'd vowed to woo her with.
Chapter 8. Early the next morning, Rachel finished her chores in record time, then headed into the shower to get ready for the meeting she'd scheduled later that day with her lawyer. Every time she caught sight of Juvad, languid heat stole through her, worming her inside and out. Last night had been fun, even the manhandling. Truth be told, she would have liked a little more of it, besides his arm draped around her shoulders and that one fireman's carry. Maybe he would have worked up the nerve to sneak a kiss, if sometime during Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones saving the world from an alien attack, she hadn't fallen asleep on him. She'd woken that morning alone in her own bed, wearing a clean t-shirt, a pair of panties, and not a stitch more. Rachel turned her grimace into the water streaming down around her. What kind of woman fell asleep on a man like Juvad? A plumb crazy one, that was what. Juvad had taken the time to put her to bed proper-like after she'd gone and besmirched his manners. And he hadn't taken advantage of her either. Why? He hadn't even crawled into bed with her the way she'd half expected him to do, since he and Fate had knocked a hole in the wall between their bedrooms. Nope. He'd hardly touched her since the night he'd pinned her to a blanket beneath a million stars and kissed her senseless, right where God and everybody could see. She squirted shampoo into her palm and scrubbed it briskly into her hair. Maybe she was a little disappointed that he hadn't tried again. It wasn't like he hadn't had plenty of opportunities, was it? Even with both of them busy from daylight to dusk, they passed each other every half hour or so on the way from one chore to the next. And the girls weren't up all day, were they? There was plenty of time after they went to bed for alone time, if a man wanted to make a move. Not that she'd made it easy for him. Rachel tilted her head back and rinsed out the shampoo, grimacing over thoughts of her own ineptness. Where men were concerned, she'd never much bothered to show interest. Juan had been it for her since she'd figured out what a man and a woman's parts were for. Sure, she'd dressed up for him now and again. A woman liked to feel pretty, didn't she? Pretty and admired and desired. And maybe that was part of the problem here. She was so used to being alone on the farm with just the girls and Fate and Yasmin for company, she'd forgotten how to act around other people. Would it kill her to put on mascara and lip gloss every morning? And to do something with her hair besides yank a brush through it? And in the evenings after supper was made and cleaned up, it wouldn't hurt at all to take her shower then instead of waiting for bedtime. She twisted the water off with a disgusted snort. Get her around an attractive man, and look what happened. Her brain turned to mush. Juvad had seen her at her worst long before their first kiss. Dressing to the nines wouldn't do a darn thing to change his opinion of her. But that morning, Rachel dressed with a care she usually reserved for weddings and funerals. She slathered on her best lotion, a Christmas gift from Yasmin, imbued with a light, sensual fragrance. While her hair dried loose around her bare shoulders, she painted her toes pale pink to match the Peter Pan collared shirt she'd picked out to wear, with a dove gray fitted skirt. It was her best outfit, a real figure flatterer, and about the only thing in her closet suitable for a business meeting. That the shirt showed off the honey color of her skin wasn't a consideration. Men didn't notice things like toned arms and painted toenails. Not that she wanted anybody in particular to notice. She crossed her fingers against the small fib and finished getting ready around Kelly poking her head in, asking about advice on lunch's menu, and Tiny tottering in with a dead tadpole she'd found in a mud puddle. Rachel smiled as she flushed the poor critter down the toilet, then washed her youngest daughter's hands. She'd only been half right last night. A woman's work was never done. But when love entered the picture, work was a joy a woman should hold on to as long as possible. She shooed a somewhat cleaner Tiny ahead of her down the hallway toward the low male voices rumbling from her kitchen, and found Fate at the table, leaning back in a chair, and Juvad propped against a counter, his long legs crossed in front of him. Tiny scrambled into Fate's lap and promptly began recounting a tale in her made-up language about someone named Dagar, absorbing her uncle's rapt attention. Juvad's mouth lifted in a slow, sensual grin as his gaze slid down her body and landed on the open-toed gray slingbacks she wore. He crossed his arms over that broad, bare chest of his, and darned if his tattoo didn't lighten from coal black to midnight blue, right on into springleaf green. Maybe dressing to the nines really did work on a man. Who would have thought? Rachel scooted around Tiny and Fate and opened the refrigerator, rooting through it as much to cool her heated skin as to get out the lemonade. By the time she turned around, Juvad had set 5 glasses on the counter, and that tattoo had transformed into a colorful array of yellows and oranges. She thumped the lemonade jug onto the counter, thankful for the lid holding the sloshing liquid inside, and patted a hand over the butterflies dancing in her stomach. Lordy, nothing made a woman feel beautiful like knowing a man wanted her. Nor did anything rattle her more. Juvad twisted the lid around and poured lemonade into a glass.
You should eat before you go.
Rachel nearly snorted. Eating was the last thing she needed to do. Besides, between the butterflies and the nerves, her stomach was full. Maybe later. Thanks for helping Fate watch the girls.
I enjoy them.
He handed her a glass full of lemonade, trapped her hand and it between both of his, and his smile softened.
Beauty.
Am not, she murmured.
You are.
His gaze dropped to her mouth, lingered there. He leaned toward her, and the butterflies in her tummy leapt and twisted. This was it. He was going to kiss her again, and she wanted it so much, wanted to feel his mouth on hers, just for a moment. Was it wrong to want him that way? Was it wrong to be attracted to a man like Juvad? Strong and kind and wickedly sensual? The screen door slammed, startling her, and she jerked back reflexively. Juvad grinned and let her go as Kelly bounced up to them and tugged on the pocket of his shorts. And the moment was broken as quickly as it had come upon them. Rachel busied her hands with the lemonade, all too aware of Juvad's heated gaze lingering on her skin, and the promise filling those deep blue eyes of his. Once upon a time, she would have given anything to have a man look at her like that, back in the days when she'd believed Juan was her one and only. And now here she was on the receiving end of a near stranger's desire without a clue what to do. She grinned as she stuck the lemonade back into the fridge. That wasn't right at all. She knew exactly what she wanted to do with Juvad. From the top of his close shorn head to the tips of his bare toes and everywhere in between. Just the thought of all that doing heated her blood as surely as his touch. But was she ready to fall into bed with him? She nudged the fridge door shut with her hip and studied him where he stood, leaning against the counter, listening with a half-smile to Kelly's chatter about something she'd read. Juvad had blown in on a breeze. Maybe he'd blow out of their lives just as quickly. But while he was here, what harm would it do to practice flirting on him? Lord knew he was willing enough. Maybe the next time he put the moves on her, she'd do a little moving of her own, and then she could figure out what was what where her renter was concerned. Jude Earle's office was located on a side street in downtown Clayton, a 25-minute drive from Rachel's home. She squeezed her goat-topped van into a free parking spot, checked her makeup in the rearview mirror, fidgeted with her purse. Questions raced through her mind, a tumultuous whirl of indecision. Was she doing the right thing by terminating Juan's parental rights? Would it really make a difference for the girls? Or was it futile to hope that breaking all ties to him would stop the trouble heading their way again? What if the girls resented having their father cut out of their lives? It could happen, especially with Kelly. Tiny had never met her father. Juan had been captured and imprisoned before her birth, and Rachel had never taken the girls to visit him there. Kelly was a different story. She was old enough to remember him before the bad had overridden the good, and still young enough for those memories and the pure love held in her little girl's heart to sway her once. She was the one who'd yearn for her father. She was the one who just might come to hate Rachel for keeping them apart, whether it was for everybody's good or not. How could she not? Rachel nipped her thoughts off before they could spiral out of control. She would deal with any problems the girls had the way she always did, one day at a time. Worrying about the what-ifs was only begging trouble. Didn't they already have enough of that? She sucked in a huge, fortifying breath, shouldered the finicky driver's side door open, and got out. Humid heat slapped at her, wilting the crisp crease in her blouse before she'd made it halfway across the postage stamp parking lot. Heavy black-lined clouds crowded the sky, threatening to burst. Rain later, likely a bad thunderstorm, but maybe she'd have time to finish her meeting and get home before then. The law office's earth-toned interior was crisper, cool, and a welcome relief. Rachel gave her name to the receptionist, a perfectly coiffed 20-something blonde, then sagged into a leather waiting chair parked between two curtained windows. Jude stepped out of his office 2 shakes later, a welcoming grin stretching his homely face plumb in two. He was a raw-boned man, gaunt and lanky, and one of the few friends Rachel had kept in touch with after graduating high school. He'd also been about the only person who'd stuck by her after Juan's mistakes piled too high for him to climb over, or her either, for that matter.
"Hey, Rach," Jude said. "What's this I hear about a new boyfriend?"
Heat pricked Rachel's skin, ending in a blush, and she hunched her shoulders. Juvad is renting the mother-in-law room and helping out with the chores. Jude's bushy eyebrows shot toward the unruly black curls topping his head.
"Is that so?"
Rachel twisted her mouth into a frown. Isn't it unethical to tease a client?
"Probably, but where's the fun in not?"
Jude asked.
"Come on back. I've got some news you'll want to hear sitting down."
Her stomach curled into a tight knot. What's wrong?
"Nothing. Well, potentially nothing."
Jude led her into his office and shut the door firmly behind her, then plopped into the chair behind his wide, ruthlessly organized desk. As soon as she'd perched on the edge of a chair opposite him, he said,
"Juan's being moved from the Hall County Prison to the local correctional facility."
Every bone in Rachel's spine melted. She slumped against the back of her chair and gaped at her attorney. What? Why? Jude spread his hands out, palms up, and shrugged.
"Overcrowding. He's a model prisoner. Keeps his head down. does what he's told.
But he murdered somebody.
He's not getting out of his sentence, Rach.
Jude said gently. I'm not worried about his sentence, Rachel wailed. I don't want him near my girls. I don't want the folks he hangs around with near us either. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
To have his parental rights terminated.
Jude sat back in his chair and steepled long fingers together under his pointed chin.
It's a drastic step, Rach. Are you sure you want to do this?
As sure as the wind in March, she said flatly, then briefly explained the events of the past few days, beginning with seeing members of Juan's old gang at the lake. It's starting up again, Jude. My girls have been through enough. I'd be willing to deal with the devil if it keeps them out of harm's way.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Jude puffed his cheeks out on a long sigh.
Okay, here's what you can expect.
Rachel listened carefully while Jude outlined fees and a timetable, and tempered her expectations based on his advice. All the while, worry churned in her gut, along with the sure certainty that life was about to get very, very messy.
Chapter 9. After Rachel left for her meeting, Juvad used work and the companionship of her family to cool the lust heating his blood. It worked, mostly. By the time they sat down on the porch to a simple midday meal, he could at least think coherently without his mind drifting into daydreams. Maybe if she hadn't bent over in that tight skirt she'd worn. As soon as she had, his imagination had leapt to bending her over the table, sliding her skirt up, and sinking into her wet heat, one slow inch at a time. His groin tightened and tingled, and his half-hard dick twitched behind the fly of his shorts. He shifted on the top step, easing some of the ache. It hadn't been that long since he'd been with a woman. The mere memory of Rachel shouldn't stir him so easily. No other woman ever had. What was it about her that wound him so tight and tested the patient demeanor he'd vowed to maintain with her? Fate cleared his throat and set his empty paper plate on the porch behind them. Looks like rain. Juvad followed the other man's gaze to the darkening sky. Rachel might not make it home before it starts. She'll wait it out at Yasmin's shop, most likely. Fate cleared his throat again and scrubbed his palms against well-worn jeans. I reckon I could take the girls for the night, if you and Rach want some grown-up time. Kelly swiveled around on the step, her dark eyes round. You're going to let us spend the night on a weeknight? School's out, punkin. Fate tugged a loose strand of her fine hair, and a smile softened his lean features. We could fetch a pizza, maybe put a movie on and pop some popcorn. What do you say? Tiny leaned her head way back and grinned up at her uncle, nearly upside down. Mallowmarsh, Kelly gasped. You almost did it, Tiny. You almost made a real word. Juvad firmed his lips against laughter. How could he possibly explain that Tiny could speak English? She simply chose not to, or perhaps the many languages floating by her somehow melded into one in her mind, and she was too young to sort them out. Either way, the effect was the same. Tiny clapped her hands and nearly tipped her plate off her lap. Mallowmarsh! Yep, I bet we can talk him into that too. Kelly stood and snagged Tiny's teetering plate. Come on, sis. We gotta get you saying a real word on the record, or Mama'll never believe it. She didn't believe you said spaceship, did she? Even when I told her plain-like. The two girls clambered between Juvad and Fate into the house in an excited babble of chatter. Fate turned around, watching them go, then speared Juvad with a laser-sharp gaze. I saw the way you was looking at her earlier. Juvad stifled a sigh. Wasn't it just his luck that Rachel's brother was, as the other man would put it, like a dog with a bone when it came to his sister? She's an attractive woman. Hell, man, I'm her brother, and I know that. Fate glanced at the sky. Thing is, I see the way she looks at you, too. Ain't seen that kind of interest on her face in a long time. She fancies you. Juvad propped his forearms on his thighs, unsure what he could say that wouldn't get him in trouble. Rachel was interested. That was obvious. Whether she'd act on that interest was another matter, but it wasn't something he could discuss with her brother. Fate shrugged and tapped a heel against a step. "First time I saw you, I thought you was just a no-account drifter. But the way you work here, I figure you wouldn't invest so much time in helping Rachel out if you didn't plan on digging in your heels for a while." "She needs the help." "Don't I know it, old son? Thing is, she don't give in to just anybody. She gives in to you." Fate slapped his palms against his thighs and stood, his gaze still caught on the far horizon. "You heard her. I'll have to come after you. Ain't nothing personal, you hear? But I can't have men messing with her. One heartache is one too many, and Juan Olvera done used that one up." Juvad stood and nodded solemnly. "If she were my sister, I'd do the same." "Then we're in accord." Fate grinned and jerked his chin toward the house. "Offer still good. It's been a while since Kelly and Tiny had a sleepover. I sure do miss having 'em in the old home place." As tempting as Fate's offer was, Rachel wasn't ready for more, and Juvad had no desire to push her. "Maybe soon." "Suit yourself. Just don't let too much time pass. I might find me a woman soon, and then what'll you do for a babysitter?" Fate cackled as he followed the girls inside. Juvad shook his head, struck by the other man's question. He hadn't given a single thought to courting Rachel without her daughters around. Sneaking into her bed, stealing kisses when no one else was watching, and maybe cornering her for another late-night cuddle session under the stars. Sure, he'd pondered all of those scenarios and more, but sending Kelly and Tiny away simply so he could seduce their mother? Never. They were as much a part of Rachel as the land she worked. If he couldn't accept her family the way it was, he had no business pursuing her. The sky burst open not long after, forestalling outdoor work. Fate raced home under the scant cover of a folded newspaper on the pretext of catching up with a friend. Juvad settled in the living room between Kelly and Tiny with a book Kelly chose and listened while she related a winding tale of two sisters who lived a long time ago in the faraway land of Big Woods. Tiny fell asleep midway through the first chapter, snuggled against his side under his right arm. The rain pounded on the tin roof, occasionally drowning out Kelly's careful reading, and the power flickered. She finished reading chapter 2, tucked a bookmark between the pages, and leaned her head against Juvad's left arm. "Mama should have been home by now." "Fate said she might eat lunch with Yasmin," Juvad said. "But what if she didn't? What if the van broke down or something?" "She has a phone with her." "But what if it's broke?" Kelly huffed out a forlorn sigh and rubbed her cheek against Juvad's bare upper arm. "It's a long walk from here to town, and her wearing them fancy heels. Maybe we should go fetch her." Juvad's heart softened at the worry thinning her young voice, and his earlier thoughts replayed in his mind. How could a man want a woman without accepting her children? How could any man walk away from a daughter who loved her mother as much as this one did? "Don't worry, Kelly. I placed a tracking device on the goat van." He jiggled his left hand, flashing his wristcom for her benefit. "Would you like to see where your mother is?" She brushed a tentative fingertip against the edge of his comm. "You can see that through your watch?" "It's not a timepiece." And beyond that, he couldn't explain without telling her everything. "But yes, I can track your mother through it." In Pruxnae, he relayed rapid-fire instructions to his ship requesting Rachel's location overlaid on an area roadmap. 3 ticks later, a flat projection shot out of his comm into the air above it, displaying a stationary blinking dot to the side of a curvy section of road. Kelly gasped. "Wow, Mr. Juvad! I ain't never seen nothing like that except on TV." "It's a relatively simple technology. Here, you try." He eased his arm away from Tiny, flicked the wrist comm's clasps open, and fastened it around Kelly's much narrower wrist, adjusting it to the smallest size. "What do you want to see?" She fingered the loose comm, sliding it back and forth along her forearm. "What Mama's doing now?" Juvad dutifully translated her request into Pruxnae. Almost immediately, the projection zoomed in on the scene surrounding Rachel's location and morphed into a holographic sphere encompassing a 1/4 creek radius around her. The goat van was parked in a gravel parking area surrounded by a handful of vehicles, 2 4-wheeled, the others 2-wheeled. Men of various sizes gathered around the van. The view wasn't tight enough to discern more than that, including whether Rachel was inside the van or out, but it was plenty close enough for fear to squeeze a tight hand around Juvad's spine. In Pruxnae, he said, "Computer, alert emergency services and mobilize them to Rachel's coordinates." Kelly wrinkled her nose, her brown eyes wide. "Your voice got all funny." He forced his muscles to relax, forced himself to calm the tumult raging within him. Rachel was in danger. Why had he allowed her to journey to her meeting unescorted? Tiny stirred and shifted against him, and Juvad's eyes slid closed. Right. He wasn't here to protect Rachel. He was here to protect her daughter. The 2 tasks should have been simple to accomplish in tandem. He was beginning to believe nothing about his assignment was as simple as it appeared. "Mr. Juvad?" Kelly said. "Is something wrong?" "It's nothing, sweetie." Nothing for her to worry over anyway. He pulled her into a hug, kissed her forehead, and hoped he hadn't just lied to her in the worst way possible. "Are you familiar with the location where the goat van is parked?" She nodded, swishing fine strands of hair around her sun-kissed face. "Good. Call your uncle and tell him to go there as quickly as he can. Describe the scene for him. Can you do that?" "Yes, sir. I can do that." She hopped off the couch, took off his comm, and handed it to him. "You reckon Mama's okay? I mean, them men was only checking on her, right?" He hadn't the heart to tell her any differently, yet couldn't bring himself to lie to her. "Call fate, sweet." She opened her mouth, closed it again, and her lips thinned into a firm line. "Yes, sir." Juvad didn't wait to see if she obeyed him. He cradled Tiny in his arms and carried her to her room, tucked her gently into bed under a thin blanket, then stalked into his own room through the opening between it and Rachel's, refastening his comm as he walked. He hated it, but if jumping was the only way he could protect Rachel and her daughters, he would by Vode do it, and hope by Fru's mercy he didn't pass out in the doing.
The rain continued through Rachel's meeting into the lunch hour, drenching her when she exited Jude's office. A quick check of her phone, and she sighed. Yasmin had messaged and canceled their lunch plans, adding a promise to drop by after work with an explanation. Rachel tousled the wet strands of her hair, while her van's finicky engine warmed. It was just as well Yasmin had had to work. Rachel's carefully selected outfit had been soaked in the 20 or so feet between Jude's office and the parking lot. Summer rain did that to a body. Resigned to a cold sandwich at home, she fastened her seatbelt, shifted the van into gear, and carefully navigated out of the parking lot onto Main Street. It wouldn't be so bad. The girls would be napping by the time she got home. Juvad would likely be puttering on some project or other. And Fate would have run home at the first drop of rain. She could settle down at the kitchen with a library book, a ham on rye, and a tall, frosty glass of lemonade, and enjoy the rare reprieve from family and work. The scenario was so pleasant, Rachel allowed it to distract her from the winding drive home on rain-slicked roads. The traffic had thinned during the worst of the storm, and was reduced to the odd truck whishing by in the other lane on its way into town. The rain was steady here, a light drizzle drenching the summer green trees and parched grass. Cows sloshed through fields, bowing their heads as they nipped wet greens out of the ground, and houses hunched under the dark sky like sullen children, waiting for the sunshine to reappear. A mile away from War Woman Dell, 3 motorcycles passed her on an infrequent straight section. All 3 riders wore helmets and not a stitch more of protective gear over their soaked t-shirts and baggy shorts. Rachel clucked her tongue, aghast at their lack of regard for their own safety. What was it about young people these days? Did they all think they were invincible? Didn't they know better than to drive a motorcycle helter-skelter during a rain shower? She shook her head.
Not a lick of sense between the three, she'd wager. The rain finally sputtered out just as she was slowing down ahead of the curves in the dell. She glanced at her rearview mirror, did a double take back at the black sedan riding her bumper. Where in the world had that come from? As soon as she thought it, a second car sped by her, passing her illegally at the head of a sharp curve. It swerved back into the lane ahead of her, barely clearing her front bumper. Rachel inhaled sharply and tapped her brakes on the slim hope she could slow enough to keep from hitting the dingbat, or worse, fishtailing off the road into the forest surrounding it. The car in front of her tapped its brakes. Lights flared brightly across the back end under a rear spoiler, a close match to the lurid red paint job. Rachel gritted her teeth against the irritation jerking her heart into erratic beats. What in the good Lord's name was that driver up to? It didn't take her long to figure it out. The car in front of her kept slowing. One of the motorcycles she'd spotted earlier doubled back, flying through the curves, then did a U-E in the middle of the road behind them and finally came alongside her. She was cinched in, bracketed by the three vehicles and the forest. The first hint of fear skipped into her stomach. She swallowed and focused on the road, her hands tight on the steering wheel as a million thoughts flashed through her mind. It could be anybody in those cars, anybody at all. But a nasty feeling joined the fear in her gut, and with it a growing certainty. It was Miguel Ramirez's boys. Had to be. Nobody else would risk turning the top-heavy van over on a dangerous stretch of highway. Nobody else wanted something out of her she wasn't willing to give or barter for. Her breath choked in her throat, and sweat broke out on her skin. Dear Lord, why hadn't she brought Fate or Juvad along? Why did she have to stick so stubbornly to her independence now of all times? The car in front of her slowed to a crawl, then stopped just past the entrance into the War Woman Dell recreation area. The motorcycle pulled up beside her and stopped. The driver turned a helmeted head toward her and gestured toward the entrance, and Rachel's mind swirled to a stuttering stop. In the Dell, she'd be mostly out of sight of the road. Cell reception was spotty at best, thanks to the natural granite bed underlying the soil and the national forest cushioning the Dell from civilization. Even if she could call for help, nobody would get here in time to save her. From what, she couldn't say for sure, but she had a couple of ideas, none of them pleasant to dwell on. She eyed the car in front of her. If she waited long enough, surely another car would come along and see her and Miguel's dang fool henchman sitting in the middle of the road. On the other hand, the van was bigger than the dinky, souped-up car blocking the lane. She could push it out of the road and make a run for the house. Not quickly. The van wasn't very powerful. On a good day with a tailwind, it might hit 55. There was no tailwind today, but she had to try, didn't she? Before she could make up her mind, the motorcycle rider leaned toward her and popped a balled-up fist into the driver's side window. Rachel yelped and pressed a damp palm to her pounding heartbeat. No choices, then. Please, God, let Juvad get curious about what was taking her so long and round up Fate to come find her. She turned the steering wheel hard and eased the van onto the Dell's access road, then scrounged inside her purse for her cell phone as she drove one-handed. The signal icons dotting the phone's glowing face were blacked out. As she'd thought, there was no cell service. She was alone with these goons, alone and dang near helpless. Too bad she hadn't thought to bring her bat with her on the trip, or a gun. One of Fate's pistols sure would have come in handy right about now. Who could have predicted that Miguel would extend his bothering outside her property? She parked in the uncharacteristically empty gravel parking lot, locked her door and the passenger's side door, then switched the engine off while the motorcycles and cars parked around her. It's not like she could go anywhere, but she didn't have to make it easy for them either. A grinning man stepped to the side of the van, his swarthy skin glistening. "Get out of the van, chica!" Rachel shook her head slowly, afraid to glance away from the man who'd tried to sneak into her house the day Miguel had come a-calling and steal her daughters away. What had Miguel called him? Pablo. Didn't matter.
The no-good son of a biscuit-eater wasn't getting his hands on her today, unless he wanted to come through the window at her. Another fist banged into the passenger side window. Rachel jerked around, her heart a wild gallop in her chest, and stared at the young man from the beach. Oh, the hits just kept coming, didn't they? Would she never live down Juan's reputation? Would it always be like this for her and the girls? God above, what would she do if it came down to a choice between living in fear of constant harassment or having to move to keep her girls safe? Hands slapped against the side of the van, and it rocked slightly. Rachel bit back the urge to scream. There had to be a way out of this. There just had to be. But what was it? If she went out there, those boys would hurt her or kidnap her or something. But she couldn't stay where she was. They were going to figure out how to get in. It was just a matter of time.
Get out of the van, chica,
Pablo repeated, and the van rocked again, harder. He placed his palms against the driver's side door and shoved, matching the van's side-to-side momentum.
Get out before you get hurt, little girl.
She curled her hands into fists in her lap, one around the useless phone, the other tangled in the fabric of her sodden skirt. I'm not coming out. Pablo's grin widened.
Oh yeah, chica, you're coming out. We got to have a little conversation, me and you.
The van swayed on its tires, and the storage equipment stored there for transporting her goat products. Her bottom slid along the seat every time the van rocked, and her breath matched the uneven rhythm, stuttering in sharp starts and fits out of her tight chest. Think. There had to be something she could do. But nothing came to mind. Not a gall-darn thing. A hard shove, and the van tilted off one set of tires, resting fully on the other. The men shouted triumphantly and rocked the van onto all four tires. It bounced once, then swayed again. Rachel grabbed the door handle and held on for dear life, dropping her phone in the process. A prayer ran through her mind, half-formed and incoherent. Miguel's men were going to turn the van over, and after, they were going to come inside and drag her out, and she wouldn't be in any shape to stop them. A sharp pop overrode the jangling of doors and trays in the back, and a large hand wrapped itself around her upper arm. Her shrill scream pierced the men's jeers and yells, halting them, and the hand slapped itself over her mouth. Warm breath blew against her ear as Juvad whispered, "When I let go, exhale fully." She didn't have time to wonder where he'd come from. Didn't have time to ponder much of anything. The next thing she knew, his hand slipped off her mouth. She inhaled and exhaled reflexively. Then the world tilted and swirled through a brilliant kaleidoscope into utter darkness.
Chapter 10. Juvad and Rachel winked into existence inside her living room near the couch. He staggered under the weight of gravity pulling him down, and the dizziness gripping him tightly. Couldn't pass out. Not this time. She needed him to hold on, needed him to protect her and the girls. He curled a limp Rachel against his chest and struggled to focus around the disorientation clouding his mind. The short distance between jumps hadn't been so bad this time, but making one right after another was like being enveloped in fru-brewed fog. One touch of the goddess's breath could bespell a man into sleep for eternity. So it was said, and so it was believed. None dared venture into a sudden fog for fear it had been sent by Fru. Rachel stirred against his chest and moaned softly. Juvad forced his shaky legs into a staggering totter toward the couch and sank into it with a relief born of diminished strength. Rachel's lashes were honey-rich against ashen skin, and her hair tangled in cold, damp knots over his arm. He cupped her face and stroked a thumb along her cheekbone, watching carefully as she slowly recovered from the jump. She could have been hurt. If he hadn't jumped into the van, those men would have turned it over with her inside it. There'd been no time for any other action, no time for fate to reach her by car, or for emergency services to dispatch aid. No time for anything but what Juvad had done. Her eyes popped open on a quick inhale, and her fingers dug into his bare chest. Juvad? Where? Shush, Beauty, he said. You're safe. Safe? Huh. Her lower lip trembled, then firmed, and her gaze flashed away and back. How did we get home? You don't remember? I remember Miguel's man Pablo and the boy from the beach. They were rocking the van, trying to turn it over, and you— Her hand curled into a fist against his skin, held tight against the erratic thud of his heart. You were in the van, but that's impossible. It was locked, and you were supposed to be here at home. He met her gaze evenly, unsure what to say. He couldn't lie to her, wouldn't, whether he should or not. She sighed and closed her eyes. I don't care. I'm just glad you were there to stop those men. That's why I'm here, he said gently, and cradled her close, stroking her hair as her softly hitching sighs slowly became muted, trembling sobs. A hollow ache grew in his gut, a numb certainty that if he hadn't jumped when he had, if he'd passed out after the jump, if he hadn't grabbed her and jumped again as quickly as he'd arrived, if even one thing had gone wrong, Rachel would not now be wrapped safely in his embrace. He weathered the storm of quiet tears, comforting her as much as he could, and all the while turmoil reigned inside him. This had to stop before it escalated into real harm. He and Fate had formed a nebulous plan to approach Miguel Ramirez and negotiate a détente. Or, as Fate had said, go in guns a-blazing and beat some ever-loving sense into that gall-darn, drug-dealing, woman-stealing, heavy-fisted son of a biscuit-eater. The time had come for action. At the very next opportunity, Juvad would talk with Fate, and together they would track Ramirez down and do what had to be done. And if that didn't work, there was always Plan B. Steal Rachel and the girls away like the Pruxnae Juvad was. It had always worked for the men of his people, and Juvad saw no reason why it wouldn't work now, save for Rachel's objections. Then again, it was hard to object to being stolen away when you were tied to a bed on a spaceship light years away from your home planet. The rightness of it settled the uncertainty, squashing it into a tiny, forgettable lump. The net path had sent Juvad here to protect Tiny. What better way to do it than on Abu, far away from the men intent on harming her mother? Rachel sniffed a final time and pulled away, eyes lowered. Sorry about the blubberin'. Juvad waited for the appropriate definition to pop into his head, and grunted when nothing came to mind. Crodden auto-learner. Where was it when he needed it? Blubbering? You know, crying and carrying on like a banshee on a 2-day bender. She blotted her eyes with the back of one hand, smearing black makeup along her skin, and frowned into his chest. Are you ever going to wear a shirt again? Only if you ask me to. She huffed out a laugh, part exasperation, part humor, and swept her palm over his bare shoulder, drying it. A woman would have to be a pure plum fool to ask a man to cover up when he looks like you. He grinned, oddly pleased by the compliment. You're no fool. No, I am not, she said tartly, and immediately softened. Thank you. He crooked a finger under her chin and lifted her face to his. You are welcome. A sigh shuddered out of her, warming his skin. Lunch? I have to check on Kelly, but after, I'll make you a sandwich and sit with you while you eat and tell me of your journeys into town. Juvad? He shushed her the best way he knew how, with a gentle kiss pressed against her lovely mouth, and he kept on kissing her until she relaxed against him, and he was certain she'd forgotten all the reasons why she shouldn't do exactly as he wished.
The rest of the day passed in a fog. Rachel checked on the girls right alongside Juvad. Found them safe and sound in Kelly's bed, exactly where he'd told Kelly to go when he'd done whatever it was he'd done to get Rachel out of a bad situation. She'd fibbed there. Oh, not at the time, certainly. She hadn't needed to know how he'd gotten her out of that van right then. But after she'd made sure the girls were okay and had a quick lunch, after the rain finally petered out for good and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, after Fate came jogging over. All worried frowns and rumpled hair. After all of that, Rachel's mind began turning over the impossibility of it all, and raised a few inconvenient questions. Like how exactly Juvad had gotten inside a locked van that had managed to keep out a handful of hooligans. Like how exactly he'd gotten her home without her remembering it. Like why exactly he kept telling her he was there to keep her and the girls safe. As if he'd somehow known trouble was heading their way before it even arrived. But try as they might, those questions didn't do more than buzz around inside her head. Rachel was too numb to voice a single question. Too shaky to do more than pass the time between being saved and bedtime with family and chores. And a single thought underlying it all. Being held so close in Juvad's embrace had felt right as rain, and somehow like it was the safest place on earth. And wasn't that a thought to give a body pause? She called a tow truck and let Fate drive her out to meet it. Her van was dinged up good. Those rascals had managed to bend the goat up, break the windshield, and puncture a couple of tires. Rachel didn't want to know what else they'd done that couldn't be seen. When the mechanic called with an estimate for repairs was soon enough to learn all that. She retrieved her cell phone from the floor and left the tow truck driver to his job. Bedtime did roll around right on schedule, and with it, the kind of dread Rachel hadn't felt in a good long while. The mere thought of facing an empty bed with Miguel Ramirez's goons on the loose raised a sick knot in her gut. Juvad was right there through a narrow passage in her closet, just like he'd been right there all day long, never letting her or the girls out of his sight for longer than a cat's breath. Did he really have to be so far away during the night? She gnawed on it while brushing her teeth. Her skin was still pasty pale underneath her tan, like the fear running thick in her blood. A God-fearing woman would rest her worries on the good Lord and trust in him. But maybe trusting in him meant trusting in the man who seemed to think he'd been sent to War Woman to protect a woman and her young'uns. Maybe it meant putting her faith in a man who, for the short time he'd been in Rachel's life, should have been a stranger but wasn't. Maybe it meant leaning on somebody when she hadn't had a body to lean on in years, save her own. Rachel spat into the sink, rinsed out her toothbrush and mouth, then stared at her reflection in the mirror, the too pale skin and the wide green eyes and the tense set of her lips. She didn't have to believe Juvad had been sent by God to know she could trust him. That she already did. Otherwise, how could she possibly feel safe around him? How could she possibly have allowed him to watch over her girls in her absence if she didn't trust him? How could she want him the way she was beginning to? So much that just the thought of inviting him into her bed for a purely innocent reason fired her blood and weakened her limbs. A quiet knock startled her out of her reverie. She put her toothbrush away, sucked a deep breath in and out of her lungs, and opened the door. Juvad stood on the other side. One corner of his mouth twisted down.
"The house is secure."
She nodded, unsurprised at his initiative. "Okay."
"The girls are asleep in Kelly's room."
"I know."
"Fate is but a telephone call away."
She cocked her head to the side and regarded the stiff set of his wide shoulders. "You okay?"
"I am."
His frown deepened and his hands flexed.
"Concerned for your safety. I'll sleep in your room tonight."
Relief swept through her, brushing away her nerves and the aching fear. "Okay." He crossed his arms over his chest and stared down at her, frown firmly in place.
"It's for your own safety."
"I know." She patted his arm and attempted a wobbly smile. "I appreciate it, too. Just give me a minute to check on the girls and we can go on to bed."
"You gave in too easily."
"Probably. But what was the point of arguing when she'd already been trying to talk herself into asking him to sleep beside her? "I'll fuss more next time."
"No fussing,"
he said, and stepped away from the door, still glowering at her. She had a funny feeling he meant it, too. Voluntarily agreeing to lie next to a man she wasn't married to was one thing. Actually climbing into bed with that man was something else altogether. The one time Juvad had slept beside her, they'd both been too worn out to do anything except sleep. This time, as soon as the lights went out and they settled down next to each other, every sense Rachel had went on alert. He pulled her against him, chest to chest, and tucked her head under his chin.
Relax, Beauty. You're safe now.
I know. She gathered her nerve and placed her palm flat against his chest, over the steady thud of his heart. His skin was warm, smooth, and far too tempting for her peace of mind. Unbidden, her own heart skipped a beat, and slow heat curled into her womanhood. She shifted, hoping to ease the ache, and her legs brushed against his.
Here.
Juvad skimmed one hand down her back and over her butt, and wrapped it around the back of her thigh, then wedged his thigh between hers and draped her leg over his bare hip.
Better.
She huffed out a laugh. His thigh was pressed right against her nethers through her panties, exactly where a woman should want it to be. It was much, much better as far as she was concerned, but not exactly a proper position. Screw that. The thought popped into her mind, startling her, and she nearly laughed again. Yep, screw that. Juvad was here, wrapped around her. And so what if he was? What happened between them was just that, between him and her and nobody else except God. And maybe, just maybe, he didn't give a rat's patootie what she was up to in her own time. Rachel did laugh then. A muted giggle breathed into Juvad's throat. God's truth, Juvad. I reckon you get better every time I see you. His hand tightened on her hip and he grunted. In fact, you get so much better, she continued. I reckon I might have to do something about it. A long silence followed her pronouncement, broken only by their soft breaths and the chirp of crickets outside her window. Finally, he said in a low, gruff voice,
Like what?
I don't know. What do you want me to do? His hips pressed into hers, and with them the rigid length of his erection, right against her lower belly.
Don't tempt me, Beauty.
If that wasn't a challenge, she'd never heard one. She raked her fingernails down his chest, hard enough to pleasure, not hard enough to draw blood. Why ever not? He groaned into her hair, and his erection bobbed against her tummy.
You're not ready for me.
Well now, she teased gently. That depends on what you're offering. Juvad pushed her onto her back and slid on top of her, and captured her mouth in a hungry kiss before she could catch her next breath. Before she could do more than return what he was giving in full measure. He was deliciously heavy on top of her, his mouth greedy and demanding, devouring her in rough slides of his lips and tongue as his hips rocked against hers, and heated passion burst into her fully formed. Oh, it was good to be held again, good to be loved, good for the man doing the loving to be so strong and good and kind, and sexy as sin to boot. Juvad could have any woman he wanted. He'd had his pick that day at the beach. Probably had all his life, and likely would again. Yet he wanted her, a single mom with nothing to offer but a whole lot of work on a rundown farm. He eased his hips off hers and slid a finger under the elastic of her panties, into her core. She drew back on a gasp, breaking their kiss, and arched her hips into the easy thrusting. Juvad, please.
You don't have to beg, Beauty,
he said, and his fingers slid out, leaving her bereft and empty. A moment later, he wrapped his hand around her panties and yanked them down, and was on top of her again, pressing her into the bed, his muscled body heavy and warm and right.
Tell me to stop.
She dug her fingernails into his back and wiggled her hips, sliding the head of his erection along her wet heat. Not on your life, mister. And he laughed softly and pressed his hips forward, slowly easing into her.
I live to serve.
Is that what you're doing? Serving me?
Yes,
he said simply and thrust a final time, fully seating himself inside her.
You feel so good. So...
His next words were low murmurs in a vaguely familiar language, whispered between soft kisses pressed to her forehead, her eyes, her nose, her cheeks. He moved against her, gliding his erection in and out of her core, and she moved with him, silently urging him to take what little she had to give, to take it and build it into something new and wondrously heady, something bright and alive and molten, to take the fire licking her skin and feed it until it scorched them both. Together they rose along a writhing flame, higher and higher, faster and harder, consuming each other in a desperate headlong rush. Rachel's hand slid along Juvad's sweat-slicked back, grappling for purchase. She wrapped her legs around his waist and arched her back, and hung on the precipice of release as he thrust into her over and over again, his breath a panting moan against her skin. And because he was there, because he was pleasuring her so well and she needed more, so much more of him than she'd ever dreamed, she squeezed her muscles around him and bit his throat, sucking his salt-glazed skin into her mouth. He groaned and quickened his pace, pounding into her, wild and gloriously hard, and she burst into a million burning pieces and moaned her release into his throat, and lost herself in his unfettered passion. His hips thrust against hers, once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. Then his own release throbbed into her, filling her, and he slowed and finally stilled.
Beauty,
he murmured, a reverent whisper full of wonder and need.
Let me clean you.
She tightened her limbs around him, holding him in place. Not yet. I want to feel you inside me for a while more.
Just a while,
he agreed and slid to the side, still ensconced in her heat, taking her with him. She placed her palm over the unsteady thrum of his heart and drifted into sleep wrapped within Juvad's strong embrace. Rachel woke to an empty bed and a brightly lit room. She frowned at the rumpled pillow resting so innocently beside her own. When a man loved a woman as good as Juvad had loved her, he ought to stick around for the aftermath, oughtn't he? That was simple common courtesy. She flopped over onto her back and glared at the shadows drifting across the white plaster ceiling. Maybe where Juvad came from, a man could get away with leaving a woman's bed before she was ready for him to. Didn't mean he could get away with it here. Rachel flung the covers back and slithered out of bed, grabbed fresh clothes and a towel, and plodded into the bathroom. A quick shower later, she dressed and brushed her teeth and stalked into the kitchen, her mood not one whit lighter for completing the simple routine. Juvad was propped against a counter, coffee cup in hand, listening to Kelly natter away about the solar system, while Tiny tried to shove half a waffle into her pint-sized mouth. He glanced up at Rachel when she entered, then lifted his cup, hiding a small knowing grin behind a sip. A wave of something warm and alive flooded through her, heating her cheeks. Rachel glanced away. Talk about lighting a bulb from 10 feet away. If he kept that up, she'd have to send the girls over to Fate's so she could drag Juvad back to bed. And didn't that just make her a shameless hussy? She bit her lower lip, stifling her own smile, and slid into a chair at the table next to Kelly. Morning, sunshine. Kelly leaned over and brushed a sloppy kiss across Rachel's cheek.
Morning, Mama. We done did the chores already.
Did you now? Rachel cupped a hand over her eldest's shiny hair. My, how they grew up. This one seemed determined to grow a bit too fast. But what could a mother do to stop the inevitable? What about the milking? Tiny dropped a sticky fork into her half-full plate and jabbered away in her made-up language, all smiles and bouncing curls.
Juvad grinned and said, "Finished, beauty. What are your plans for the day?"
"Only the usual Friday chores." Kelly slumped into her seat, a glum frown twisting her sweet mouth.
"We missed library day this week."
For some unaccountable reason, Rachel's gaze slid to Juvad. The troubles were upon them again, worse than before, seemed like. Was it really wise to go tromping around town when there wasn't a dire need? Juvad drained his cup, then set it in the kitchen sink.
"We'll make up for it in other ways."
Kelly's slumped shoulders straightened.
"Other ways?"
"As we did yesterday."
"You mean with your watch and the internet and stuff?"
"With all of that."
Juvad agreed. Rachel arched an eyebrow. "Your watch."
"It's magical,"
Kelly said.
"It's got a 3D display and everything. You reckon we could look at the solar system on that thing, Juvad?"
"If you like."
Juvad's eyes met Rachel's across the room. A furrow appeared between his brows, and his lips compressed into a tight line. He rubbed his thumb against the furrow, then dropped his hand to his side.
"Fate and I must journey out of town tomorrow. I don't want to leave you unprotected in my absence."
Rachel stuck her chin in the air, bruised by his inference. "We got along just fine before you broke down my fence, Juvad."
"Before is not now,"
he pointed out, his voice as calm as the surface of an undisturbed pond. The spit and vinegar drained out of her as quickly as remembered terror welled up. She sank against the back of her seat, one hand covering her trembling lips. He was right. Before wasn't now. Before Miguel had finally forgotten about her. She and the girls had been safe enough for peace of mind. Or the appearance of it, anyway. That day at the lake had popped the balloon of her illusions, revealing them as the ethereal, unreal creatures they were. If not for Juvad, what would have happened to her yesterday? What would have happened to the girls? The truth was, she and the girls weren't safe. Maybe they never had been. Maybe they never would be again. She blew out a weary breath, knuckled her own forehead, and finally gathered the words for a possible solution. "Maybe you and Fate could drop us off at Yasmin's before you leave. She won't mind at all, and maybe after she gets home from work, us girls can have a fun day without you men around." Kelly wrinkled her nose above a grin.
"Big ol' hairy men."
Rachel laughed. "Some of them are, anyway."
"I think I'm insulted,"
Juvad said, and Kelly giggled so hard she nearly fell out of her chair. They finished breakfast and cleaned up. Rachel scooted the girls into the backyard with a shouted admonition to stay on that side of the house. Surely they'd be safe for one morning's play. Juvad caught her arm on the way out the back door behind them and pulled her into his embrace.
"You made no protest upon learning of my journey."
Rachel shook her head, more amused by his language than anything. "You really need to deformalize a little, Juvad."
"You need to stay on task,"
he chided gently, and bumped his hips into hers.
"It pleases me when you bow to my judgment."
She snickered. "I ain't bowing to nothing. You and Fate are gonna do what you're gonna do. A mere woman doesn't stand a chance of stopping you."
"Is that so?"
He bent and brushed a kiss over her mouth, lingering when her lips parted and a soft sigh escaped her throat. If he was hoping to make her forget the conversation, it was working. Every thought in her head floated away at the slightest touch of his skin against hers. She skimmed her hands up his bare chest, rested one over the muted beat of his heart, and with the other, traced a random pattern along his tattoo. He jerked back, hissed in a sharp breath, and smug pleasure joined the heat he'd whispered into her. Turnabout was fair play, as far as she was concerned, and she meant to hold her own with him.
"Beauty,"
he said, a reverent murmur meant only for her.
"If the night were upon us and the girls in bed, You would not now be standing here torturing me with your wicked hands."
She grinned against his skin, pleased to no end. All that church worship hadn't driven the sin out of her. Reckoned she'd have to make up for it come Sunday services with an extra prayer. One of thanksgiving. Thank the good Lord she still had it in her to move a man to desperation. "Go on with you now," she said. "I need to see to the goats."
"See to them."
He planted a hard kiss on her mouth, and his hands tightened on her hips.
"We will continue our discussion after lunch."
"Which one?" He huffed out a laugh and stepped away, but his heat lingered on her skin for a long time after. Chapter 11. Fate and Juvad dropped Rachel and the girls off at Yasmin's early the next morning. Juvad went so far as to take the spare key from Rachel and see them inside, like they weren't perfectly capable of walking the distance between Fate's truck and Yasmin's front door on their own. Rachel set her tote on Yasmin's couch and penned an exasperated sigh in her mouth where it belonged. He meant well. Sure he did. Hadn't he told her right up front he'd see to their security, the way the men in his culture did? And hadn't she agreed to that, if not implicitly, then by letting him stay and help her the way he had? Didn't he deserve a little leeway, seeing as how he was sleeping in her bed at night, even if they'd only had sex that one time? Mind-altering, body-draining sex that had been so good she'd wanted a repeat. Too bad Juvad hadn't felt the same way, or they would have had that repeat last night when they'd settled into bed together. Nope. He'd wrapped himself around her, murmured a soft good night, and promptly fell asleep on her. And that had played hell on her self-confidence, right up until she'd fallen asleep herself, and awakened bright and early with Juvad already up and at him. Again. If he didn't want to have sex with her, why in the world was he still sleeping with her? Was he really only in her bed to keep an eye on her and the girls? Did he regret that first time? The glorious moment of pleasure so intense she still got goosebumps just thinking about it? She settled Kelly and Tiny on the couch in front of Saturday morning cartoons, her thoughts torn between the place Juvad was making in her life and the troubles now upon her. Having a man occupy a space in her bed didn't automatically give him rights over her and the girls. No. That was by her consent alone, and it came a little too naturally with Juvad. Maybe that was because he seemed so self-assured, like he could handle a small army if it was thrown at him. And maybe it was because there was something about him she couldn't resist, something sensual and primal and male. And maybe she gave in as easy as she did because her heart ached for companionship and love and all the things she'd never known with Juan. Not really. Was she finding those things with Juvad, a man she knew hardly anything about? Or were her hormones just out of whack thanks to a long, lonely stint as a single mom? So many questions, and not an answer in sight. Rachel blew out a breath, ruffling the loose strands of hair hanging around her face, and marched to the cabinet under Yasmin's kitchen sink, across the room from where the girls quietly watched TV. Nothing was ever solved just by stewing on it, sure enough, and that had never been her method for working through problems anyway. She yanked out cleaning supplies and headed to the bathroom, determined to fix something while her mind sorted through the tangle emotion had made out of it. A few hours later, after Rachel had scrubbed everything in the tiny cabin that hadn't run from her, after a simple lunch had been made and eaten, and the girls went down for a nap, the front door opened and Yasmin walked in, her skin ashen under her native tan. Rachel set the dog-eared romance she'd been reading on the coffee table. "What's wrong?" Yasmin breathed out a weary laugh. "You've known me too long." "Right back at you, sister," Rachel retorted. "Now spill." Yasmin shut the door, hung her purse on the hook affixed to the wall, then stood there, Her slender hands tangled in as many knots as Rachel's mind had been. Marty came by the shop today. Rachel bit back her gut reaction and patted the sofa cushion next to her. Oh, him. Yasmin merely nodded, her dark gaze vacant. The first hint of worry popped into Rachel. She patted the cushion again and softened her voice. What happened? Yasmin started. She glanced at Rachel and the hand resting on the sofa, and finally staggered across the room and plopped onto the couch. He was raising Cain about all the trouble Juan's old gang has been causing. How could he possibly know about that? Police scanner. Right. Marty had always been a snoopy gossip. Didn't it just figure he'd keep a police scanner on all the time? Let me guess. It's ruining his reputation around town? Got it in one, Yasmin murmured. Vice presidents at leading financial institutions have to maintain their image. He demanded his ring back. Rachel sat back, appalled. What? He broke off the engagement, said he couldn't afford to be tainted by gossip right now. I guess he really wants that promotion he's up for. Why, that no-account son of a— Rachel? Well, he is. Rachel slumped against the sofa's back and draped her hand over Yasmin's icy cold one. I'm sorry, sister. This is my fault. Yasmin sucked in a sharp breath and let it out on a tirade. This is not your fault, Rachel. It's my brother's fault. He's the one who fell in with that gang. He's the one who murdered that poor innocent man and got thrown in jail. He's the reason Miguel Ramirez is bothering us. Rachel's gaze sharpened on her friend. What do you mean, us? You and the girls, Yasmin said evenly. What's happened? Nothing. Rachel leveled a knowing look on Yasmin. By nothing, you mean something, don't you? Just a little suspicious behavior from folks walking by the shop. Yasmin shrugged an elegant shoulder, then let it drop. Nothing to worry over. That's what I thought when those kids showed up at the lake. I'll call the police if it gets worse. You do it or I will. Rachel squeezed Yasmin's hand. I'm going to talk to Juan during the next visitation at the prison. Yasmin glanced beyond Rachel to the hallway and the bedroom where Kelly and Tiny were fast asleep, then lowered her voice. You are terminating his parental rights. I think I have to. If I don't, it's okay, Rach. You don't have to explain again. Yasmin flipped her hand over in Rachel's and gripped it tightly. Sisters always, right? No matter what. No matter what, Rachel agreed, and settled down next to her closest friend to plan what they were going to do with their man-free afternoon.
Fate's truck rumbled out of Yasmin's driveway onto War Woman Road. Juvad resisted the urge to glance over his shoulder and make sure Yasmin's front door was firmly shut, exactly the way he'd left it. Rachel knew the risks. She wouldn't jeopardize the girl's safety by attempting to leave before Yasmin arrived home from work. Fate shifted gears, then grinned at Juvad. You got it bad, old son. Concern for a friend does not mean I have it bad. So, she's just a friend, huh? Reckon you won't mind if I introduce her to a guy I know? Fate rested one work-roughened hand on the gear shifter, his tone as casual as his posture. Single fella by the name of Hank Shortner. Hit it big in tech something or other. I can never keep it straight what. Juvad turned slowly in the seat, unease a heavy lump in his gut. You will tell this Hank Shortner to mind his own beeswax. Fate snorted out a laugh. You've been hanging around Rachel too long. She's my landlady. Juvad forced his stiff muscles to relax and glanced out the window, attempting a casual air he didn't feel. And I like being with her. Yep, it's bad all right. She's a good woman. Never said she weren't. And a good mother. She is that, Fate agreed mildly.
You gotta learn when somebody's yanking your chain, else your dander's gonna get up and wander off someday.
Juvad waited for the auto-learner's implanted language translator to supply a meaning, and waited. When his mind remained blank, and he couldn't figure it out on his own, he said, "What?"
I'm messing with you. Getting your goat? Having a go at you?
Fate shook his head and downshifted through a sharp curve.
Where did you say you was from again?
Not here, Juvad gritted out.
Huh. Kelly done told me about that fancy watch of yours. Said it did all kinds of stuff she'd heard hide nor tail of. Me neither.
It's just a watch.
Yeah, right. And I'm just a beekeeper.
Fate shook his head, his gaze firmly on the road winding ahead of them under the warm morning sun.
You sure your mom ain't Mossad or something?
Or something was a little too close to the truth for comfort. Juvad searched for an adequate reply and came up empty.
You're gonna have to fess up someday, old son, Fate said. To me or to Rach, it don't make no difference, you hear? We ain't got no secrets between us. None big enough for a dog to gnaw on, leastwise.
Juvad inhaled deeply and reached for his patience.
There are times when I don't understand a single word you say.
Fate slapped a hand against his thigh, his grin wide.
Hang around long enough and you'll catch on.
Hang around. Juvad shook his head and flipped on the radio, the one device in the vehicle he could operate with ease. The longer he hung around protecting Tiny, and by extension, her sister and mother, the more he wanted a place in their lives. A real place, not the passing assignment he'd been given by an anonymous netpath. What would it be like to live with him day by day? To make love to Rachel every night and sleep beside her? To hold her and her daughters? To be a part of their family, and they a part of his? What would it be like to love them so deeply he never wanted to let them go? He rubbed his wrinkled brow, ignoring Fate's tuneless whistle and the twangy beat thumping out of the truck's speakers. His assignment came first. After that, when he was free to act as a man should, he could consider the future more carefully. Between now and then stood a gang of men intent on harm. That he knew how to deal with, and he would, in the way of his mother's people, without mercy, without pity, and without a single qualm over what had to be done. They arrived at Miguel Ramirez's gate compound on the outskirts of Gainesville an hour later. A guard posted at the gate waved them through without approaching Fate's truck. Juvad glanced at Rachel's brother. "How did you know where Ramirez lives again?" Fate's knuckles whitened as his grip tightened on the steering wheel. "A little birdie told me." "A little birdie?" "That's mountain talk for somebody I don't want to tell you about." "Was it a net path?" Juvad asked and winced. By Fru, he really needed to rein in his tongue before it landed him in trouble. Fate jerked his head around and stared at Juvad. "Say again?" "Never mind. Let's go. I want to spend the evening at home, not traveling." "You and me both," Fate muttered. He eased the truck forward through the gates and followed the circular driveway, then parked in front of wide brick steps leading upward to a wide porch attached to a freshly painted, white, two-story house. He flicked off the engine with a quick twist of his hand. "You sure I can't bring a gun with me?" Juvad tapped a finger against his wristcom. "I have something better should we need it." "If you say so." Fate opened his door and stepped out, then ducked back in and pinned a serious gaze on Juvad. "Here we go." "Yes," Juvad said simply, and exited the truck. A grim-faced young man dressed in a collared purple shirt and dress slacks patted them down, then escorted them into the house and down a short, carpeted hallway lined by unadorned white walls. He opened a thick wooden door and waited for Juvad and Fate to enter, then shut it behind them without uttering a single word. Ramirez was sitting behind a massive wooden desk on the far side of the room at the edge of the sunlight streaming through two gauze-covered windows. He glanced up at Juvad and Fate and dropped the paper he was holding onto a stack in front of him, his expression smug. "I'd ask you to sit, but I don't want you to stay that long." Fate crossed his arms over his lean chest, his mouth a thin slash across his narrow face. Your men tried to kill Rachel, you sorry son of a bitch. Ramirez's grin widened. Says who, amigo? Says my sister. I heard she had a little trouble a couple days back. Ramirez leaned back in his chair, hands loose on the arms. Nothing to do with me. Nothing? Fate barked out a disbelieving laugh. Yeah, right. Juvad eased slightly in front of him, on the slim hope of deterring the violence coiled in the lighter man's tense frame. They were outnumbered by a large margin, and on Ramirez's home ground as well. Nothing would be gained by inciting anger. That wasn't why he and Fate had traveled there. We are not here to discuss Rachel's troubles, Juvad said flatly. Then you came a long way for nothing, Ramirez said, his tone as flat as Juvad's. She wants to avoid trouble? All she has to do is come work for me. Fate cursed under his breath, long and low, and Juvad had to agree, even if he didn't understand the exact wording. Rachel would never debase herself by working for Ramirez, nor would he allow her to. Fate might not have the ability to get her out of this situation, but Juvad did. He deliberately relaxed and smiled, not a friendly gesture, but the smile his mother had cultivated specifically for her enemies. Stiff lips, teeth bared, and eyes as cold as a winter's night. Ramirez blanched, then scowled. That's the deal. No deal, Juvad said. The softly spoken words dropped into the thin tension stretching between them, cracking it. You will never bother her again. Ever, Fate added. Ramirez sneered and his hands tightened around the arms of the chair. Or what? You threatening me now? Fate snorted. Man must be stupid if he can't recognize the difference between a threat and a promise. A promise, yes, Juvad agreed. He tapped his wrist against his ribs under the cover of his still-crossed arms, activating an attack sequence pre-programmed into his ship. A boom sounded on the far side of the house. The lights flickered, and a siren blared, wailing above shouting voices and rapid footsteps. Ramirez vaulted from his chair, his dark eyes wide. What the fuck? That, Fate said, his tone underscored by satisfied laughter, is what it sounds like when we keep a promise. Juvad eyed Fate out of the corners of his eyes, surprised at his unruffled rejoinder. How had the other man known what Juvad had been planning? The door opened behind them, and the man who'd escorted Juvad and Fate through the house burst through. Hijo! Ramirez jabbed a shaky finger at Fate. Keep them here. He was around the desk and out the door in a controlled burst of frantic energy. As soon as Ramirez was gone, Juvad elbowed Fate. Ready? Oh yeah, Fate said, and leapt at the escort, one hand outstretched, the other drawn back in a fist. Juvad leapt after him to the side, catching the escort's hand before he could defend himself. Fate's fist popped to the escort's jaw, the man's head snapped around, and down he went, landing in a limp heap at their feet. Fate shook his hand out as he stepped around the man toward the door. The more I learn about that watch of yours, the better I like it. You reckon you can get me one of those? Juvad laughed, amused in spite of the situation. Not anywhere near here. Figures. Fate poked his head out the door, looked up and down the hallway, then turned to Juvad. If we hurry, they won't notice we're gone till it's too late for them to do anything about it. Juvad had a plan for that too, if they became trapped, but it was a failsafe only. Best to try to make it to Fate's truck first. Follow me. Any time, old son. Fate raised his voice over another short barrage from Juvad's ship. Any time. They left Ramirez's office and wound their way through shouting men without being challenged, then got into Fate's truck and sped down the driveway far more quickly than when they'd arrived.
Chapter 12. That night, they all gathered around a bonfire in Rachel's backyard, under a black star-studded sky. Rachel sprawled in a lawn chair between Yasmin on her left and Juvad and the girls on her right. As they usually did, Kelly and Tiny had crawled into his lap at the first opportunity and coaxed him into telling a story about some myth or other. Rachel hadn't asked what her brother and her renter had been up to that day. She hadn't had to. They'd picked her and the girls up before supper, and the matching grins on their faces had painted a pretty telling story, even before fate let it slip that they'd confronted Miguel Ramirez on his home turf. She slouched lower in her seat and fixed her gaze on a red glinting star twinkling above her. Idiot men. They could have gotten themselves killed, and for what? So she and the girls might maybe be safe for a little while longer? Yasmin poked her bare toe into Fate's leg. Tell me you didn't really waltz into that viper's nest by yourself? Fate shot a grimace at her. You act like I ain't got no courage at all. Courage I never doubted, she retorted. But taking on Miguel Ramirez head-to-head, that's pure foolishness. Let him be, Rachel said mildly. What's done can't be undone. Yasmin sat straight up in her chair. That man could come after you again.
Juvad broke off his story and said, He may, but it will be a long while yet before he dares.
A really long while. Fate relaxed into his seat and grinned. What old Juvad there means is that Miguel Ramirez got his pants scared off of him today. How'd you do that anyhow? Do what? Yasmin asked. Lay down a world of hurt, that's what. Juvad shook his head.
No real damage was done. The house remains intact and no one was injured.
That's a crying shame, Rachel muttered. Kelly shifted on Juvad's lap, facing him. But what did you do?
Nothing he didn't deserve.
Juvad tweaked her nose.
Fetch a blanket, and we'll learn another constellation before bedtime.
Sweet! She wiggled down and raced toward the house, a jabbering Tiny right behind her. As soon as the door slapped shut behind them, Fate leaned forward and speared Juvad with a speculative look. What exactly did you do at Ramirez's? For the life of me, I can't figure out how you set off so many bombs without getting caught planting them. Rachel slumped lower in her seat. She didn't want to know. She really did not want to know. Bombs? Yasmin asked. Juvad shook his head.
Not bombs. Beyond that, I can't say.
Fate slapped his thigh and chortled. I knew it. I just knew you was military. Cut it out, Fate, Rachel said. What really matters is whether or not Miguel is going to come sniffing around my girls again.
Not for a long while,
Juvad repeated, and held his hand out to her, palm up. If that wasn't an invitation, she didn't know what was. She placed her hand in his, palm to palm, and let his comforting strength chase the questions right out of her head. The next morning, Rachel woke tangled together with Juvad's much larger body. He was warm beside her, somehow safe and steady in a topsy-turvy world. Her rock. She was leaning on him too much. What guarantee did she have that he'd stand beside her beyond the autumn? Or even want to? What promise had he made to her other than to protect her and the girls for the undefined future? And here he was, ensconced in her bed like he belonged beside her forever. And she'd done nothing to stop him from being there. His breath fanned across her nape, stirring heat among the doubts growing in her mind. It was time to get up. Past time, really, to take control of her own life again and figure out how to handle Miguel Ramirez's little reign of terror. She eased away from Juvad, hoping not to wake him, then was drawn back into the curve of his body by his arm tightening around her waist. He nuzzled the side of her neck and spoke softly, in a sleep-roughened voice.
Stay.
Rachel's mind emptied, and for the life of her, she couldn't summon a reason why she shouldn't do exactly what he wanted her to do. She blinked, stared blankly at the slowly brightening wall across from her, and finally seized on a response. Sun's up.
It's early yet.
He pressed a kiss against her skin and rocked his hips into hers, gently grinding his erection into her bottom, and her resolve melted like a snowball rolling along the burning desert sand. She relaxed against him and opened her thighs under the insistent pressure of his fingers, and he laughed softly and took what he wanted, and gave her so much more in return.
Later, Juvad fried bacon while Rachel stood beside him flipping pancakes on a large, flat skillet. Their arms brushed occasionally, and every time they did, she glanced up and smiled shyly at him. He was beginning to treasure that smile, her touch, her husky laugh, and earthy manner. Earlier, he'd made love to her, slowly bringing her to a scorching release while rocking his way to one of his own. And as he burst over the edge of pleasure, his mind had focused on a single thought. Being inside her, loving her that way, was the first place he'd ever truly belonged. He never wanted to give that up. His heart thudded once, hard, then flipped over in his chest. Was this what love felt like? This all-consuming need to be with a woman? To please her as no one else had? To be everything she needed? And more, everything she wanted? A man she would always be proud to call her own? He frowned at the sizzling bacon, jiggled the pan on the stove's eye, and cut the heat under it down a notch. How could they be together, though, when she lived here on Earth and might never want to leave? He'd considered stealing her away and presenting her as a candidate for the choosing, but now he wasn't so sure that that was the right thing to do. Rachel's life was here with her children and fate and her goats, not light years across the galaxy on a planet she didn't even know existed. And his home was where? On Abu, among a family who loved him, but saw him more as a perpetual juvenile than a grown man capable of leading his own family? It was the only home he'd ever known, until meeting Rachel. The song playing on the radio faded out, replaced by music announcing the hourly news. An announcer began reciting the national news and, just as Rachel was easing the last pancake onto a plate, said, "Yesterday evening, a mysterious volley of fire-like hail rained down on a private home in the Gainesville area." Rachel stiffened beside him, her gaze seemingly focused on the plate, and sick dread pooled in the pit of Juvad's stomach. "Authorities are baffled by the phenomenon," the announcer continued. "NASA spokeswoman Blanche Turner said the event was being investigated. Military activity has been ruled out, and though a natural cause is still being considered, efforts to understand what happened have turned toward understanding the phenomenon's origins." Rachel's gaze slowly lifted to his. Her face had hardened into a taut mask, hiding her thoughts from him, and her hand tightened into a white-knuckled grip on the spatula. "Rachel," he said, breathing the word in a silent plea through the thick knot clogging his throat. "I've let a lot go," she said in a thin, strained voice. "I let it go when you showed up here with a wad of cash and that fancy watch and barely a stitch more to your name. I let it go when you took over stuff I should have rightly been doing on my own. And I let it go when you rescued me from Miguel Ramirez's thugs." "Rachel, please." She interrupted him with a sharp slash of the spatula through the air between them. "How much longer do you think I can keep letting stuff go, Juvad? I've got my girls to think about, and fate, and my business. I've got real problems here, and I know you're helping. God knows you've been more help to me than any other man I've ever known. But you're keeping secrets from me, and I just can't—" Her words broke off as a tear streaked down her face, and her expression melted into tremulous worry. It stabbed into Juvad, ripping through the emotions he'd been wrestling with. He balled his hands into fists at his side, holding them there as bacon hissed and popped on the stove. What could he say that wouldn't ruin everything? His mission here to save Tiny and, because of her, Rachel, Kelly, and even Fate and Yasmin? The feelings working their way into his heart for this tiny, resilient family? And the unspoken vow of spacefaring civilizations to respect the slower development of other cultures. All could be lost because of his carelessness. But as another tear trickled down Rachel's wan face, an epiphany struck, washing away all his doubts, replacing them with an absolute certainty. He couldn't let her suffer in ignorance any more. She deserved to know what was going on, all of it. If he ever wanted to hold a meaningful place in her life, he had to tell her, and damn the Crawdon consequences. He flicked the stove off, slid the pan of bacon off the eye, and fortified his resolve with a deep breath. Get the girls, Rachel. Get Fate, too. She sniffed and dropped her hands to the counter. What for? I have something to show you. Something, he was beginning to realize, he should have shown her from the outset, instead of clinging to the false notion that he could protect them without them ever knowing who and what he was. What about breakfast? He glanced at the freshly cooked pancakes and the bacon already piled high on a waiting plate and prioritized. It can wait. Get your family. She nodded slowly, set the spatula down, turned reluctantly toward the hallway and her daughter's bedrooms. Rach, he said. She paused and half-turned toward him. Yeah? Keep an open mind. Promise me. She nodded stiffly and continued on, and he stood there watching her, his heart a heavy thud among the loss already growing inside him.
Chapter 13. They gathered in the living room around Juvad. He held his hands out to them. Rachel latched on hard, then tucked Kelly and Tiny between her and Fate, on Juvad's left side, holding the other man's shoulder. Sick anticipation swirled through Rachel's gut. Whatever Juvad had planned, she hadn't a clue. His expression had closed off half an hour ago, right after he'd told her to get her family, and he'd barely spoken a terse word since. It couldn't be that bad, could it? He sucked in a sharp breath, let it out nice and slow, and fingered a small button-like device snapped onto the waistband of his shorts.
You must all trust me now.
We do, Mr. Juvad,
Kelly said, though her young voice quavered and shook like a sapling braving the wind. Juvad smiled down at her, and his hand tightened in Rachel's.
Take a deep breath, sweet, and exhale.
They all did, one after the other, Fate and the girls and Rachel, and Juvad last. He glanced at her, and his midnight blue eyes grew and grew, filling her vision, crowding out everything else. The fear of discovering what he really was, the recent chaos of their lives, everything.
It's time,
he said softly, and in a flash the world shifted around her, the same way it had the day he'd rescued her from Miguel Ramirez's men. This time she was aware of Juvad's hand in hers, and of the kaleidoscope surrounding them where her living room had been. Between one breath and the next, her heart flipped over, and when it finally settled into her chest where it was supposed to be, her living room was gone, replaced by a stark, empty cavern.
Lights!
Juvad's voice echoed, slapping against metal before returning to them.
Breathe through it, Rachel. Fate's passed out, and the girls need your care.
She staggered into him, too stunned to react to the change in location. A soft hiss drew her attention to Fate and Kelly, slumped on the spongy gray floor, and a Tiny, clutching Juvad's leg, her eyes as big as saucers in her pale face. Rachel reached out to her youngest daughter, missed Tiny's fist by a mile. Sorry, she mumbled, but the words came out all wrong, slurred and distorted, as if she'd dived into the lake and tried to speak underwater. Juvad shifted his hand out of her grasp and wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
Kneel while your body adjusts to the jump, Beauty. It won't take long.
Rachel collapsed gratefully onto the floor next to her eldest daughter, checked Kelly's pulse with a shaky hand, and sighed. Her breath came out ragged and harsh. She cleared her throat and tried again, and was as surprised at what she said as she was in the change of scenery. Where are we? Juvad pried Tiny off his leg, swung the toddler into his arms, then knelt beside Rachel.
My ship.
Tiny burrowed her face into his neck and mumbled, Abu Duda?
No, baby. We're still in orbit near Earth.
Orbit? Rachel choked out. What do you mean, orbit?
It's better if I show you, he said softly, but not until the others awaken.
It took a while for Fate and Kelly to come round, and even longer for them to hearken on to where they were. At last, Juvad judged them ready, and led them out of the cavern into a wide corridor through enough twists and turns to jumble the journey into a mess inside Rachel's memory. But the room he led them to stuck there and good, and so did the view. She stood stock still in the middle of an arched doorway, one hand on the frame, and gaped. The room was smallish, about the size of her living room and kitchen combined, and held a variety of consoles and chairs. What took her breath were the windows arrayed along the opposite curved wall, and the planet framed within them. A blue ball coated with swirling white clouds. Earth, Rachel murmured. That's Earth. Kelly raced right up to the window and pressed her face and hands against it.
I never seen nothing so pretty in my life, Mr. Juvad. How'd you get Earth inside the picture frame?
That ain't no picture, Fate said. He swiveled a narrow-eyed gaze at Juvad. Is it? No, Juvad confirmed. We're on a spacecraft, orbiting Earth in the shadow of the moon, where Earth authorities are least likely to look for it. Rachel sank onto the floor right where she was, blocking the exit out of the room.
A spacecraft?
A spacecraft. I was sent here by... He glanced at the windows, then shook his head. I came here to protect Tiny from an unknown threat. Fate snorted. Miguel Ramirez. Juvad nodded once, as I discovered.
But why her? Rachel asked. Who cares what happens to one little girl on a... Her eyes widened as the truth hit her, a truth about the universe she'd never suspected, though plenty of others had. You're an alien.
No, he said sharply. I'm as human as you are, but I wasn't born on Earth.
Where are you from? Fate asked. Juvad glanced down at Tiny, still cuddled against his chest.
A planet called Abu.
Rachel's gaze drifted to Tiny, and the numbness she'd felt since coming onto Juvad's spaceship slowly morphed into a feeling she couldn't quite name. Did you tell Tiny about this Abu?
Juvad shook his head. That's another story.
Rachel pointed a shaking finger at him. Start at the beginning and don't leave nothing out.
A long time ago, humans lived in origin space. It's a frontier now, a place where only outlaws and those not integrated with the net live.
He jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward Earth, hovering in the window.
This planet is one of many located within origin space.
Fate settled into a chair behind a console situated near Rachel. What's the net? Juvad's mouth firmed into a thin line for a moment.
Something like the internet, but more. Bigger. It's run by...
He glanced at Tiny, then toward Rachel, and she finally identified the unnamed emotion. A mother's instinct to protect her children. Tiny was wrapped up in this somehow, and Rachel, by golly, needed to know every detail. Go on, she said.
Telepaths.
The word erupted from Juvad like a volcano spewing lava, and was followed by Fate's low whistle. Tiny, Rachel whispered. Juvad nodded.
I don't know what the net paths want with her. Only that she's important enough for them to send somebody halfway across the galaxy to protect her.
A silence filled the air between them, broken only by Kelly's soft pats against the window as she shifted her hand and covered one landform on Earth after another. Finally, Rachel said, You were telling us about origin space.
We don't know much about that time in human history. Juvad continued. Only that at some point, Humans fled during a short-lived Great Migration and spread out into the galaxy, where they settled onto many different worlds.
How long ago was that? Fate asked.
Millennia. Long enough for human civilization to evolve into many different cultures, and for humans themselves to begin to evolve.
Juvad gently patted Tiny's back and tucked her closer to him.
No one knows when the paths arose, or when they first formed the net, but a few hundred years ago they began letting other people into it using technology. It's become the best way for humans and aliens to communicate across long distances, and provides updatable information on the bulk of human knowledge.
Something occurred to Rachel then, and she nearly laughed in spite of the grave situation she and her tiny family had found themselves in. You weren't kidding when you said you could help Kelly learn about space, huh?
Juvad's lips twitched into a half-smile. I have some knowledge of it.
Fate barked out a laugh.
That's gotta be the understatement of the year.
Why now, though? Rachel asked. Why not when Miguel threatened us before, or when Juan killed that man down in Gainesville?
Juvad shrugged. We learned long ago not to question the net paths. It doesn't do any good. They never answer unless doing so furthers their goals.
Now that she'd asked the question, though, Rachel couldn't let it go. And she couldn't keep the other questions from building up inside her. Why Juvad and not somebody else? Why a lone man and not a squad of soldiers? Juvad was a big guy, tall and muscled, not somebody to be messed with, between his strength and that fancy gun of his. But he was just one man. What if something had gone wrong? Shoot, not had gone wrong. What if something did go wrong? She opened her mouth to voice that question, took one look at the dark circles under Juvad's eyes, and closed her mouth. There'd be plenty of time for questions later, after Juvad had finished his tale and shown them around his space home, and they had, the good Lord willing, returned to her house and had a hearty supper. Later she'd pester him into answers, but right now, her curiosity and excitement grew apace. She'd never in a million years would have thought she'd make it to outer space. And while she was here, she was by golly going to take advantage of the opportunity.
It took an hour for everyone's curiosity to wind down and for the girls to protest hunger. Juvad handed out dried fruits from his ship's stores to appease them and to demonstrate that the Terrans could, if they had to, live on food grown on other planets. Just in case. Once it became apparent that Rachel wasn't going to freak out on him, as Kelly would say, his anxiety lessened, and he relaxed as he led her and hers through his ship and answered the dozens of questions they flung at him. What was life like in outer space? Did the ship have gravity? How did it work? How many planets did humans live on? Were aliens friendly, or were they bent on dominating the known universe? The last question came from Kelly and was, he suspected, born out of a fear bred by Earth's movie industry. He hadn't the heart to tell her that there were several species of hostile aliens, but he did fill her in on the ones humans were largely friendly with, and even accessed the net to show her pictures of a few of the humanoid ones. If he'd let her, she would have happily spent hours in front of the view screen, exploring a universe she'd never known existed. Eventually, the questions petered out. Rachel insisted on going home, and Juvad obligingly jumped them all back into her now darkened living room, thankful he hadn't passed out as Fate and Kelly did. The wooziness was there, but it was largely controllable. It was a change he deliberately put out of his mind for later study, filling his thoughts instead with all the things he could freely tell Rachel, now that she knew part of who he was. Not all, but enough for the rest to make sense once he explained it. He bided his time through a quick supper and Fate's goodbyes, through the girls' bath time and story time and bedtime. At last, Rachel headed for the shower, and Juvad couldn't wait another minute more. He followed her into the small bathroom, shut the door firmly behind himself, and shucked his clothes. She was standing still under a spray of steaming water, hunched under it with her back to him. He paused for a moment and admired the curve of her shoulders, the indentation of her waist, the drops of water clinging to her smooth skin. His heart leapt and flipped in his chest, and he knew, just knew, that whatever the future brought, he would spend it with her, even if it meant never returning to Abu. He yanked the shower curtain back and grinned when she whirled around and squawked and smacked a wet hand against his bare chest. "Miss me?" he asked. She huffed and put her back to him again. "I just saw you not 5 minutes ago." "Yes, but we were surrounded by people then." And he desperately needed to be alone with her, any way he could get her. He picked up the soap, lathered his hands good, then wrapped his arms around her and pulled her gently into the shelter of his body. "You took being on a spaceship well." He felt her laugh more than heard it. "It wasn't like I could run screaming out of the room or something." "You could have asked me to take you home." "Would you have?" "Any time you wanted." She had to know he'd do anything for her, anything at all, if only she'd ask. "We can go back if you want to." "Kelly would like that," she said softly, and relaxed into him, tilting her breasts into his touch. "I have so many questions, so many things I want to know about you and the worlds out there." "In good time, beauty." Though there were plenty of things she needed to know now, things he needed to tell her for his own peace of mind, and because he was his father's son, and his mother's. He cupped his soapy hands over her breasts and kneaded gently, ignoring the desire pulling in his gut and hardening him against her firm ass. "On my world, Abu?" The single word, uttered in her mountain-sharp drawl, filled him with a possessive pleasure unlike he'd ever known. "Yes, beauty. Abu is an ice world. Beautiful, yes, but a hard world to survive on. We have problems breeding daughters, and so there's always a shortage of marriageable women." She twisted in his embrace and looked up at him, her somber expression broken by the mischief twinkling in her green eyes. "That's not a problem, Juvad. That's a tragedy. Reckon there must be a lot of virgin men out there, huh?" He sputtered out a laugh, outraged in spite of the humor lacing her voice. "We have spaceships." "Uh-huh." She turned back around and traced her fingers lightly over the backs of his hands. When she continued, her voice held a studied nonchalance. "You weren't a virgin when you landed here?" "No," he said gently, "but I was fresh from selecting a woman as my wife." She stiffened, and he rushed on, allowing his words to drown out her quick protest. "Someone else stole her before I could, and for this I will always be grateful. If not for that, I would never have been sent to Earth. I would never have had the opportunity to protect Tiny, and I never would have met you." She was silent for a long while, still stiff under his hands and the water streaming down around them both. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible above the roar of the shower, and held a cautious note unlike her normal, straightforward tone. "Stole?" "As is the custom of my people, the Pruxnae." He slid his hands to her stomach and resumed washing, then waited for her to relax again before continuing his explanation. "If I had been successful in finding a woman, I would have carried her to Abu. My mother would have taught her to fight, and when the time was right, my bride would have fought for me at the choosing. My mother would love you." She stilled like a yinga bracing for an attack. "She would?" "She would," he confirmed, and slid one hand lower into the soft curls protecting her mons. "She would teach you to fight, and on the day of the choosing, she would present you there with a pride befitting a camel." Rachel's head fell back into his shoulder, and her hands dropped to her side, and the possessive pride he'd felt earlier flooded into him, expanding until it filled him and shoved everything aside. "You will fight for me, beauty," he said, and slid his fingers along her clit, ensuring her compliance in the pleasure he willingly gave, and gave until her passion broke on soft sighs and the water grew too cold to bear.
Chapter 14. Jude Earl called the next morning while Rachel was still cooking breakfast, and Juvad was off tending the goats. She settled the phone between her shoulder and ear, and tried hard to ignore the dread tightening her spine. "You're up early, Jude. Everything okay?"
"They moved Juan to the Rabin County Detention Center yesterday."
A harsh sigh filtered over the phone line.
"Sorry to dump it on you like that. I just found out myself."
Rachel shoved the pan of sausage links off the eye and flipped the eye off. "I thought the police were supposed to let us know before it happened. Or during, or right after at least." She stumbled to a chair, yanked it away from the kitchen table, and sank into it, one hand covering her eyes, the other clutching the phone. The detention center was in Tiger, a little more than half an hour away. As far as she was concerned, half an hour wasn't nearly enough distance between her girls and their father, the murderer. The thought turned over in her mind again and again, the only reaction she could define while she sorted out the implications. At last, she forced herself to breathe deeply and said, "And there's nothing we can do to get him moved back."
"He's a model prisoner, Rach,"
Jude said gently.
"As long as he stays out of trouble."
Yeah, I get it."
"Are you ready to move forward with terminating his parental rights?"
Boy, was she. "Have you got your fee sheet ready for me to sign?"
"It's ready whenever you are."
"Then I reckon I'm ready too. I'll be by as soon as I can with money and such." She sighed, jammed her fingers into her hair, knotted them into a fist around the fine strands. "Thanks for telling me."
"I'm sorry we couldn't do anything to stop it."
"I know." She said her goodbyes and hung up, then sat there like a lump on a log staring into space. Juan was coming home. Well, not home exactly, but close enough. He was coming back to Rabin County, where all the trouble had started. This time, though, she wasn't going to get dragged into it, her or the girls. But what could she do? What action would possibly get Juan to leave her alone for good? And Miguel Ramirez with him. Rachel slapped a flat palm against the tabletop and stood. There was one thing. Visiting hours were pretty regular at the detention center. Next one that opened up, she'd be there to set Juan straight on a thing or two. She marched to the counter, dragged out a battered phone book, and flipped through the pages until she found the number. Her fingers were fumbling through dialing it when Juvad opened the screen door and stepped into the kitchen. His gaze zeroed in on her hands and he arched one eyebrow. "Trouble?" How did he always know? Rachel moved the phone in his direction. "Juan's being moved to the local prison. I'm seeing about visiting time so I can tell him I'm having his parental rights terminated." Juvad nodded.
"Fate will go with you."
She opened her mouth on an automatic protest. The memory of sitting alone inside her van while it rocked back and forth shot through her mind, and she closed her mouth. "I'll ask him."
"Good."
He sauntered to her, dropped a hard kiss on her mouth, then touched his lips to her ear.
"Tonight, beauty."
Heat shot through her, faster than fire fueled by gasoline. "Tonight?" she gasped out in a breathy whisper.
"Tonight,"
Juvad said firmly and walked away. Rachel's knees gave out and she sagged against the counter. Tonight? Lord above, she couldn't wait until dark fell and the girls went to bed, so she could find out exactly what Juvad had planned for her. But until then, she had work to do. It didn't take long to figure out visiting hours and rope Fate into going with her. After, Rachel finished cooking breakfast, the start of a long day of chores and family and, later, fun. It was the same pattern they'd fallen into since Juvad's arrival. Work during the day, spend the after-supper hours outside under the stars next to a huge bonfire. And when they'd cleaned up and gone inside, once the girls were safely asleep and the crickets provided night's song, Juvad made good on his unspoken promise and fired Rachel's blood inside and out, until they both fell asleep, exhausted. Visitation at the detention center rolled around quicker than Rachel expected, but she gritted her teeth, put on some decent clean clothes, and rode out with Fate in his truck, while Juvad stayed behind with the girls. He hadn't said a word to her about it, but the look he'd given her had been enough. She'd understood what he hadn't said, that she and Fate should be careful, that Juvad would care for Kelly and Tiny as if they were his own, that he would be waiting there for her when the hard part was over, just like he'd been there for her from the beginning. She was well past relying on him to be there. Time was, she'd counted the days until his rent money ran out and he'd be on his way. Now, she knew where he came from, what he was going back to. Not exactly, no. She had no notion what was out there in the galaxy beyond what he'd told her. But she knew he was leaving. Only this time he wouldn't be going down the road a bit. This time, he'd be leaving the solar system. It put a whole new twist on long-distance relationships. Maybe she and the girls should go with him. Her fingers snarled into a tangle over her jean-clad thigh and she nearly laughed. Go with him? Dear Lord, she'd lost her mind. What would happen to her goats and the land she'd inherited from her folks? What would happen to Fate if they left? She peeked at him from the corners of her eyes, and her heart twisted into 1,000 knots inside her. She couldn't leave her only brother. He was the only family she had left. If she and the girls took off with Juvad, Fate wouldn't have a soul to care for him. He'd be all alone with his bees and the goats and the land, and that wouldn't do. She shook her head, discarding the notion almost as soon as it had sprung into her head. Earth it was then. Besides, Juvad hadn't hinted time one about taking her with him when he left. Well, except for that time in the shower, when he'd mentioned his mother and fighting and God only knew what else, while his hands made merry with her body. Did he really expect her to pay attention to his words when he was a-doing that to her? The truck slowed and turned, and Rachel came back to reality with a bang. We're here. Yup, Fate agreed, his voice mild. You would-a knowed sooner if you hadn't been mooning over Juvad. She shot an exasperated glance at him, but held her tongue. One day, Fate would meet his match, and then she'd tease him mercilessly about mooning over a woman. They went inside and checked in, enduring the security protocols and the press of people waiting to see loved ones. Rachel kept her eyes as straight as she could, avoiding the dry, industrial sterility of the waiting room along with everybody's gazes, and only exchanged terse greetings when she had to. These visiting times never got easier, but like any chore, she was determined to grit her teeth until it was done. When she finally got to see Juan, his appearance shocked her. She hadn't visited in weeks, months really, while she sorted through what had to be done. He appeared leaner somehow, and pale through the plexiglass partition separating them, like he hadn't ever been out in the sun. His hair, once glossy and nearly black, had been shaved to the skin, accenting the new hollows in his cheeks, and his dark eyes were flat and cold and empty, bereft of the sweet humor that had once filled them. He picked up the handset on his side of the partition, waited for her to pick up her handset, then said, "How you been, Rach?" His voice sounded as worn out as he looked. Rachel bit back her knee-jerk concern and firmed her lips into a hard line. Juan had made his choices. Doing so had pulled him out of her life, and heart, for good. Your move up here was a surprise. He laughed wearily and ran a shaky hand over his stubbled head. Good behavior. So I heard. How are the babies? Is Kelly still doing good in school? She's taken a shine to the stars here of late. No need to mention who was encouraging her along those lines. Tiny's still not speaking right. Give it time, Rach. It'll come. Of that she had no doubt, though it might take a long while. The knowledge of what Tiny might be, of the people who were interested in her, popped into Rachel's head. She tucked it away again and focused on the things she could control in the here and now. I've got some things to tell you, Juan, starting with that flat-footed rascal Miguel Ramirez. Juan's eyelids slid closed and he winced. Come on, Rach. She jabbed a finger at him, stopping just shy of poking the partition. His men nearly turned the van over and me in it. What if the girls had been along, huh, Juan? What would have happened to them then?
I didn't have nothing to do with that.
But it happened because of you. Because you were too spine-boned weak to keep your nose clean and do right by your family. Rachel sucked in a sharp breath, bottling her anger up, and breathed it all out in one gusty sigh. Wouldn't do any good to bring up the past when there was so much needing her attention right now. Look, Juan, seems like you might be trying to straighten yourself out again, and I hope you are. But in the meantime, I've got to protect Kelly and Tiny. I've got to protect them any way I can, including legally. Juan slumped in his chair and shifted his grip on the handset, his black eyes bleak and stark as an Arctic snowfall.
Legally?
I'm having your parental rights terminated. Rach. No, you hear me out, Juan Olvera. I've had it up to here with your shenanigans, and I sure as tootin' don't need your old gang messing around the girls anymore.
Messin' how?
That don't make no never mind, she snapped out, and immediately regretted the sharp tone. She took another calming breath and tried again. Sorry, I just meant that they've caused enough trouble. If I can put some distance between you and us, Miguel might leave us alone this time, you know? Juan stared at her for a long time, and the longer he held her gaze, the harder his became. Finally, he said,
You do what you gotta. But understand this, Rach. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, too. They're still my girls.
Nobody said they weren't.
Nothing you do is gonna change that.
He sat forward and speared her with eyes gone stone cold.
Ramirez came to me a couple of weeks ago, asking about you and my girls. Wanted me to do him a favor in exchange for leaving you alone.
Something sickeningly acidic cramped Rachel's stomach. Oh, my God.
I'm gonna take care of it,
Juan said, and he stood up and gazed down at her. Resolution a determined mask over the too pale skin stretched taut along his cheeks.
Don't you worry none about it.
Juan, don't, she began. But it was too late. He'd already turned away, leaving her there to sort through the sudden feeling that whatever Juan was about to do, it wouldn't do a thing to staunch the trouble heading their way.
The next day, Fate took Rachel into town to pick up her repaired van and visit the lawyer. Juvad stayed behind with Kelly and Tiny and the goats. As soon as breakfast was cleaned up and morning chores were finished, he jumped the girls onto his ship. It was the safest place for them. Rachel's objections be damned. His nape crawled all day long, carrying a foreboding Juvad had no trouble interpreting. Something bad was coming. Maybe it would come from Rachel's former husband. She'd told Juvad every detail of the visit after he'd coaxed and bullied and pushed her into it, and he was certain whatever Juan had planned would make the situation worse. Then there were Juan's associates, who'd been too quiet of late. Miguel Ramirez in particular had struck Juvad as more dangerous than he appeared. Not a man to let something go, especially something he wanted badly, the way he seemed to want Rachel, Kelly, and Tiny. Until Juan or Miguel acted, though, Juvad was stuck in the same holding pattern as Rachel and her family. Sit and wait. No other action seemed appropriate. Juvad set his ship to monitor Rachel's property, then shoved away from the helm. He might have to wait, but by Fru, he didn't have to sit idly by. Kelly and Tiny were in the galley taste-testing the snacks Juvad had set out for them earlier. Crumbs were scattered around the floor where they sat cross-legged facing one another. Kelly looked up when Juvad entered, and her eyes went round. Tiny jabbered in a mixture of languages Juvad didn't recognize, though one word stood out plainly, the name of his home planet. Kelly carefully sealed the lid on a container of dried fruit strips. Her small fingers were dark against the white lid and hesitant where she normally wasn't. I got a question, Mr. Juvad. He crossed the room and knelt beside her, then brushed one fingertip along the tip of her nose. I thought we'd agreed to drop the mister. Yeah, Kelly's chocolate eyes darted to Tiny and back. What's this Abu thing Tiny keeps talking about? The planet I was born on. Oh, it's a long way from here. Oh. Kelly drew the word out as her fingers fidgeted along the container's sides. You gonna take us there or something? Do you want to go? She nodded, shook her head, shrugged. It might be neat to visit another planet, like nobody on Earth ever has, you know? True. He sat on the floor and pulled her into his lap, waited until Tiny clambered onto his other leg, and embraced them both. The little girl's sense of freshly washed hair and fruit-sticky fingers drifted to him, and his heart clenched in his chest, seized by a love he'd never expected to feel. Another man might have fathered Kelly and Tiny, but they were Juvad's now, his in a way he barely understood. What would he do if his relationship with Rachel failed to flourish? How could he possibly leave this part of his heart behind and forsake the daughters he'd always wanted? Kelly placed her ear against his chest and sighed. Do you reckon I'll ever get to see my daddy again? Juvad leaned back and caught her gaze. Why do you ask? It's just... She shrugged one thin shoulder and her round face twisted into a frown. He's a bad man. That's why he's locked up, right? And if he's that bad, then I reckon I'll never get to see him again. I'm sorry, sweet. Tiny patted a chubby hand against her sister's cheek and said, Good, sissy. Kelly's expression cleared. Aw, Tiny, you're a good sissy, too. Good sissy, Tiny repeated, then crawled off Juvad's lap and tottered across the galley to the doorway. She's getting better at making sense, Kelly said. I think she understands more than we know. Juvad hugged Kelly close and pressed a hard kiss against the top of her head. Why don't we ask your mother if you all can visit Abu soon? Kelly pumped a fist in the air and hooted out a laugh. All right, Juvad, you're the best. His heart clenched tight again, then he laughed too, softly, against her fine brown-black hair. You too, sweet. Now how about another lesson? She leaned way back against his arm and grinned. Stars? He grinned back and slowly shook his head. Fighting. Cool! She scrambled off his lap, stood, and stared down at him. I'm glad you crashed into our fence, Juvad. Me too. She scampered after Tiny, slapping her bare feet against the cushioned floor, and Juvad sat there, wishing with all his might that he could keep her and Tiny safe and happy every day for the rest of his life.
Chapter 15. Rachel's nerves tightened to the breaking point over the next week. Juvad crept around the house and farm, sporting a grim frown. Fate brought over a shotgun and ammunition, and exchanged serious looks with Juvad. Like the two of them were in on something Rachel wasn't. Even the girls were subdued. Kelly quit asking to look at the stars at night, and Tiny clung to Juvad like a burr. The midsummer heat didn't help. By noon most days, the temperature reached the high 90s. The humidity shoved the heat index over 100, and sapped what little good humor was left right out of a body. After all, the worrying was done eating away at it. It was the waiting, Rachel thought as she cleaned Georgette's teats. Ramirez's men hadn't been back as far as she could tell. No damage had been done, leastwise, and Juvad swore his ship-to-Earth security system hadn't been breached by anything larger than the occasional deer. She'd let the security system pass when he'd told her. Had to. What good would it do to argue about what was done? Besides which, knowing he'd been watching out for them this whole time eased a bit of Rachel's worry and, though she hated to admit it, the fear that crept into her heart when she wasn't guarding herself carefully. She turned Georgette out into the pasture, closed the gate surrounding the flock of goats, and leaned against a wooden fence post, too worn out by the oppressive morning air and the tension to work too hard, too fast. Something had to give. Somebody had to make a move against them, or do something to bring matters to a head. But as the days swept by, and July waned into August, as the last heady days of freedom passed for the girls, and the first day of school drew near, nothing happened. Even the weather seemed to hold its breath. The steady afternoon showers of early summer gave way to stultifying mugginess, stealing the strength of anybody foolhardy enough to brave the sun's relentless rays. One night after the girls went to bed, Juvad pulled Rachel down onto the couch beside him and wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly to his side as a made-for-TV movie played quietly in the background. Rachel nuzzled his chest, hiding a smile. For a guy that came from a society with far more advanced technology, Juvad was fascinated by Earth's, and particularly with humanity's penchant for turning the wonders of the digital age into a good sci-fi horror flick. He shifted against her, spread his knees wide, sighed into her hair.
"You're distracting me."
She huffed out a short laugh. "I ain't doing nothing of the kind."
"When your mouth is on my skin, beauty," he said very softly, "it leads me to dwell on other places your mouth might wander."
Familiar heat pulsed through Rachel's nethers. She leaned back, caught Juvad's bemused gaze, and placed a hand over the steady thump of his heart. "And where would you like my mouth to be?" A slow grin stretched his mouth wide, and an answering heat filled his midnight eyes.
"I want you to start with my tattoo and work your way down."
She laughed as her heart skittered and thudded, and desire flooded into her. "Is that—" A shot rang out, slicing through their play, and the goat's panicked bleating filled the night. The deepest dread sprang into Rachel, muting the need Juvad had roused. He cursed low under his breath and shoved her off his lap into the floor between the couch and the coffee table.
"Stay down,"
he whispered. Then he was gone, stalking out of sight around the couch toward the girls' rooms. Another shot rang out. Rachel jumped and clapped a hand over her mouth, silencing the scream threatening to rip out of her throat. Dear God, what was happening outside? If somebody was on her property taking potshots at the goats, or worse, the house, why hadn't Juvad's alarms triggered a warning? He ghosted around the side of the couch, his expression harder than she'd ever seen.
"Someone's standing at the edge of your property outside the area my ship is scanning. I'm going after them."
She slid her hand away from her mouth and grasped his arm, held on tight when he tried to shake her off. "Don't be an idiot, Juvad. Whoever it is has a gun."
"Don't worry, beauty."
He leaned forward, pressed a hard, lingering kiss against her gaping mouth, and was gone before she could say another word.
As soon as he was clear of Rachel, Juvad jumped directly to his ship's armory. While he stuffed himself into a flexible, armored jumpsuit and a helmet armed with a projectable shield, he barked orders to his ship's AI, calculating the position of the shooter standing at the edge of Rachel's property and the coordinates of the next jump. He hadn't had a problem getting through a jump without passing out since his first jump onto Earth. Always before, he'd been woozy and had to take time to recover, a fact his mercenary soldier brother had teased Juvad about to no end. He only needed 3 guesses as to what had changed. 4, if he counted fate. Having a family, being its primary protector, and caring for someone beyond himself was apparently the cure Juvad had needed all along. In that moment, clarity struck. This is what had motivated his mother to become a mercenary soldier. This is what motivated his brother Bainar still. This determined duty to protect at all costs the lives of those who couldn't protect themselves. For his mother and brother, those lives had largely been strangers, but for Juvad, the people he protected had, between one breath and the next, it seemed, become so important to him he'd do anything to keep them safe. Anything at all. 2 minutes after jumping onto his ship, Juvad flipped the jump for Earth. He landed in a crouch not 18 seg from the last known position of the person shooting across Rachel's property. The night was starkly silent around him, contrasting sharply with the cacophony on the nearby farm. The insects and other creatures pervading the forested hillside were inaudible over the screams of Rachel's goats. A half-moon shone above him, scarcely visible through the thick canopy. Its light filtered through the trees and did little to pierce the blackness surrounding him. "Infrared," he murmured against the helmet's subvocal calm. Instantly, Thermal images bled across the visor. A human figure crouched against a tree, one hand clasped around the barrel of a still-warm rifle. A cold smile stretched Juvad's lips. Gotcha. He slipped a specially made jump chip out of a recess in the armor, fitted it deftly to the end of his gun. The intruder shifted his grip on the rifle. Juvad sucked in a breath, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. The intruder jerked. The rifle slipped out of his hands, and down he went into a crumpled heap onto the forest floor. The smile broadened into a pleased grin as Juvad remotely activated the jump. A low buzz reverberated through his wrist, signaling the intruder's successful ground-to-ship transfer. Now they were getting somewhere. Later he'd check on his prisoner, held safely in his ship's brig awaiting questioning. But for now, he had more urgent matters to attend, like checking on Rachel and the girls, and figuring out exactly what that Windu runner had been shooting at. It didn't take long to make sure everybody was safe, round up some strong flashlights, and head outside to assess the damage. Rachel insisted on coming along once the girls were settled back into bed, and Juvad didn't stop her. It was her property. True, its protection and maintenance fell under his purview, but she was the owner. She had the most at stake. He headed out to the pasture while she walked slowly around the house, running light over the outer siding. The moon slid behind a cloud, deepening the darkness, and Juvad slowed his steps along the worn path, studying the ground under the strong beam of light as he walked. The goats had subsided to quiet, mournful bleats. Their panic seemed to have dissipated, though their agitation had not. As Juvad approached the fence, Billy rammed his forehead into a post. It quavered under the blow, and the wires attached to it shimmered in outward ripples. Juvad held out his hand and murmured softly to Billy, wrist combing a hand through the top of the ram's rock-hard head. Billy's bell clanked as he butted Juvad's hand, then he turned and scampered off. Juvad slid a beam of light into the enclosure. There on the ground a goat lay, her blood-stained side heaving as she struggled to breathe. His heart sank. Georgette, one of Rachel's prized milkers, a sweet-tempered creature beloved by Kelly and Tiny. They doted on her, had since she was born. Fed her by hand when her mother died during the birth, Rachel had told him, and raised her to adulthood. Losing her would hurt all three of them, and maybe that's why the intruder had chosen the goats. They were Rachel's primary source of income, yes, but they were also part of the family. Was that the message the shooter had wanted to impart? That nothing was safe? Nothing was sacred? Would the girls have been next? Or Rachel, if she'd gone outside to investigate the shots? Anger rose swiftly in Juvad, tightening his own breath. By Fru, that would never happen, not while he was there. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he would protect them, fight for them, love them as long as his heart beat. And energy imbued his limbs with strength and purpose. Love them. He shoved the thought aside as he opened the gate, slipped inside, and closed it behind himself. There was no time now to worry about the feelings he developed for Rachel and her family, nor whether they were reciprocated. But as he knelt beside the injured goat, he knew it was too late to save her. She turned her head toward him, kicked her legs weakly. Her eyes were wide and luminous in the circle of light thrown by the flashlight, and held mute fear. Juvad ran a soothing hand down her throat, attempting to calm her, but his heart was a wicked knot in his chest, tangled with the sorrow of losing her, knowing he could do nothing to save her. Him, with some of the galaxy's most advanced technology available on his ship, was helpless in the face of certain death. A hand landed softly on Juvad's armored shoulder. Rachel knelt beside him, reached out her other hand, and placed it on top of his. "She won't make it." It wasn't a question. Juvad couldn't have answered, even if it had been. "The girls will be devastated. Georgette." Rachel's voice broke, and she lowered her head, and Georgette, perhaps knowing her mistress was there to comfort her, dropped her head onto the hard earth and sighed out her last breath. The blood bubbling out of her side trickled to a stop, and all around them the night creatures slowly resumed their songs. "You found the person who did this." Another statement, but this one Juvad had a response for. "He's in the brig." "I want to talk to him." Juvad draped an arm around Rachel's shoulders, pressed his mouth against the top of her head, breathed out his grief even as she relaxed into him, and his heart soared at the trust and affection imbued in the simple gesture. "On the morrow, when the girls wake." She nodded and eased away from him. He let her go, then followed her into the shed to retrieve 2 shovels, and together they dug a fitting grave for the goat who'd been part of Rachel's family. They trudged toward the house, sweaty and covered in muck. Halfway there, Juvad's wristcom buzzed. He swore under his breath as he checked the comm, then broke into a jog spurred by worry. The girls were in there alone, unprotected, defenseless. By Fru, what had he been thinking to leave them there like that tonight of all nights? "What is it, Juvad?" Rachel called. "Perimeter breach," he said. "Somebody's in the house." They burst through the back door, Juvad 2 strides ahead of Rachel, and skidded to a stop on the linoleum floor. An Hispanic man, wearing a baggy orange and white striped shirt and matching pants, was sitting on the couch, calmly flipping through a magazine. Rachel froze with 1 foot across the threshold and breathed. "Juan?" Juan turned toward her, and between one breath and the next, Juvad reacted. He whipped his gun out of the holster attached to his still armored thigh. With his other hand, he yanked Rachel out of the doorway onto the porch, then held her there while he took careful aim at their second interloper of the night. Juan raised his hands to shoulder height and stood slowly. "Hey, man, don't kill the messenger." Rachel pushed against Juvad's restraining hand, then glared when he refused to let her enter the house. Her words, when she spoke, were gritty and low, and full of a bitter anger. "What in tarnation are you doing here, Juan? You're supposed to be in jail." He nodded. "One of the deputies owed me a favor. He's parked down the road a bit, keeping an eye out." She snorted out a tired laugh and muttered, "Must have been a big favor." "Life or death," Juan said. "I ain't all bad, Rach. Who's the gun?" Juvad held his aim steady, centered square on the man's chest, exactly where it would do the most damage when fired. "You have 30 tick to answer Rachel's question." Juan's eyes zeroed in on the end of Juvad's gun, and his skin paled under his natural coloring. "Ramirez is on his way." "Somebody's already been here," Rachel said. "Shot at the house." "No, Ramirez is on his way," Juan repeated. "And he's not alone. Heard he's got a small army with him." Juvad swore low and long under his breath. The Crodden shooter had been a distraction. Why hadn't he realized? "How long?" Juan's shoulders lifted and fell into the loose-fitting shirt. "Don't know." Rachel shuddered against Juvad's hand. "What do you mean you don't know?" The kitchen phone rang, cutting shrilly through their conversation. Juan's eyes drifted to it, and his mouth tightened. "Ask the deputy to call if he spotted anything fishy. That might be him." Rachel glanced up at Juvad, silently pleading for release, and with a sigh, he let her go. Her ex-husband hadn't made a move toward her, and if Juan was right, if he did indeed have an ally watching the road, it might be the only warning they got. Rachel slipped into the kitchen and answered the phone, and her quiet uh-huhs grew more tense with each repetition. At last, she hung the phone up, but by then Juvad could hear the rumble of cars approaching on the nearby road. His wristcom vibrated, and he swung around cursing as he glanced between Juan and the darkness shrouding the backyard. The perimeter had been breached. At that moment, Juan leapt toward Juvad. A rifle's report echoed outside, and Rachel's scream erupted into the air between them.
Chapter 16. Juan hit Juvad full on, shoving them both into the door in a flurry of grunts and grappling. Rachel tried to clap a hand over her mouth, and instead hit herself with the phone still clutched in her hand. Pain shot through her lips, startling her out of the awful shock of being shot at, finding Georgette dead, and having a convicted felon turn up in her living room when he was supposed to be locked up, snug as a bug in a rug. Her life had turned upside down during the past few weeks. Outside, tires scratched against gravel. Engines shut down and car doors slammed, while Rachel stood poised between the eerily quiet fight taking place between her ex-husband and her lover, and the threat posed by the people in her driveway. Kelly burst into the room, her dark eyes round, her chest heaving under quick gasps.
"Mama, what's Daddy doing here?"
The desperate fear underscoring Kelly's words shook Rachel into action in a way nothing else could. She jabbed a finger at the front door.
"Lock that up tight, then go get Tiny and hide."
Kelly nodded and sprang toward the door, her hands raised toward the lock. She clicked it into place a mere second before the knob twisted. Something heavy hit the door, rattling it in the frame, and she backed slowly away, her skin too pale under her summer tan.
"Go on now,"
Rachel said, her voice firm, and nearly sagged under the weight of relief when Kelly swiveled on a bare foot and raced toward Tiny's bedroom. Rachel did her own racing then, to the open windows where hands were pulling at the screens. Couldn't get them all closed in time, but she could by golly slow those folks down. Behind her, a body thudded into a wall. The back door slammed shut, and Rachel whirled, her fingers still fumbling with one window's lock. Juvad had Juan pinned to the wall beside the door with one forearm against Juan's throat. With his other, he twisted the door's back lock in place. Juan's palm slid across the chest plate of Juvad's armor.
"Let go,"
he rasped out. Juvad leaned into Juan and spat out a sharp phrase in a foreign language. Rachel didn't need two guesses to understand a man cursing another, alien tongue or not. She opened her mouth, fully intending to ask him not to kill Juan, and never got the first word out. The front door crashed open, spilling men into her living room, Miguel Ramirez in the lead. He grinned and raised his hand, aimed the gun he was holding at Juvad, and fired. The bullet snapped into Juvad's armored back. He sucked in a breath and reeled away from Juan, his face suddenly ashen, and Rachel's heart twisted into a breathless knot.
"Juvad!"
she screamed, and just for a moment, time slowed to a crawl, freezing the tableau in front of her. Juvad staggering backward, Juan sucking in air, Miguel grinning triumphantly, like a cat with some hapless canary safe in its gullet. And superimposed over that, Juvad lying on her fence, his skin gleaming under the thin moonlight. Juvad rounding up the goats, his bare muscles flexing. Juvad sitting on the porch next to the girls, reading a book with them, or painting the house with fate, or 100 images flooded into her mind, one after the other, rushing to be remembered. But the one she hung on to, the one that stopped her cold, was Juvad braced above her as he slid into her, slowly making love to her while she fell inexorably in love with him. Juvad. She clutched her fists over her heart, willing it to beat against the shock ricocheting through her. She was in love with Juvad, a man who'd been born on another planet and come here on a mission to protect Tiny from the very circumstances they found themselves in. Her vision dimmed under the realizations pounding into her. Reflexively, she inhaled, breaking the time hold, and reality crashed down around her in full motion. Juan sagged against the wall, one hand held to his bruised throat, and whispered, "Good riddance." Rachel shot a glare at him as she hurried toward Juvad.
"What in tarnation were you thinking, Juan?"
Two of Ramirez's men jogged across the living room and snagged her arms before she could reach Juvad, then dragged her away from him. She yanked her arms, trying to dislodge the iron grips each had on her, and screamed when they held tight. Juvad dropped to a knee and slapped one hand against the floor. From her angle, she had a clear view of his armor and the bullet denting it into his broad, strong back. Dented but not broken. She went limp, nearly taking down the two men holding her. He was okay. The bullet hadn't pierced his armor. Thank God for small miracles. Across the room, Juan pushed himself away from the wall and stared down at Juvad, one hand around his injured throat. When he spoke, his voice grated barely above a whisper.
"Is that good enough?"
Miguel grunted.
Close enough. We'll take it from here.
Rachel glanced between the two, confused by the short exchange. What are you talking about? Juan lifted his head, staring her straight in the eyes.
I told you. I'd do what I had to.
She shook her head. Yes, he had. But what did that have to do with anything?
You and him,
Juan continued.
That was the price for my girl's safety.
Horror replaced the confusion.
You sold me out?
Miguel grunted.
He bargained for you, too. Thought the man there would be enough.
Juan's expression clouded.
I'm sorry, Rach. I tried.
You—
She swallowed down the bile clogging her throat and nearly spit at him.
You sorry son of a biscuit eater. Wait till your mama finds out about this.
Juan's cheeks flushed red. He glanced away and shuffled back a step.
I did what I had to,
he repeated. But it was a poor explanation, and Rachel suspected he knew it. An odd squawking sound came from the front yard.
You're surrounded, an amplified voice said. Put down your firearms and come out slowly with your hands up.
Miguel cursed low and long under his breath. Juvad spun around, pivoting on one knee, and tossed a small black disc at the other man. It hit him in the chest, clinging to his shirt. Miguel glanced up, and Juvad grinned.
Want to take your chances with me? Or them?
He asked.
Or maybe you'd like another demonstration, like the day Fate and I came to visit.
Miguel glared, but he slowly lowered his firearm and yelled,
Don't shoot! We're coming out!
After that, things got kind of fuzzy. Rachel distinctly remembered witnessing Ramirez's men dropping their guns onto her floor and filing out in a much more orderly fashion than they'd entered. The sheriff came in, hitching up his pants as he walked, and explained how they'd worked with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to catch Miguel in a criminal act. Any criminal act. Juan had apparently given them the perfect opening when he'd approached one of the deputies and asked him to repay a favor by bringing Juan here. Everything else was a bit murky. Checking on the girls and finding them safely hidden in Tiny's closet. Fate bursting through the door, muttering something about hearing what happened on the scanner, and why hadn't she called him. Juvad gathering her close and murmuring to her as he held her snug against the surprisingly flexible armor covering him from neck to floor. I love you, she whispered into his chest. His arms tightened around her, and his face brushed the top of her head.
Really?
Yeah. But I think I'm gonna pass out now. And she did.
Juvad tucked Rachel into her bed under a threadbare sheet and smoothed wisps of hair away from her face. She loved him. Had she really said that? Had she meant it? He frowned and backed away from the bed, crossed his arms over his chest and studied her still form. In all the night's confusion, had she even known what she was saying? Her chest rose and fell against her t-shirt, pressing her breasts into the thin, worn fabric. Outside, crickets and frogs chirped madly, seemingly oblivious to the frantic scenes that had played out on Rachel's property earlier that evening. The law enforcement officers were leaving and taking what fate called the riffraff away with them. Ramirez was no longer a threat. Juan would be returned to prison. All was well in Rachel's world. Safe, secure. Juvad no longer had a reason to linger on Earth. Except for the love he felt for this woman and her family. Did she truly love him in return? A soft knock interrupted his musings. He twisted halfway around and attempted a smile for Fate. She's still sleeping. Fate grunted as he leaned a thin shoulder against the doorframe. Probably tuckered out. Juvad hummed agreement under his breath and couldn't quite stop himself from turning back around and watching her sleep. Fate cleared his throat, coughed, then let out a wheezing chuckle. I reckon you'll be hightailing it out of here soon. He really should, shouldn't he? One corner of Juvad's mouth turned down. I'm no longer needed. I wouldn't say that, old son. Juvad's arms dropped to his sides and he inhaled slowly. My job is finished. I've done what I was supposed to do. Is that so? There's no reason to stay. Was there? Rachel will want her life to be normal again. Fate let out a short bark of laughter. I reckon Rachel's gonna want a say in that. Juvad glanced over his shoulder and arched an eyebrow. What if I don't want to give her a say? What if I want to take her and the girls home with me? What if I want to take them where no one will ever threaten them again? A range of expressions flashed across Fate's face, and finally morphed into a flat stare. Whatever you gotta do, Juvad. You want me to take them off Earth? Fate shrugged. She's been through enough, shouldered too many hard times all on her own. It's past time she had somebody looking out for her. Juvad narrowed his eyes on Rachel's brother. Was the other man pulling Juvad's leg, or was he serious? She'll want to take the goats. A cheery grin tugged at the hard line of Fate's mouth. Son, ain't no way she'll leave 'em behind. I'll get the feed. You get Kelly started packing, and we'll round them goats up and herd 'em onto your ship. Certainty fell over Juvad as easily as love had. He'd thought long and hard about claiming Rachel in the way of the Pruxnae, and presenting her at the choosing, of becoming Kelly and Tiny's father and rearing them as his own, of never, ever letting any of them go again. And now, nothing was stopping him from doing so. He glanced back at Rachel, sleeping soundly in the darkened room under a white cotton sheet, one hand thrown above her head, the other resting motionless on her stomach. Here was the woman he'd been searching for all his life, brought to him by a net path with a nose for trouble. She was his for the taking now, and take her he would. And if she objected? He grinned, then bent and pressed a gentle kiss to her sleep-softened mouth. If she objected, he would ease her worries the way Pruxnae men had been coaxing their brides for centuries, with a firm hand, a tender heart, and enough patience to fill every void in the galaxy. And if that didn't do it, he'd just have to tie her to his bed and make love to her until she forgot all the reasons why she shouldn't be exactly where he wanted her to be, by his side forever. Juvad crept out of the bedroom, leaving Rachel to her slumber, and began making the preparations needed to carry his family halfway across the galaxy to their new home.
Rachel's eyes fluttered open. A large gray surface gradually came into focus in front of her. She sniffed, blinked, and tried again. But the world remained flat and gray. A hand stroked from her hip to her stomach and burrowed under her t-shirt.
Mingan dun oreg beauty.
She half rolled toward Juvad, and finally figured out exactly where she was. What am I doing on your spaceship? He nuzzled the side of her neck and mumbled,
Loving me.
Funny. Seriously, Juvad, what are... She tried to lower her hand, glanced up, and realized her hands were chained at the wrists to the wall above her. A funny flip tickled her stomach under Juvad's caressing fingers. What's going on here?
Isn't it obvious? I'm a Pruxnae in search of a candidate for the choosing.
He shifted above her as he eased her onto her back, and braced himself there, half of his much larger body pinning her to the bed. Shadows hid his midnight eyes from her, but not the serious expression he wore.
The job I came to Earth for is over. It was time for me to leave.
So you, what, kidnapped me?
It's a fine and honorable way to woo a bride.
He lowered his head and buried his face in her throat.
I couldn't leave without you.
She softened under him, as charmed by his confession as she was pleased. You could have stayed on Earth with me.
And risked someone else coming after you and the girls.
He had a point, she'd give him that. But still, her life was on Earth, wasn't it? Tiny bare feet slapped against the floor outside, and two girlish voices sounded off from the doorway, in an overlapping chorus of "Mama" and "Look it" and "What is Juvad doing on top of you?" Kelly finally won out with a breathless, "Mama, you have got to see the stars from here! You just gotta!" Juvad eased away from her and sat up on the side of the bed.
"Soon, sweet. First I have to talk your mama into staying, remember?"
Rachel huffed out a laugh and gave herself over to the inevitable. She had everything she needed in this room. The precious lives she'd birthed. The man she'd come to love. They could sort out the rest later, once she convinced Juvad that she was there willingly and didn't have to be chained to his bed in order for him to have her heart. It was his for the taking, and had been for a while. If she'd known that sooner, maybe they could have left Earth before all the trouble started, and thereby avoided all of Miguel Ramirez's harassment and betrayal at the hands of a man she'd once loved. "I'll be there soon," Rachel assured the girls, and listened to them scamper away. When their footsteps were no longer audible, she nudged Juvad's side with one knee. "You can unchain me now. I'm not going to run." A slow smile spread across his handsome face.
"You can't run. There's nowhere for you to go. Unless you knock me out and take over the ship."
Now why would she want to do that when she'd finally figured out this was where she belonged? Still, it never did to let a man know he'd won a woman's heart completely. She narrowed her eyes in mock fierceness and said, "Maybe I will."
"No, beauty,"
he said, his rumbling voice gentle.
"You're mine now. I'll never let you go again."
Her heart melted under the determination filling his words. "I do love you, Juvad." He stood slowly, took a half step across the room, and flicked a finger across a panel. The room's door slid closed, sealing them inside.
"I know."
"But I can't just leave Earth this way. There are the goats."
"Already in the hold."
He stared down at her, his expression closed as he unbuttoned his shorts and slid them off, leaving himself gloriously nude under the room's filtered lighting.
"Fate stocked enough feed for the voyage to Abu."
Her heart stuck in her throat, and heat coiled between her thighs, and her thoughts scattered to the four corners, like they always did when Juvad had Levin on his mind. "I have to be there for Miguel's trial." He crawled onto the bed and straddled her thighs, his expression unchanged.
"I rigged a communication system between my ship's AI and Fate's computer. He'll let us know when we have to come back. Anything else?"
"Clothes and school and—" He slid his hand under her shirt and cupped her bare breasts, and her throat went dry. They could sort all that out, she reminded herself. Later, after the man who'd stolen her heart made love to her. "Juvad," she said.
"Yes, beauty."
"I'm gonna love you forever." He grinned and leaned forward, spreading desire wherever he touched.
"And I you."
And those were the last words they spoke for a very long time to come.
Epilogue. Kelly shifted from one foot to the other and clenched her hands together in the muff her new grandfather had given to her. Abu was the coldest place she'd ever been. During the trip from Earth, Juvad had told her that there was snow where he lived all the time. Even in the summer, the mountaintops had snow, but in the winter months like now, there was so much, she and Tiny could build snowmen every day and never run out of snow. She risked slipping her hand out of the muff and scratched the tip of her nose. Beside her, Juvad stood tall and strong, holding a bundled-up Tiny on his hip. His head was bare and his cheeks and nose were red, but to Kelly, he was the handsomest next father a girl could wish for. Why we gotta stand in this circle again, Doodah? She asked. He glanced down and smiled.
So your mother will be able to find us when the choosing starts.
Across the clearing, Kelly could just make out her mama, standing next to Juvad's. Grandma Mij hardly ever smiled, unlike Juvad's daddy, Grandpa Deeger, who never quit smiling as far as Kelly could tell. Mama was looking at the ground and nodding solemnly at everything Grandma Mij was saying. Kelly sure hoped she listened good. If Mama didn't fight hard in the choosing, she wouldn't get to pick Juvad, and then they'd all have to go back to Earth and never get to travel through the stars ever again. Tiny leaned down and patted a gloved hand to the top of Kelly's head. Be okay, sissy. Kelly beamed up at Tiny. That was a new change since they'd come to Abu. It was like being here, in a place where everybody spoke a different language, had helped Tiny figure out English. She still didn't make sense sometimes, but more and more often she did. Juvad draped an arm around Kelly and tucked her to his side.
It won't be long now, sweet.
Kelly wrapped her arms around his thigh and held on tight. If somebody had told her a few months ago that she'd someday have a second daddy, she never would have believed it. But here she and Tiny were, right next to a guy who loved them so much, he'd traveled across the whole wide galaxy to find them. That's what he'd told Kelly one day when they were alone on the bridge of his ship, studying the stars.
I love you and Tiny, sweet,
he'd said.
We're a family now, and I will never, ever leave you.
And she knew deep down in her heart that he never would. Across the way, Grandma Mij cupped Mama's shoulder, then turned around and left. And Grandpa Deeger did too. A voice called out in a language Kelly hadn't quite learned yet, and the choosing began. But Kelly wasn't paying attention. Mama caught her eye and winked, then was lost in the crush of people rushing toward the inner circle where Kelly and Tiny and Juvad waited. But Kelly wasn't worried. Mama would be here soon to claim Juvad. And after that, Kelly would forever after have two fathers to love and watch over her. And that was more than any girl could hope for, no matter what planet she called home. The end. This has been Alien Mine, the Pruxnae series, Book 3. Written by Lucy Varna. Narrated by Angel Clark and Paul Bryan. Copyright 2016 by C.D. Watson. Production copyright 2017 by C.D. Watson.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.